Chapter 568, What a Great Way to Kill All the Ants. There must be some secrets in this virtual reality because he could pick up attributes. Wang Teng thought to himself. He was restless. Dan Taixian walked over with a strange expression. You cooked it. Cough, I didn't. It's not entirely cooked. It's probably half done. Wang Teng kicked the ice python's corpse as he coughed awkwardly. Is there a difference? Dan Taixian rolled her eyes at him. Of course. Half-cooked meant that I'm not so cruel, Wang Teng said in a righteous tone. Dan Taixian. She was shocked by this person's shamelessness. Don't care about the details. I learned many things from the fight just now. I plan to look for other ice element star beasts, Wang Teng said. VO, all right. You seem like a fish in water, so I don't have to follow you anymore. We'll move separately and gather in the city when the time is up. Wang Teng had no objection. He had already found a special cultivation method for himself in virtual reality. Now, he just wanted to look for ice element star beasts quickly and hunt them. Other people could only raise their battle ability through the experiences in virtual reality, but he could get attribute points. If others knew about his cheat, they might turn green with envy. Dan Taixian turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she stopped and turned back. She asked, Was there Ultima in your punch just now? You noticed it, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. So it's true. You have grasped the Ultima. Dan Taixian was flabbergasted. She stared at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. I was lucky, Wang Teng replied calmly. Hurry and leave. I don't want to see you. Dan Taixian felt her heart churning in pain. This fellow was here to stimulate others. After separating with Dan Taixian, Wang Teng started roaming the mountains, searching for ice element star B seriously. Where are you? Come into my arms quickly, Wang Teng muttered as he combed the area for ice element star beasts. Wherever he went, the star beast around him scurried away as if they saw something terrifying. Wang Teng saw a high mountain in the distance. The peak of the mountain was white, turning into a natural ice world. His eyes lit up. There must be ice element star beasts up there. The next instant, Wang Teng rose into the air and turned into a ray of light. He flew straight for the peak. He stopped in midair, ignoring the wind pressure in the sky. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the peak below. His eyes were like a radar, scanning the force fluctuations below. Suddenly, an icy blue ball of light entered his vision. I finally found it. Wang Teng was elated. He rushed towards the ball of light without any hesitation. From the size of the ball of the light, it didn't look like a Lord-level star beast, but it was still an ice element star beast. Ice element martial warriors were rare, so he could only gain ice force from ice element star beasts. He mustn't let go of any chance. Soon, Wang Teng saw the appearance of the ice element star beast. This was a snow-white giant ice ant. Its body was like an ice sculpture, crystal clear. There was a snow-white shell that looked like armor made of snow. Its appearance was magical. The ice ant was moving a corpse and crawling forward. Wang Teng wanted to attack it, but when he saw this scene, he stopped abruptly. The habits and living conditions of ants appeared in his mind. Although ice ants were star beasts, they were similar to normal ants. There must be a nest of them. This ice ant was just carrying its prey back to its nest. Wang Teng decided to follow it. After making his decision, Wang Teng hid his aura entirely. He tailed the ice ant. Ants weren't slow, but they were too small as compared to humans. Hence, they needed more time to move the same distance as a human. However, the ice ant in front of him was anything but small. It was the size of a small beetle car. It traveled a few hundred meters in an instant. After some time, a nest hidden under the rocks appeared in front of Wang Teng. The ice ant arrived at the entrance of the nest. Another ice ant crawled out, and they touched each other's antenna. Then, they crawled into the nest. Wang Teng floated down from the sky. This entrance was big enough for him to enter while standing straight. Activating his dark talent, Dark Force surged out. He executed the shadow merging secret skill and hid in the dark as he moved into the nest. As he went deeper, he realized that the nest extended in all directions, and the paths had many twists and turns. The nest spanned a huge area. Very soon, he saw an ice ant. Wang Ting didn't attack it immediately. He wanted to understand the situation first. He headed deeper into the nest and met more and more ice ants along the way. The edge of his lips lifted into an arc. There were so many ice ants, so there must be many attribute bubbles. This was going to be a good harvest. Wang Tung suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a few turns and finally came to a huge underground space. A large queen, and it was lying horizontally here. Its entire body was white, and it was bloated and round. If you took a bite of it, juice might spurt out. Wang Tung scanned it with his spiritual sight and noticed that the intensity of the light in the queen ant's body had reached mid-tier lord level. This queen ant was stronger than the ice python he met some time ago. But Wang Tung looked at the bloated body of the queen ant. He wondered if it was still able to fight. Could it be that it was just a reproductive tool, like a normal queen ant? It would be great if that was true. One he could kill a lord-level star beast with extreme ease. Of course, Wang Ting knew that this might not be the case. There were all kinds of star beasts. He didn't dare to treat this queen ant as a weakling furthermore. He looked around the queen ant. There were a few soldier ants present. Based on the intensity of the forces in the soldier ants' bodies, some of them were at the 9-star while a few had reached low-tier lord level. This ant nest was not bad. Although Wang Tung was elated, he was a little afraid. Ants were known for their numbers. Even he would feel terrified if all the ice ants swarmed out of their nest at once. I need to think of a way to settle it once and for all. Wang Tung touched his chin and pondered to himself as he hid in the dark. This nest of ice ants was a little hard to swallow, but he wouldn't give up. Once he killed all of them, he would be able to gain a huge number of Ice Force attribute bubbles. His Ice Force might leap all the way to the 9-star level because of this. Wang Tung shuddered in excitement when he imagined that scene. His mind worked furiously. That's it. Suddenly, an idea flashed past his mind. With an evil smile at the edge of his lips, he retreated toward the entrance. When he arrived at the entrance, his gaze flickered and poison force gushed out of his body. Then, the emerald glazed flame came out. Once the poison force touched the emerald glazed flame, a thick black smoke erupted. Wang Tung pushed his force out and formed a strong gale. He blew the black smoke into the nest. What a great way to kill all the ants. Chapter 569, A Fat Queen Ant. When Wang Tung released the poisonous smoke at the entrance, his expression was extremely calm. It would be better off dead than be an emotionless reproductive tool. Wang Tung felt that he was doing a good deed. Ding! He received a good man card. He successfully gave himself a good man card. At this moment, faint crawling sounds could be heard inside the nest. It didn't sound like 1 or 2 ants. Instead, there seemed to be 4 to 5 ice ants crawling inside. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Tung's eyes. He raised his large fist. The instant an ice ant popped its head out, Wang Tung smashed it with his fist. Bang! The ice ant's shell collapsed in a single blow, and its head exploded. Ice Force *88 blank attribute *56 Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles. 88 points. This was a lucky start. The second this ice ant died, the one behind crawled out hurriedly. Then, the third and the fourth one came out. Wang Tung was feeling over the moon. He sent an ice ant to hell with every single punch he made. Ice Force *50 blank attribute *38 intermediate stage ice talent *10 Ice Force *70 blank attribute *46 Ice Force *66 Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles. His Ice Force rose continuously, and his blank attributes increased steadily too. The ice ants in front weren't strong. They were at most at the 4-star or 5-star level. The intermediate stage ice talent some of them dropped was useless to Wang Tung. As time passed, more and more ice ants crawled out. Wang Tung was overjoyed. These were all moving attributes. He got increasingly excited as he killed the ants. Soon, a small pile of ant corpses was formed at the entrance of the nest. This virtual reality was extremely lifelike. The corpses of the dead star beasts wouldn't disappear instantly. They remained here and merged into the natural environment. Hence, Wang Tung had no choice but to add movement. Whenever he killed an ant, he would kick the corpse to the side. If not, the entrance would be blocked. Suddenly, Wang Tung's expression changed. He felt a few stronger auras coming closer. The Lord-level soldier ants. Wang Tung knew that the main highlight of the show was here. After so many unimportant ants died, the bosses inside couldn't sit still anymore. Swoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out and charged towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung squinted and slammed his fist out. Mirage Mountain Fist. Boom! The ice ant that charged out stopped abruptly, as if it was frozen. Everyone knew that ants were extremely strong. They were able to lift an item 400 times their body weight and drag an item 1,700 times their body weight. If a normal ant was so strong, think about how much strength these ice ants possessed. Wang Tung didn't exert his entire force in this move, but he already felt the powerful strength coming from the body of the ice ant in front of him. They were to stand still. At the same time, a cold stream flowed over from the ice ant's body. If he wasn't a fire element martial warrior, he would have gotten hurt by the coldness. If his body was frozen, how could he resist the ice ant? Hence, normal martial warriors wouldn't have any advantages against these ice ants. Unfortunately, the ice ants met the bug in this world, Wang Tung. He possessed multiple elements, and his Brigadier General level fire force was powerful enough to tackle his opponent's ice force. The fire force flowed through his body, turning it into a furnace. All the coldness was dispelled. The ice ant opposite felt the scorching heat. It turned a little anxious and wanted to stay away from the heat source. At the same time, two more Lord-level ice ants dashed out from the cave and hurled themselves at Wang Tung. Wang Tung stared intently at them and caught the antenna of the ice ant in front of him. He tapped his feet on the ground and landed on top of the ice ant's head. The other two ice ants rushed out from the side and collided with each other. Their heads were spinning. Wang Tung burst out laughing. He slammed his fist down on the ice ant below him. The emerald glazed flame covered up his fist as it pierced through the ice ant's body with its scorching heat. The ice ant raised its head frantically and wanted to throw Wang Tung down. But as the emerald glazed flame invaded its body, the crystal-clear shell of the ice ant gradually turned red, and hot air rose from its body. The ice ant was cooked. The other two ice ants saw the tragic state of their comrade and naturally felt fearful. They kept retreating. Wang Tung leaped down from the ice ant's head and landed in front of the two ice ants. He released both his fists at once. Boom! Boom! The green flame exploded, enveloping the two ice ants. They burned furiously. The two ice ants rolled on the ground, wanting to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the emerald glaze flame wasn't a normal flame, so it couldn't be put out so easily. Very soon, the two ice ants turned into ashes within the green flames. A few attribute bubbles were dropped. Ice Force * 560 Ice Force * 380 blank attribute * 720 advanced stage Ice Talent * 186 Ice Force * 450 blank attribute * 640 advanced stage Ice Talent * 222 Good Riddance. These Lord-level ice ant were the main course. This was a great harvest. Wang Tung's Ice Force had jumped from the 7-star to the 8-star soldier level. Ice Force 2250/7000, 8-star. Within a few hours, his Ice Force rose from 7-star to 8-star. A normal person would feel that this was a dream. At the same time, he accumulated 6,300 points of blank attributes. He felt more at ease with his savings. Once again, Wang Tung was a rich man with savings. However, seeing the last advanced stage Ice Talent bubble, his good mood was gone. 222 points. System, are you serious? 1. I have already collected this bubble, so I have to take it. If not, I won't accept this atrocious number. I have my dignity. Wang Tung accepted the bubble in frustration. Suddenly, he looked towards the entrance. Under the influence of the poison smoke, a bloated body was slowly moving out of the nest. It was the queen ant. Wang Tung turned vigilant. This queen ant was at mid-tier lord level. He wondered how powerful it was. He should be careful. Soon, he discovered that the queen ant didn't crawl out by itself. More than 10 ice ants were carrying it out step by step. It was like a fatty that couldn't move by itself. Wang Tung's expression turned strange. He didn't know how this queen ant was going to fight. Was it going to smash him with its bloated body? His imagination ran wild. With the help of the ice ants, the queen ant finally arrived at the entrance. A large number of ice ants scurried out from the nest after it. They surrounded the queen ant and looked at Wang Tung vigilantly. Without any warning, a strange air wave came out of the queen ant's mouth. It spread out in circles. What is it doing? Wang Tung didn't feel any attack. He frowned in confusion. But the next instant, the ground shook suddenly, and loud noises came from the sky above him. Large patches of snow fell on him. Wang Tung raised his head and squinted his eyes. What the F***? Avalanche. Wang Tung couldn't help but curse. He stared at the queen ant in disbelief. Was this phenomenon created by the airwaves just now? 1. In Chinese, the number 2 can mean stupid. Chapter 570, only a small improvement. Wang Tung was startled when he heard the loud noises above. Avalanche. The queen ant had created an avalanche. Wasn't she afraid of getting buried by it? Wang Tung immediately soared into the air. It wouldn't be fun if he was buried alive. However, the queen ant would never let him off so easily. The air waves became more and more violent as they rippled out. Boom! Ice and snow were rolling down, and the ice sheets swept down above his head. The worst thing was that the ice and snow seemed to be targeting Wang Tung. The ice and snow didn't go anywhere and slammed toward the top of his head. Wang Tung's face turned dark. He didn't expect the Ant Queen to deal him a blow like this. It didn't make a sound and immediately used its ultimate move. It was more crafty than he was. Bah! Other people were the crafty ones, not him. Wang Tung lowered his head and looked at the queen ant. It stared back at him as well. Wang Tung sneered. The emerald-glazed flame burst out and surrounded his body. The ice and snow seemed to be under the queen ant's control as they condensed into a huge icicle, with icy cold light flashing at its tip. Wang Tung saw that, and his spiritual power gushed out. Using the control techniques of a divine spirit master, he condensed the emerald-glazed flames into one place. Roar! A majestic and powerful emerald dragon emerged from the flames. The compact scales on its body seemed real. Go! Wang Tung shouted coldly. The emerald dragon rose into the sky, facing the horrifying avalanche. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The power of the flames surged, melting the ice and snow. The icicle was instantly melted as a path was opened up in the middle of the avalanche. When the surrounding ice and snow fell, Wang Tung was unharmed as he stood in the middle of the sky. His hair and clothes were flapping in the wind. He looked down and realized that the ice ants had been completely buried. However, with his spiritual sight, he could still see that they were alive. Ice and snow couldn't do any damage to them. I see. An avalanche can not only stop and kill me, but also cover their tracks for them to escape. Wang Tung's eyes flashed as he snickered. A Lord-level star beast is not that stupid after all. Unfortunately, you have made the wrong move. As Wang Tung stood in midair, the emerald-glazed flame condensed into a flame spear, locking onto the traces of the ice ants. He then waved his hand, and countless flame spears shot straight down. Swoosh! 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 There were sounds of air crackling as the flame spears cut through the sky and pierced the thick layers of ice, nailing the ants down onto the ground below. After exterminating all of the ants, Wang Tung collected the attribute bubbles that they had dropped. Ice Force * 320 blank attribute * 130 Ice Force * 170 blank attribute * 89 advanced stage ice talent * 38 Ice Force * 250 blank attribute * 140. Finally, Wang Tung's gaze locked onto the queen ant. Its bloated body landed on the ground, unable to move at all. Besides, after using the avalanche once, it seemed like within a short period of time, it couldn't use the same move again. Wang Tung also noticed this abnormality. He looked at the queen ant like it was a lamb about to be slaughtered. His expression suddenly became weird. Is this queen ant really so weak? Just one hit? This queen ant was probably the weakest Lord-level star beast in history. If the queen ant knew what Wang Tung was thinking, it would probably vomit blood in frustration. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't even get close to her. The swarms of ice ants were enough for the intruders to get more than what they had bargained for. The strength of the ice ants was in their number. These ice ants were all offspring of the ant queen. It was strong because of its terrifying reproductive ability. Giving birth to large numbers of powerful ice ants to serve itself was its most powerful means. But there was nothing else to say since it had encountered Wang Tung, the bug. It wasn't weak, just that its opponent was too strong. Wang Tung shook his head and dealt with the poor ant queen mercilessly. A large number of attribute bubbles appeared above the snow. Ice Force * 1430 Ice Force * 1380 blank attribute * 1600 Advanced Stage Ice Talent * 420 Avalanche * 1 Emperor Realm Spirit * 380 Wang Tung was a little surprised. The Queen Ant had dropped quite a lot of attribute bubbles. It even dropped Emperor Realm Spirit attribute bubbles. Wang Tung was in a bit of disbelief. The Queen Ant's spiritual power had actually reached the Emperor Realm. It was rare for an ordinary human Ren Master to reach the Emperor Realm. This Queen Ant was gifted. He then looked at his force attributes again. This time, he had obtained 2,810 points of Ice Force from the Ant Queen. Adding the ones he got by killing the other Ice Ants, it was an extremely huge amount. Now, Wang Tung's Ice Force had already reached the 8-star soldier level, and he wasn't far away from reaching the 9-star soldier level. Ice Force, 5950/7000, 8-star. 1,000 more points to go, Wang Tung said to himself as he felt a bit unfortunate. Besides that, there were a full 420 points of advanced stage ice talent. The low-tier Lord-level Ice Ants had raised his advanced stage ice talent by a lot. With these 420 points, Wang Tung's advanced stage ice talent finally upgraded. Ultimate stage ice talent. 30 out of 5,000. Wang Tung felt that the essence of his body had undergone some mysterious changes. His body became extremely sensitive to ice force. As he looked at the snow in front of him, tiny dots of ice force gathered towards his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a prince of snow. Next was the 1,600 points of blank attributes. The number of blank attributes that he had collected by sweeping the ice ant's nest was in the thousands, making his total tally reach 5 figures. Blank attribute, 10,500. Wang Tung's eyes flashed, and he looked at the last attribute bubble. The Queen Ant's skill, Avalanche. He didn't expect that there would be a skill amongst these attribute bubbles. Wang Tung couldn't help but wonder what this virtual reality really was. One could argue that the existence of force and blank attributes in virtual reality was because the star beasts were made using force here. However, these skills were the innate abilities of star beasts. They were already rare in the real world, let alone in this virtual reality. This virtual reality was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Wang Tung couldn't understand, so he didn't dwell on it. He shook his head and calmed down. As the attribute bubble was absorbed into his body, the relevant details of the skill appeared in his mind. No wonder the Queen Ant's spiritual power had reached the Emperor Realm. Wang Tung muttered to himself. This skill needed spiritual power. It utilized a special way to create shocks and combined it with the ice talent to control ice and snow, creating an avalanche. The avalanche was not a weak skill among the other ice element battle techniques. The reason it didn't hurt Wang Tung was that he had contained it. However, in Wang Tung's hands, avalanche was different. After all, his spiritual power had reached the Imperial Realm, and the power of his avalanche would definitely increase multiple times. Of course, there were limitations. The skill was best used in snowy mountains like the one here. In other places, it would need huge amounts of ice force to create the ice. Also, it would not have that same impact and momentum from falling from a high area, resulting in a lower effect. In summary, it was a good skill, but it needed the right time and place. This meant nothing much to Wang Tung. One more skill, meant one more method for him. It was always good to have more skills. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly realized that this virtual reality was tailor-made for him. It was too friendly to him. He didn't know what kind of changes would happen to virtual reality if he could connect it to the Skynet. What could he gain from it? With this thought in mind, Wang Tung continued to search the snow-capped mountains. If he could find another nest of ice ants, that would be great. Unfortunately, he could only fantasize about it. Perhaps this nest of ants was the overlord of this snow mountain, and there were no other similar species here. Wang Tung had no choice but to take a step back and see if he could find other ice star beasts. If his ice force could reach the 9-star soldier level before he left virtual reality, it would be a huge gain for him. With less than 3 hours left, Wang Tung scoured through the snow mountain and almost turned it over. In the end, he managed to find 2 or 3 kittens. They weren't Lord level, but they were at least 7-star to 9-star, and they provided him with many Ice Force attributes. Wang Tung's Ice Force had finally broken through and reached the 9-star soldier level. Ice Force 135/9000, 9-star. He was extremely satisfied with his gains this time around. However, he had wasted a lot of time, and it was too late to rush back to the city now. As soon as it was time, a spot of light appeared in his mind again. Him going back. Wang Tung didn't have the time to react before the spot of light sucked him in. His body disappeared from the snow mountain. When he regained his senses, he was already back to reality. Opening the door of the virtual chamber, he sat up, turned his head, and saw that Dan Taixian had just walked out of the virtual chamber. You didn't return to the city? Dan Taixian frowned when she saw him. It was a bit too far away. It was too late to go back. Wang Tung remembered her advice and scratched his head in embarrassment. Looks like you had too much fun killing star beasts. Dan Taixian glanced at him and said, You got it. Wang Tung was a little awkward. She didn't have to expose him. How was it? Dan Taixian couldn't help but ask him when she saw him like this. It was okay. My strength did improve a little. Wang Tung thought about it and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Improving his ice force from the 7-star soldier level to the 9-star soldier level was a small improvement for him for his current strength. In such a short period of time, you actually improved, Dan Taixian said in surprise. I'm just lucky. Wang Tung laughed. Dan Taixian didn't know what to say anymore. Many people entered virtual reality to fight, mainly to improve their strength. However, it took a lot of time. But this was the first time that Wang Tung had entered virtual reality, and within 10 hours, he actually managed to improve. He made it hard for people to live. Was that what you call a monster? Even with Dan Taixian's talents, she was hit hard. If she knew what exactly the small improvement was, her reaction wouldn't be this small. She would be in hysteria. Dan Taixian shook her head and didn't say anything on the topic. She reminded, whenever you leave virtual reality, even if you don't return to the city, you should find a safe place to stay. Otherwise, the next time you enter, you might face a star beast and get killed immediately. Your spirit will take a hit. Someone encountered that situation before, and it took him a long time to recover. Wang Tung realized what Dan Taixian meant when she kept reminding him to return to the city. That was the reason. Virtual reality was really too advanced. The secrets that it contained could only be unearthed by humans after a long period of exploration. However, for a newbie like him, he still needed to listen to the senior's advice. Otherwise, he would have to suffer losses from his inexperience. All right, he'll take note of it next time. Wang Tung nodded solemnly. Are you coming tomorrow? Dan Taixian's expression softened when she saw Wang Tung taking her advice. Of course. I came all the way down to capital Xia. How could I pass up such an opportunity? Fighting star beasts, in reality, would take up too much time, even more so if we are injured. Whereas for virtual reality, as long as we don't get killed, even heavy injuries wouldn't have any great impact on our real bodies. At most, we would only get a little weak. We can recover after a while. Let's come back tomorrow. Wang Tung nodded. After agreeing to meet again, they each went back to rest. Chapter 571. Dan Taixian had a breakdown. Virtual reality. In a valley, Wang Tung was fighting with a giant poisonous toad. The poisonous toad was entirely blackish purple. There were numerous pustules on its skin, making it look frightening. This toad was at a low-tier lord level. It was powerful, and its poison force made it harder to deal with. Even Wang Tung had a hard time taking this poisonous toad down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Tung floated in midair in the valley and dodged right and left, evading an extremely agile black shadow. This black shadow came from the mouth of the poisonous toad. It was like an elastic poisonous whip, stabbing and twining around Wang Tung. It formed lingering shadows around Wang Tung. Bang! Wang Tung's speed was amazing. He left afterimages and disappeared. The black shadow penetrated the afterimage of Wang Tung before slamming into the rock wall behind him, leaving a deep hole. There were signs of corrosion at the edges. The black shadow bounced back into the poisonous toad's mouth. It was its tongue. This poisonous toad tongue skill was amazing. Wang Tung found the poisonous toad's tongue a little irritating. It was gross. There was a poisonous and sticky liquid on it that was extremely corrosive. If it landed on him, he would be poisoned. But Wang Tung was resolute. He must kill this poisonous toad. It had taken him a long time to find this poison element star beast. He must defeat it. Wang Tung shifted his gaze, and spiritual power flowed through his body. The emerald glaze flame formed a large net covering half the sky. It fell towards the poisonous toad. Gulp, gulp. Malicious intent shone in the poisonous toad's eyes. It puffed up its cheeks and made gurgling sounds. Then it spat out a mouth of poisonous liquid. Splurt. When the poisonous liquid landed on the flaming net, a hissing sound escaped the point of contact. The two objects corroded each other. The poisonous liquid almost made an opening in the flaming net. The emerald glaze flame was a divine fire, but this poisonous toad was at the lord level. With its strong poison, it could resist the emerald glazed flame to a certain extent. But that was it. Wang Tung controlled his spiritual power as he released the emerald glazed flame continuously out from his body to maintain the form of the flaming net. The next instant, the flaming net shrouded the poisonous toad. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flaming net enveloped the poisonous toad and burned violently. Burnt marks started to form on its body. The lord-level poisonous toad croaked in pain. It struggled furiously, trying to break free from the flaming net. Tighten. Wang Tung focused his gaze on the net and tightened it forcefully while controlling it with his spiritual power. The poisonous toad made a frightening croaking sound. A strange change was occurring to its body. Poof, poof, poof. The pustules on its body suddenly burst one by one. A large amount of poisonous pus spurted out, attempting to corrode the flaming net. Oomph. Wang Tung snorted. The emerald-glazed flame burned even more violently. It engulfed the poisonous toad completely. At the same time, ice spears appeared in the air, aimed directly at the poisonous toad below. During the 2 days in virtual reality, Wang Tung often used the skills of a divine spirit master. Compared to the past, he was getting skilled at it. The skills of a divine spirit master were essentially the use of their spiritual kinesis to fight for them. Feeling a life-threatening danger, the poisonous toad struggled even more furiously. Wang Tung remained indifferent, though, as he controlled the ice spears. They shot towards the poisonous toad. The air was compressed, and cracking sound were heard. The spears seemed to have cut through the air, forming a white line where they passed. A chill spread out in the surroundings. Boom! Instantly, the ice spears pierced through the huge body of the poisonous toad. Croak! The lord-level poisonous toad gave its last cry of agony. Then its huge body collapsed and it died. A few attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Tung kept his emerald-glazed flame and swept the bubbles over with his spiritual power. Poison Force * 550 Poison Force * 630 Advanced Stage Poison Talent 175 Blank Attribute * 860 Wang Tung looked at his attributes panel. He was satisfied with the gains this time. Poison Force 3580 for 5,000 7-star. Wang Tung had stayed in virtual reality for 2 days. Most of the time, He was searching for poison element, ice element, and wind element star beasts to kill. Now, his poison force had reached the 7-star soldier level, while his wind force was at the 8-star soldier level. They were finally catching up to the rest of his forces. His ice force was still at the 9-star soldier level. After all, there weren't many ice element star beasts that existed in a huge group like the nest of ice ants. He was extremely lucky to have found them. Also, the size of the ant colony wasn't as huge as a normal ant colony. Normally, there were hundreds and thousands of ants in a nest. Some even had a few tens of thousands. If the ice ants existed in such large numbers, the entire snow mountain would be destroyed. The stronger the animals, the lesser the number. Even so, Wang Tung still killed a few ice element star beasts these 2 days. His ice force rose a little, and he was much closer to reaching the Brigadier General stage. Ice Force, 4330/9000, 9-star. At the same time, Wang Tung's blank attribute increased tremendously, exceeding 20,000 points. Blank attribute, 21100. Wang Tung kept his attributes panel. He was satisfied. It had been 3 days, and his gains were already amazing. Wang Tung almost couldn't believe it. I should go back. Wang Tung looked at the time. He rose into the air and flew towards the city. In the real world, Wang Tung climbed out from the virtual reality cabin. Dan Taixian had been waiting for some time. When she saw him coming out, she said, "You will be heading to Mount Saint tomorrow, so have an early rest today." Wang Tung nodded. He looked at her happy face and smiled. "It looks like you have made good progress in the past 2 days. Not bad." My cultivation rose a little. A pretty smile appeared at the edge of her mouth uncontrollably. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. Although Dan Taixian wasn't as incredible as the bug, Wang Tung, she was able to make good progress in the short time she spent in virtual reality. This proved that her talent was extremely high. Not bad, as expected of Sister Xian. Wang Tung nodded and praised her. Dan Taixian felt even better. There was a strong sense of achievement when this ultimate talent praised her. Do you think you're the only talent in this world? I'm not bad either." Dan Taixian raised her head and revealed her fair neck. She felt proud of herself. "I made progress too. My ice force has reached the 9-star soldier level." Wang Tung suddenly said. Dan Taixian, the good mood that just appeared, was destroyed immediately. Dan Taixian had a breakdown. A few days ago, when they came to capital Xia, Wang Tung said that his ice force was lacking. In less than 3 days, he had reached the 9-star soldier level. Are you kidding me? This is a joke, right? Dan Taixian stared at Wang Tung for a long time, trying to detect a hint of guilt on it. In the end, she was disappointed. Wang Tung remained shameless. He seemed to know what she was thinking, so a wisp of ice force surged out of his body. 9-star soldier level. Dan Taixian turned and left. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This fellow was evil. Wang Tung sniggered behind her. He was tormented by Dan Taixian in the past, so he wanted to get his revenge slowly. Chapter 572, Queen Phoenix Aircraft, set out. The next day, at the airport in capital Siam Military District, a pitch-black Rune aircraft was parked on the empty ground outside. The body of the aircraft was sleek, and the edges were defined. With a triangular overall shape, its wings looked like 2 sharp blades. Wang Tung's eyes lit up when he saw this aircraft. A man liked cars, but he loved aircraft more. This black aircraft was noticeably more advanced and high-class than the one he took in the past. Comparing it to cars, the one he took to here was just a normal car, while this aircraft was the Lamborghini and Ferrari among the sports cars. "Do you like it?" A light-hearted voice sounded in his ears. "Commander Hong." Wang Tung saw the skinny elder walking towards him and greeted him hurriedly. Wang Tung, Commander Long, and Commander Yong followed behind Commander Hong. Wang Tung greeted them too. "This is the newest Rune aircraft, Queen Phoenix. Its functions, speed, defense, and Rune power are all tip-top. You will need to fly over 2 continents before you reach Mount Saint. Along the way, you might meet powerful star beasts, so this aircraft can help you solve many troubles." Commander Yong saw Wang Tung was sizing up the aircraft with interest, so he smiled and explained to him. This is the newest aircraft model. Wang Tung was amazed. Do you want it? Commander Hong suddenly asked. Wang Ting looked at him in astonishment. He chuckled and replied, Of course. But I only dare to think about it. A young man should have some ambition. There's no need to control your desires so strictly, Commander Hong said. Commander Long and Commander Yong smiled silently. Although Wang Tung was moved, he just stared at Commander Hong without saying anything. Haha, you little brat. Commander Hong scolded him while laughing when he saw his expression. He went directly to the point. I'm not going to beat around the bush. If you defeat all the talents from the other countries from your generation, they'll give you a Queen Phoenix aircraft. Really? Wang Tung asked in disbelief. This aircraft could be a gift? But since the words came from Commander Hong of the three great commanders, they were highly credible. Dan Taixian gave an envious look when she heard this. This was the newest Rune aircraft model, and only the top-level military troops had it currently. Yet, Commander Hong wanted to give one to Wang Tung. Of course it's true. Commander Hong didn't get angry because of Wang Tung's suspicion. Instead, he chuckled. Wang Tung, Commander Long, and I have witnessed this together. He can't go back on his words. Commander Yong glanced at Wang Tung and smiled. Haha, I just found it unbelievable. Wang Ting scratched his head and laughed. What do you think? Are you confident that you can defeat the other talents? Commander Hong asked. I have to try to know. Wang Ting didn't make any promises. The three great commanders were instantly disappointed. Their country had never achieved any glamorous results in international events over the years. Hence, they hoped that Wang Tung could give it his all and earn glory. That was why they were willing to throw in this expensive aircraft. But Wang Ting opened his mouth slowly. The three great commanders looked at him. Wang Ting felt his head turning numb from their gazes. He continued hurriedly. But I think you can start preparing the aircraft. The three great commanders exchanged glances with one another and burst out laughing. Commander Hong pointed at Wang Tung with his finger and said lightheartedly, All right, we will prepare it for you. Don't disappoint us. Of course, don't worry. Wang Tung had a sudden thought and asked, If I get this aircraft, can I fly it in our country? Don't worry. We'll help you with the necessary paperwork. Commander Hong waved his hand and replied. Elated, Wang Tung nodded and said, Thank you. Small case. Wang Tung smiled and kept quiet. To the three great commanders, with their status and position, this was indeed a small case. However, if he had to do it himself, it wouldn't be as simple. Although he would still be able to finish all the paperwork himself with his current identity, he would have to go through many procedures and spend much time. It would be great if Commander Hong could do it all for him. As they spoke, a group of people came over from afar. They're here. Commander Long opened his mouth and said. Wang Tung turned around and looked at the people who were walking over. To his surprise, there were many familiar faces. They were all his opponents during the martial arts competition. He saw Ren Xingcong, Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and many others. They're here too. Wang Ting wondered to himself. Others looked a little older. However, they should be less than 25. They were hiding their aura so that normal people wouldn't notice them. Wang Tung activated his spiritual sight and immediately realized that three of them had reached the Brigadier General stage. One of them was at the low-tier General stage. As powerful martial warriors, these people weren't famous. This was surprising. They reached the three great commanders and saluted them. At ease, the three great commanders nodded and said. Ren Xingcong and the other students had noticed Wang Tung too. Their gazes were complicated. It had only been a while since they last saw this young man, but he had already gone far ahead of them. They felt a little embarrassed. Commander Hong saw everyone's gazes. He decided to liven up the atmosphere and introduced, This is Wang Tung. I'm sure many of you have seen him before, so I want to introduce him further. You can interact with one another along the way. Everyone nodded. Wang Tung, you will be leading the team this time. You're the team leader, Commander Hong continued. I'm a team leader? Wang Tung pointed at his nose and shook his head. Why don't we let someone else be the leader? These people are more powerful than me. He pointed to the three Brigadier General stage and the low-tier General stage martial warriors. The martial warriors were stunned. Wang Ting didn't point at them coincidentally. He must have sensed their cultivation stage. If not, why did he point at them among all the people present? At first, when they heard that Commander Hong wanted Wang Tung to be the leader, they were unconvinced. However, because of his unintentional display of power, they started to hesitate. What do you think? Commander Hong looked at the four youths. We have no objections. The four people looked at one another before shaking their heads. Wang Tung was frustrated. These people weren't willing to accept him, so why weren't they voicing out their thoughts? He didn't want to be the leader. It was an arduous but fruitless task that would waste his precious time. If someone stepped out, he could push the role away. Unfortunately, his wish didn't come true. Wang Ting felt a little regretful. The others were speechless when they saw his expression. We're giving you our acknowledgement by letting you be our leader. Why you seem so forced? Commander Hong glared at Wang Tung before he said, Since there are no objections, you can board the plane. Everyone started boarding the Queen Phoenix aircraft with Wang Tung taking the lead. We wish you success. The soldiers below suddenly saluted behind them as they shouted. Wang Tung and the others turned around involuntarily. Then, they stopped in their tracks and returned their salutes with a stern expression. The cabin door closed slowly. The Queen Phoenix aircraft turned into a black shadow as it shot into the air and disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 573, Teaching Them a Lesson. Queen Phoenix. After they boarded, they took their seats. The plane seemed flat and small from the outside, but it was very spacious internally. There was enough space to house everyone, and it wasn't squeezy. There was a comfortable and extravagant resting room in the aircraft with a variety of facilities. To the passengers, this was an enjoyment. Besides the people who were going to participate in the event, there were a few logistic staff present. Dan Taixian tagged along too. She had been to the event before and was more familiar with the situation there. Thus, she accompanied them as their advisor. Wang Ting finally knew her real purpose for coming to capital Xia. It wasn't as simple as sending him off. At this moment, everyone was sitting in the resting area. The atmosphere was a little quiet. A gathering of the young talented martial warriors wouldn't be harmonious. Instead, sparks of competitiveness flew in the air. But if someone was way out of their territory, this competitiveness would be groundless. Hence, the scene below took place. Rin Xingtsong, Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and Zhao Yuanwu, the up-and-rising talented younger generations during the national #1 martial arts competition, didn't have any thought of comparing themselves with Wang Tung. The other people were the formidable martial warriors hidden in the military. They were all 25 years old. They were considered the younger generations too, but they were a batch before Wang Tung and the other students. These people were past talents. After entering the military, they were specially groomed and had managed to reach the brigadier general stage before 25. One of them had even reached the low-tier general stage. Their cultivation levels were on par with Wang Tung, but they were 5 years older than him. Based on his current progression rate, in 1 year, he would be able to surpass these people until they couldn't catch up. He didn't need 5 years. Hence, when they heard the commanders appointing Wang Tung as their leader, they didn't voice their unhappiness even though they were unconvinced. Dan Taixian noticed the dull atmosphere and realized the reason immediately. She glanced at Wang Tung helplessly, but she was a lazy person and didn't like to interfere in these affairs. Hence, she didn't say anything. On the other hand, a female officer around 30 years old smiled and opened her mouth. Major General Wang, the talents from the various universities, let me introduce these people to you. This is Yin Bo, Chu Fei, Zhu Yuxiao, and Mu Jiwa. The female officer pointed at the 4 people and started introducing them. When she pointed at the last man called Mu Jiwa, Wang Tung stared at him for a moment longer. Low-tier general stage. Wang Tung was astounded that there was a low-tier general stage martial warrior in the team. Mu Jiwa sensed his gaze and raised his head, their eyes meeting. The man was quiet and ordinary-looking. His aura was reserved, and he looked extremely normal. No one would believe that he was stronger than the other 3 people. Then, the female officer introduced the students. The 2 parties had a brief understanding of one another. Zhu Yuxiao smiled and said to Ji Xiaoming, In for the first university too. What a coincidence to meet my fellow schoolmate here. Senior sister ZH. Ji Xiuming was surprised and nodded at her. Junior brother Ji is extremely talented. You earned the right to participate in this global event even before you graduated. You are stronger than we were, Zhu Yuxiao praised. Ji Xiuming felt a little awkward when he heard this. He glanced at Wang Ting secretly and replied, "You're flattering me. Y'all are the main force of our team." Zhu Yuxiao was slightly stunned, but she quickly regained her senses and smiled in embarrassment. "Let's all work hard together." On the other side, Chu Fei and Yin Bo exchanged glances before sniggering. "Major General Wang, you are our leader this time. If we meet powerful opponents from other nations, we will have to rely on you. I heard that many talented martial warriors have appeared in other nations over the past few years." He was picking a fight. Rin Xingtsong, Ji Xiuming, and many others looked at the ground silently. Having experienced it before, they knew how hard Wang Tung was to deal with. This fellow wasn't an easygoing person. If they dug a hole for him, they themselves might end up in it. Wang Ting glanced at the dup and knew what they were thinking. Although they seemed to be flattering him, they were actually making things difficult for him. He scoffed in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. "You are at the Brigadier General stage. Don't you have enough confidence in yourselves?" The two of them didn't know how to reply to him. At first, they thought that he would agree to them readily, but he shot the question back at them. This question wasn't easy to answer. If they said they weren't confident, they would appear extremely useless. If they said they were, they would need to step out before Wang Tung to fight. After all, as the leader, he should be the last. Their plans went down the drain right away. Their gaze flickered as they tried to think of a way to answer the question. Yin Bo coughed awkwardly and replied, "We were just worried. After all, our opponents are the talents of other nations. We're afraid we will embarrass the nation if we lose to them. However, when we have to fight, we will give it our best." Indeed, this affects the nation, so we won't dare to belittle the challenge ahead of us. Chu Fei agreed with a serious face. "Your thoughts are not bad. Work hard during the event and earn glory for the nation. This is your way to repay the country. If you can't win against your opponent, it'll do something." Wang Tung smiled as he replied, Definitely. When the glory of the country was mentioned, there was nothing they could say. They could only nod and agree. Wang Tung didn't continue. He had taught them a lesson, so this was enough. He left some space for these two people to breathe. Dan Taixian prayed silently for these two martial warriors when she saw this scene. These two didn't have the capability to make Wang Tung suffer. They were still far behind him. Wang Ting had shown them mercy by not embarrassing them too much. Zhu Yuxiao looked at Wang Tung's smiling face and suddenly felt that anyone who thought that this fellow was easy to bully would suffer greatly. Fortunately, she didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, she would be the one getting embarrassed. Mu Zhigua remained quiet. There was no expression on his face. He didn't seem concerned about what happened. After suffering a defeat, Chu Fei and Yin Bo realized that Wang Tung had sidestepped their trap perfectly. Instead, they helped him to establish his position as their leader. You could imagine how exasperated they felt. The female officer came out to ease the situation again. At the same time, she was secretly shocked. Major General Wang was young, but he wasn't easy to fool. No wonder the commander asked him to be the leader. "Senior Mu, you should be from the Capital Military Academy, right?" Luo Cheng, who had kept quiet so far, looked at Mu Zhigua intently and asked, "Huh, yes." Mu Zhigua was stunned for a moment before he realized that Luo Cheng was talking to him. He nodded his head absent-mindedly. "It's really you." Luo Cheng seemed to be confirming something. A hint of happiness appeared on his face. He continued, "I heard many things about you from the principal and the heads." A yearning look appeared in Mu Zhiguo's eyes. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. "How are they?" Chapter 574, Crossing the Pasaraya Plains. Everyone's attention was attracted to Luo Cheng and Mu Zhiguo's conversation. Mu Zhigua seemed to have some stories about him. Everyone felt curious. "The principal and the heads are well. They often talk about you. Luo Chung replied hurriedly when he noticed that Mu Jigua seemed a little emotional. I was too stubborn in the past. I disappointed them, Mu Jigua said after a moment of silence. They don't blame you. If they were in your shoes, they would have done the same thing. Luo Chung comforted him. Never mind, it has been many years. There's no use talking about it. Mu Jigua shook his head and turned silent again. Luo Chung opened his mouth. Seeing that Mu Jigua didn't want to speak anymore, he sighed his heart. It was inappropriate for him to speak further. When the two of them stopped talking halfway through the story, the people around them felt frustrated. Even Zhu Yuxiao and Yin Bo, who had been interacting with Mu Jigua for 3 years, didn't know his past. Wang Tong smiled and said, Senior Mu, your cultivation is the highest among us. We'll need your help when we arrive. You're stronger than me. Mu Jigua glanced at him and replied. Yin Bo and Chu Fei knew how powerful Mu Jigua was. So hearing his assessment of Wang Tong, they were shocked. They did hear some rumors of Wang Tong, but since they didn't witness him in action personally, they felt that they were exaggerated. After hearing Mu Jigua's words, they wondered if Wang Tong was honestly so powerful. Boom! Just when everyone was having their thoughts, the plane vibrated slightly, and a loud sound was heard from outside. What happened? Everyone frowned and asked. The female officer was wearing a headset. She received a report and explained, It's all right. We collided into a star beast. It has been settled. No one was worried. They weren't weak themselves, so even if the aircraft was destroyed, they had the ability to protect themselves. However, they were only halfway through. If they got struck down by a star beast before they reached their destination, the other countries would laugh at them. Where are we? Dan Taixian opened her mouth and asked. We have entered Daxiong country's territory and are at the southeast of Pasaraya Plains. The female officer looked up their location before replying, asked them to be careful. The natural ecology in this zone is perfect for the star beasts. It's the heaven of star beasts, Dan Taixian said sternly with a sharp gaze. Understood. The female officer nodded before turning to walk out of the resting room. Get some rest. We will wake you up when we arrive, Dan Taixian said. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden star beast attack, so they didn't continue anymore. They closed their eyes and started resting. Wang Tong followed others' example and also closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. He cultivated as he released his spiritual power to feel the outside world. This was his first time traveling so far in this world. He was extremely unfamiliar with the place, so it made him very curious. Dan Taixian was right. The natural ecology of the plains they were flying above was blossoming. There were many lives below, and the aura of star beasts could be felt everywhere. Suddenly, his expression changed. He had noticed something. Would force *30 metal force *80 blank attribute *15 would force *65 blank attribute *80. There were numerous small and big attribute bubbles floating in the plane. Wang Tung's expression turned weird. He didn't expect to pick up bubbles for free. Why was he so lucky recently? Wang Tung wondered to himself. Then he swept the bubbles over quickly with his spiritual power and picked them up. The plane's speed was fast, so Wang Tung could only sweep the planes down below with his spiritual power once. Nonetheless, he still managed to gain a large number of bubbles. It was a windfall. All his forces grew. Even his blank attributes rose by a few thousand points. This was a huge earning for him. Dan Taixian felt Wang Tung's spiritual power. She opened her eyes to look at him and saw a smile at the corner of his lips. He seemed to be thinking of something happy. She felt puzzled. What was there to be happy about? She didn't know that in this short moment, Wang Tung's ability had improved by a sizable gap. Wang Tung suddenly muttered to himself softly. Ultimate Stage Wood Talent *5. An Ultimate Stage talent had appeared. Wang Tung was surprised and overjoyed. This gain was unexpected. There seemed to be a star beast with Ultimate Stage Wood Talent living in this plane. He knew clearly that these attribute bubbles were dropped by the countless star beast in the plane below. Hence, there must be a star beast with Ultimate Stage Wood Talent below. Wang Tung silently marked the location where he picked up the Ultimate Stage Wood Talent in his mind. He planned to come back and take a look when he had the time. Along the way, Wang Tung didn't just pick up attribute bubbles. He also discovered a few powerful auras from star beasts. In half an hour, he sensed almost 30 star beasts that had reached the Lord level stage. Some of their auras were on par with the 3 great commanders. It was frightening. Wang Ting turned more and more serious. He started to feel that the outside world was very dangerous. However, he didn't know that when he swept the plains with his Imperial Realm spirit, the star beasts below thought that it was a powerful flying animal soaring past them. Although they were alarmed, they didn't attack because they thought he was just passing by. Thus, their journey was exceptionally smooth. It was so smooth that the pilot of the aircraft found it unbelievable. After some time, the plane vibrated gently. Everyone opened their eyes, ending their rest. The female officer walked over and said, "We have arrived." Finally, they were all a little tense during the journey. Thus, when they heard they had arrived at their destination, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go. The local military has already sent people to fetch us." Dan Taixian stood up and scanned the crowd. Suddenly, she paused for a moment and said to Wang Tung, "Change into your military uniform." Wang Tung looked at himself before glancing at the others. He realized that they were all in uniform. He was the only one in casual attire. Pouting, he went to the bathroom helplessly. He quickly changed into his military uniform. Fortunately, he had kept his major, general uniform in his space ring. If not, he wouldn't have anything to wear. A few moments later, Wang Tung came out of the bathroom. He had already changed into a dark green major, general uniform. He looked handsome and dignified with an exceptional aura. As he walked, he gave off an outstanding vibe. Dan Taixian's eyes lit up slightly. She nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the plane. "Major General Wang, you look handsome like this." Zhu Yuxiao leaned over and chuckled. She was walking behind Wang Tung. Wang Tung glanced at her. Of course, Zhu Yuxiao was stunned. Other people would have remained humble, but Wang Tung appeared as if he deserved the praise. This person's skin was really thick. Shameless. Zhu Yuxiao had a new understanding of Wang Tung. Yin Bo, Ji Xiaoming, and the others pretended that they didn't hear anything. They gave no comments regarding this person's shamelessness, but their hearts were filled with contempt. The cabin door opened. A group of people was waiting below. As Dan Taixian and Wang Tung came down the stairs, the people came to greet them. A man with a large beard and defined features said, "Welcome." He was speaking in Chinese. "Perik, I didn't expect you to welcome us," Dan Taixian said to the person who came. Dan Taixian, long time no see. The man with a large beard, Perik, knew Dan Taixian. He smiled and started chatting with her. Although he was speaking Chinese, his accent was a little strange. It sounded a bit inaudible. Wang Ting didn't find it weird. This was how most foreigners spoke. When they spoke other languages, the foreigners probably felt the same way too. Perik led everyone onto a few cars. Dan Taixian, Wang Tung, and Perik were in the first car, while the others were separated in the cars behind them. They headed straight for Mount Saint. This journey was considered diplomacy. The process was more tedious than what Wang Tung expected. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about this. The female officer followed them, so she was in charge of talking to Perik. After a long car ride, they finally arrived on Mount Saint. Mount Saint was a large snow mountain with a long history and many mythologies. Throughout history, people endowed it with numerous legends and myths. This place was worshipped by many, making it even more holy than it already was. Especially after the era of martial arts started, the legends were given a new lease of life. Mount Saint's status rose to its peak. When they got out of the cars, an ancient brownstone pavement appeared in front of them. "Everyone, we have arrived below Mount Saint. From here, we can only climb up on foot," Perik said apologetically. Chapter 575 Ale. The group didn't have any doubts about Perik's words. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Mount Saint was a belief of the locals. It was worshipped by them and was held in high regard around the world. It should be given its due respect. Besides, they were all martial warriors. No matter how tall Mount Saint was, it wouldn't pose a problem to them. Everyone went up the steps. The brown steps were old and ordinary, exuding a tinge of sorrow. Perik led the way in front, while having a conversation with Dan Taixian. He treated the steps like he was walking on flat ground. Suddenly, he turned and smiled at Wang Teng. Major General Wang Teng, you should be under 20 years old, right? I'm actually 25 years old. I'm just growing too slowly and a bit youthful. Wang Teng solemnly spouted nonsense. If he hadn't read information about Wang Teng, he would have believed it. The pride of country Xia seemed a little frivolous. Dan Taixian rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. This guy was embarrassing his country in a foreign land. Ren Xingtsong, Ji Xiaoming, and the others already had nothing more to say to Wang Teng. That sudden act of coy almost made them break their backs. Perik secretly judged Wang Teng in his heart and laughed. Major General Wang is really humorous. You're flattering me. Wang Teng laughed. Perik's mouth twitched as he saw Wang Teng's happy-go-lucky attitude. This guy was fooling around with him. Please introduce us to the myth of Mount Saint. I'm very curious about that. Wang Teng didn't care and changed the topic. Perik's eyes flashed, and he reacted immediately. He originally wanted to get some information out of him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was led astray by Wang Teng. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but kept a poker face as he smiled politely. All right, let me tell everyone about the myth. It starts more than 1,000 years ago. It was only folklore in the beginning, but after it was passed down for generations, it became a story that poets and writers recorded down in their poetry, drama, history, philosophy, and other works. These were then compiled into books and gradually became the various myths we have today. Ji Xiaoming and the others didn't know much about the origin. As Perik explained, they gradually became enthralled by it. Myths were manifestations of people's good wishes. Of course, it was also possible that people had seen and felt something. They then started fantasizing about something that didn't exist in reality. Wang Teng had a thought. Could the gods, titans, and those mythical beings mentioned in legends be traces left by humongous star beasts or aliens who had once stepped foot on Earth? They were seen by their ancestors, and the encounters were passed down for generations and gradually evolved into myths and legends. What Wang Teng didn't know was that in recent years, sentiments like this had already surfaced, and they were welcomed by many. Everyone continued to climb up. It didn't take long before they reached the middle of the mountain. They hadn't made it to the peak yet. When they reached the middle, everyone seemed to have stepped into another world. The mountainside in front of them was extremely wide, and it looked like a unique Western town. There were many cultural buildings from different eras here. Those who had studied history would find that these buildings spanned at least 1,000 years. Colosseum, arena, clock tower, colonnades, residences, and other unique Western architecture slowly unfolded in front of everyone's eyes, like a scroll of painting. No one expected to see such a peculiar sight in the middle of a mountainside. There was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. Wang Teng seemed to have found something and looked at the ground. The others couldn't see anything, but his gaze penetrated the ground and found runes hidden underneath. I see. Wang Teng's mouth arched slightly. The town was hidden by rune arrays. The things they were seeing now might not be the same things that ordinary people could see. Wang Teng felt and noticed a faint spatial fluctuation. The array involved spatial fluctuations. Wang Teng was amazed as he looked around and came to a realization. No wonder there was such a huge space halfway up the mountainside. It's space expansion. Everyone, we are here. The accommodation has been arranged, and you will be staying here tonight. Perik didn't know that Wang Teng had seen what was behind the town. Still pleased with himself, he led the way ahead. As everyone entered the western town, they could feel the bustling atmosphere as people walked about in the lively streets. This was Wang Teng's first encounter with foreign customs. He stared around in curiosity and saw many interesting things. Various vendors were crying out. Some sold fruits, and some sold little gifts. The rich aroma of local delicacies wafted through the air. There were all kinds of food, and it was too much for his eyes to feast on. Don't you find it very special? Perik saw his expression and laughed. It's interesting. Wang Teng nodded without denying it. During the exchange event, you can go for a walk and do a little sightseeing. It will be even more beautiful at night. Perik smiled. If you are lucky, all of you might even have a beautiful encounter. Oh, Wang Tung's eyes lit up as he wrapped his arm around Peric's shoulder enthusiastically and said despicably, "Brother Peric, tell me. There must be a perfect place to have beautiful encounters. Please give me some advice." Peric was a little stunned by Wang Tung's sudden behavior. When did he have such a good relationship with this brat? But Peric couldn't tell that this brat was the same type of person as him. He went stiff for a moment. He then relaxed and looked around before whispering to Wang Tung with a smile, "You could go to the Sorka district. It's a famous shopping district with lively old streets, which are all lined with boutiques, souvenir shops, specialty shops, restaurants, cafes, and pubs. There are theaters and museums, too. Beautiful girls always love that kind of place." Wang Tung's eyes became brighter as he listened. He couldn't stop nodding his head as he humbly accepted his senior's advice. Beside them, Yin Bo, Zhao Yuanwu, and the others strained their ears, wanting to hear something. Even Ji Xiaoming and Mu Jigua were attracted to the conversation and seemed to be on the verge of making a move. The several girls in their group couldn't help but roll their eyes as they despised these stinky, lustful men. "The two of you enough." Dan Taichuan's face was dark. These two bastards were having a conversation about this kind of thing in front of them, as if no one was around. Did they not exist? Wang Tung and Peric immediately coughed and separated from each other. They exchanged glances, and meaningful smiles appeared on their faces. "Brother, let's go at night." "Brother, you can say whatever you like." Peric brought them to a hotel that had a local touch and arranged for them to stay in it. Everyone had a luxurious and comfortable room to themselves, along with great service. The hotel was built on the edge of cliff. With the curtains opened, you could see the blue ocean from a distance along with magnificent scenery. Everyone had their dinner in the hotel. Before leaving, Dan Taixian said, "Everyone can go out for the night, but don't give me any trouble." As she said this, she looked directly at Wang Tung. "Why are you looking at me? I'm an honest guy who has never caused any trouble." Wang Tung grumbled, "Talents from all over the world are gathered here. It will be chaotic these few days. When you go out, you will have to keep in touch with each other," Dan Taixian reminded nonchalantly and left on her own. "Wang Tung, what did Peric say to you just now?" Zhao Yuanwu asked him when Dan Taixian was further away. "You want to know?" Wang Tung glanced at him and snickered. "Ask him yourself." He ignored the guy and swaggered away. He didn't care if Zhao Yuanwu was gritting his teeth behind him or if his face was filled with rage. This guy is not sharing the good stuff with others. Zhao Yuanwu roared. Everyone looked at him like an idiot. It would be embarrassing to announce the good stuff to everyone. Even if he didn't share it with us, he's the one who got the information. Don't blame him when you are too embarrassed to get it yourself. Although they wanted to know as well, it was hard for them to say it out loud. Everyone left on their own after shaking their heads. Zhao Yuanwu was furious, but he couldn't do a thing about it. He was fortunate to have been selected for the exchange event. His strength had recently improved, and he must perform well in the exchange event and make a name for himself by defeating talents from other countries. But it turned out that Wang Tung was here as well, and he even became their leader. He suddenly lost his voice. He didn't dare to fight Wang Tung head-on. Night fell, and the stars twinkled in the sky. The small town was already brightly lit, and the place was still lively. There were few differences between the day and night. In fact, the atmosphere at night seemed to be even better. Wang Tung roamed the streets, with a few skewers of barbecued meat in his right hand and a burrito in his left. He was eating happily as his eyes wandered everywhere. Peric didn't lie to him. There were beautiful girls everywhere. Blonde hair, blue eyes, tall, slim, and those curves. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Tung sucked in his saliva. The food in his hands was too fragrant. He couldn't resist himself. The food here was very unique. Since they were made differently, they naturally tasted different. For a foodie like him, tasting all the food was part of his routine. Moreover, as a force chef master, he also considered this to be a search for ingredients. Force chef asterisk 80 force chef asterisk 100 many vendors on the streets were force chefs, so Wang Tung collected a lot of attribute bubbles. He felt that meeting beautiful ladies was not the priority tonight. He needed to appreciate the local customs, or else it wouldn't feel like he had traveled overseas. He stumbled upon a museum on his stroll. The museum was extremely huge, and it looked a bit gloomy in the dark. However, there were still people entering and leaving it. It was still open at night. Wang Ting took a bite of his barbecued meat and a sip of his drink before walking in. His burrito had already been replaced by the drink. He was curious as to what would be displayed in a museum here. Could it be items that were mentioned in the myths? Wang Ting laughed at himself. The interior of the museum was large. Wang Ting admired the displayed artifacts as he walked in. Most of the things outside were oil paintings and ancient works of art. Although they were out of the ordinary, they couldn't attract this attention. Just a look was enough for him. The further he went inside, Wang Ting realized that the objects on display were getting fewer. Some items appeared only after a long distance. However, the collections inside had piqued Wang Ting's interest. At this moment, he was in front of an ancient long sword and stared at it for 3 minutes. As to why he took so long, it wasn't because it looked good. Killing intent * 50 killing intent * 95 killing intent * 70. This sword is said to be left by an extremely cruel tyrant. It was stained with blood and filled with ill omen. When ordinary people approach it, they will feel uncomfortable and leave quickly. But you have been staring at it for 3 minutes straight. Why? Just as Wang Ting was engrossed in collecting the attribute bubbles, a graceful and lovely voice came from behind. Just by hearing that voice, Wang Ting could guess that its owner was definitely a beautiful woman. However, he didn't pay attention to that as he looked over in surprise. He hadn't noticed someone approaching him. About 3 or 4 steps away from his back, there was a girl with a black veil standing there. It was as though she was blended in with the air. If she hadn't spoken just now, he might not have been aware of her existence. Wang Ting's pupils shrank, and countless thoughts drifted through his mind. Suddenly, he grinned and asked, "How long have you been looking at me?" 5 minutes. The girl had long blonde hair and azure pupils. Looking at Wang Ting with her soft eyes, she replied in a gentle voice, "After looking at me for so long, did you notice anything? Am I handsome?" Wang Ting smiled, like a bad guy trying to entice a little girl. "You're special. Based on my aesthetic standard, you are considered a handsome guy." The girl gave a serious thought and replied. Considered, Wang Ting's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had gotten such a reply. He was wondering if he should thank her for her approval. "You haven't told me the reason why you have been staring at the sword." "It's because I think it looks good." Wang Ting diverted his gaze and bluffed. "How so?" The girl walked up and stood beside Wang Ting. Frowning, she looked at the rusted longsword on display. "I think it's ugly. Sometimes beauty might not be in its appearance, but in its utility. To me, this sword is a pleasant surprise," Wang Ting said meaningfully. The girl looked at Wang Ting and nodded. "My name is Ale. Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Ting." Wang Ting stretched his hand out. Seeing Wang Ting's palm, she seemed to understand. She then reached out her white palm and shook his hand. After introducing each other, Wang Ting let go of her hand, taking one last glance at the sword, confirming that it had reached its limit today and would no longer drop attribute bubbles. He turned and walked towards the depths of the museum. Ale followed behind him and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Chapter 576 Crystal Skull. Walking in the quiet corridor of the museum, Wang Ting's footsteps could be heard loudly. The young lady called Ale followed behind him with light footsteps. She didn't make a single sound. She was like a beautiful ghost. Wang Ting was confused. Why was this unfamiliar young lady following him? Was she curious about him? Wang Ting didn't chase her away. He himself was a little curious about her. He had used her spiritual sight to scan her just now. This young lady was a normal person. To hell with being normal. Wang Ting didn't believe this result at all. He felt that he must have seen wrong. He used his spiritual sight to look at the lady a few more times, but the result was the same. This didn't make sense. She appeared like a ghost just now. Was he just too careless? Wang Ting found it impossible. Hence, he must find out what happened. Even if he didn't Having a beautiful golden-haired lady touring the museum with him was like having free accompaniment. Why not? Ale, are you a local? Wang Tung turned and asked. Yes. Ale's voice was as lovely as ever. She looked at him and said, You're from country Xia? Are you here for the Global Exchange Conference? Yes, I just came today. Wang Tung didn't hide it. Talents from all around the world gather on Mount Saint. There will be a fierce struggle. But you're very strong. Ale looked at him carefully and said, You can tell. Wang Tung was surprised. I can't, but I can feel it. Ale pointed at her head. Ale, you're not a normal person, right? Wang Tung asked again. The golden-haired lady smiled gently. Her eyes were like the stars, angelic and deep. She didn't say anything. Wang Tung understood in his heart. He stopped asking and continued strolling in the museum, looking for items that could drop attributes. He had gotten a taste of success from the sword just now. That was more than 800 points of killing intent. Killing intent, 4320/7000, 7-star. After a long period of accumulation, his killing intent had reached the 7-star level. During the Sea Beast riot, he had made use of the killing intent from the Donghai martial warriors to gather an extremely powerful killing intent. That was how they resisted against the auras of a large number of sea beasts. If he raised his killing intent level to the 9-star, he would be able to get the same effect all alone. Unfortunately, the ancient sword was an artifact, so there was a limited number of attribute bubbles it could drop. After all, it had existed for thousands of years and wasn't as glorious as it was before. Wang Tung was curious as to how many people the sword's owner had killed in the past for it to have such a frightening killing intent. Even until today, the sword continued to drop killing intent attributes. Wang Tung didn't see any other items that dropped attributes thereafter. He was extremely disappointed. There was only one last exhibition room left. It was situated in the deepest part of the museum. However, Wang Tung wanted to leave. He was starting to get bored. Although the items here were strange, most of them were ordinary things. The ancient sword was considered a half-martial arts item. It was just a normal weapon, but it managed to last until today because of its special material. Also, it could form killing intent because it had tasted the blood of too many people. But since he was here, he didn't mind visiting one last room. Wang Tung entered the room slowly and scanned it. Suddenly, he stopped. Attribute bubbles. To his surprise, he found another item that could drop attributes in the last exhibition room. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. Were they playing with him? Suddenly, he hastened his pace and went forward. Ale was puzzled. She wondered why he was suddenly in a hurry. When he got nearer, Wang Tung saw that the item dropping the attribute bubbles was called a crystal skull. He was bewildered. Multiple attribute bubbles were scattered beside the crystal skull. In the short time he took to walk over, another attribute bubble was added to the collection. He picked it up. Wang Tung picked the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. Imperial Realm Spirit *3 Imperial Realm Spirit *1 Imperial Realm Enlightenment *2 Imperial Realm Spirit *1. When he saw the words on the attributes panel, he was dumbfounded. The attribute bubbles dropped by the crystal skull consisted of enlightenment and spirit. Moreover, they were both at the Imperial Realm. This was unbelievable. Was this crystal skull alive? Wang Tung looked at the crystal skull in front of him with an ambiguous expression. He was in a daze. Ale saw his expression and explained, It said that this crystal skull is a relic from the ancient Maya civilization. It's the same size as a human skull, and there were 13 skulls dug out in total. They're scattered all over the world. Some belong to people's private collections, while others are displayed in various museums. Some were destroyed because they were regarded as unlucky items. But these are just rumors. The owners might have spread the rumors because they don't want people to know the location of these skulls. Some people think that this crystal skull doesn't belong to Earth. Instead, it came from outer space, Maya civilization. Wang Tung repeated unconsciously. Many scholars feel that the Maya civilization is an advanced ancient civilization. The archaeologists have found numerous interesting items in the Maya temples. Some of them have signs of cultivation, Ale added. Advanced ancient civilization. Wang Teng was shocked. This crystal skull was able to drop spirit and enlightenment. Did this mean that cultivation existed in the Maya civilization? You seem to know a lot. Wang Teng said knowingly. I didn't deny it. Did anyone discover cultivation scriptures in the Maya temples? Wang Teng didn't mind her response. He continued asking, No, all the countries are still in the exploration stage. Some say that another space existed within the Maya temples. That is the real location of the Maya civilization. We just haven't found it, Ale said. Why does it sound like bullshit to me? Wang Teng shook his head. If they continued to guess in that direction, the Atlantis, the pyramids of ancient Egypt, and all the other mysterious ancient civilizations could all be linked to martial arts. Wang Teng stared at the crystal skull. A few seconds later, attribute bubbles dropped again. Imperial Realm Spirit *, 1 Imperial Realm Enlightenment * 2 Imperial Realm Spirit * 2 Imperial Realm Spirit * 1. He picked them up and left the museum nonchalantly. He bade farewell to Ale. Where do you live? Do you need me to send you back? It isn't safe for a lady to walk alone at night, Wang Teng asked. No need. Ale stopped the man who wanted to send her back. She left quietly and disappeared amidst the night lights in the small town. Wang Teng shook his head. He walked into an empty, dark alley and merged into the darkness, disappearing completely. The next instant, a few black shadows appeared at the corner of the street. We lost him. This young man isn't simple. He's a martial warrior from country Xia. Let's go to their hotel to take a look. All right, let's go. Chapter 577, The Secret Inside the Crystal Skull. After the black shadows left, Wang Teng's body appeared once again. A cold smile was hanging at the edge of his lips. He was in deep thought. It looked like Alace's identity wasn't simple. He shook his head, not wanting to think too much. His body merged into the darkness again. Wang Teng went back to the museum. However, this time, he chose to sneak in. He appeared in front of the crystal skull again. This crystal skull was much more mysterious than the ancient sword. It could drop Imperial Realm Spirit and enlightenment directly. Wang Teng decided to sleep here tonight. He wouldn't leave until he drained all the attributes in this crystal skull. Imperial Realm Enlightenment * 2 Imperial Realm Spirit * 3 Imperial Realm Spirit * 1. The attribute bubbles dropped one by one. Although it was a long wait, Wang Teng was extremely patient. He merged into the darkness and sat cross-legged in a corner, resting while picking up attributes. Soon, it was almost 10 p.m. The museum was about to close. The security guards in the museum came over for a routine check. They were all martial warriors, but they couldn't find Wang Teng, who was a general stage martial warrior. After the security left, Wang Teng pondered for a moment and followed them. While one of the security guards was visiting the toilet, he knocked him unconscious and assumed his appearance. Then, he walked into the surveillance room blatantly. You went for such a long time, we thought you fell into the toilet bowl. The security guards in the room laughed and teased him. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. Though he kept quiet, a strange glow shimmered in his eyes. He stared into everyone's eyes. Bewitched. The security guards in the surveillance room instantly went into a daze. None of you discovered anything tonight, Wang Teng spoke calmly. Then, he turned around and left the surveillance room. Yes, the security guards in the room replied in unison. Wang Teng went all the way to the display window where the crystal skull was at. He used dark force to cover up the surveillance camera before drilling his spiritual power into the keyhole. He opened the display window. Only a divine spirit master like him would be able to use this high-class and simple stealing method. But if the other divine spirit masters knew that he used his spiritual power for stealing, they might chase him along the streets with a long knife. Wang Teng laughed at himself as he looked at the crystal skull in front of him with shining eyes. He didn't use his hand to touch it. Instead, he lifted it with his spiritual power. The crystal skull floated in front of his face, staring at Wang Teng with its empty eyes. For some reason, when he looked into the empty eyes of this crystal skull, Wang Teng felt as if he was looking at a real human. He frowned uncontrollably. What a strange feeling. Wang Teng took a deep breath and snorted. Let me see what secrets you have. The next moment, he seeped his spiritual power into the crystal skull. Boom! Wang Tung's mind shook. Then, his vision turned bright. A galaxy had appeared in front of him. It was dark and endless. Stars shimmered brightly in the dark galaxy, and a mysterious feeling engulfed him. What is this? Wang Tung was astounded. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. As he sized up the star image, the feeling of disbelief grew stronger and stronger. This was like a star chart. The stars in front of him formed many different light paths. They were complicated but clear. Eric Wang Tung was in deep thought. He felt that he had discovered something incredible. This was a star chart. Seriously? No. Wang Tung quickly noticed something was wrong. He contemplated for some time before muttering to himself, "This is only part of the star chart. It's incomplete." Suddenly, he remembered Alace's words. There were 13 crystal skulls in total. Did this mean that he could only complete the star chart if he gathered all the crystal skulls? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the answer. There was a huge secret hidden in the crystal skulls. His eyes were filled with interest and curiosity. He wanted to investigate further. But soon, he was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't take this crystal skull away. If he stole it, the small town would be in havoc tomorrow. At that time, powerful martial warriors might be sent out to find the crystal skull. It would be impossible for him to keep the crystal skull hidden. He had visited the museum, so he would definitely be treated as a suspect. Wang Tung quickly rejected the thought of stealing the crystal skull. He mustn't be impatient. He would go back and think through this thoroughly. Even if he wanted to steal it, he would wait until he left this place. That way, he would have more freedom. With his ability, he could leave whenever he wanted. No one could keep him. Wang Tung left immediately once he decided. He took one last look at the incomplete star chart before he retracted his spiritual power. He had a premonition that once that complete star chart appeared, it would be something unexpected. Outside, Wang Tung opened his eyes. He was suddenly shocked. His spiritual power had increased a little. Enlightenment, 135 to 3000 Imperial Realm, Spirit, 158/3000 Imperial Realm. Before he pushed his spiritual power into the crystal skull, his enlightenment and spirit were at 134 and 157 points, respectively. That meant that both his attributes had increased by 1 point after he entered the skull for that short moment. Wang Tung looked at the crystal skull with his eyes wide open. He took a deep breath. He was having regrets about his decision. He wanted to steal this crystal skull now. Damn it, it could increase his spirit and enlightenment. This was heaven-defying. If he sent his spiritual power inside for nourishment frequently, his spirit and enlightenment would see a steady improvement. Mind you, after his spirit and enlightenment had reached the Imperial Realm, he wasn't able to raise them quickly even by picking up attribute bubbles. After all, there were very few people who had reached a similar realm as him. He didn't have many attribute bubbles he could pick. Wang Tung took a deep breath to calm his restless heart. Finally, logic won over desire, and he placed the crystal skull back in its original position. He left silently. Before he left, he didn't forget to turn back and look longingly at the crystal skull. He would be back. When he returned to the hotel, it was already dawn. He had stayed in the museum the entire night and picked up many spirit and enlightenment attributes. In a room in the hotel, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the bed. This figure looked like Wang Tung. Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and smiled. "You're back." Another Wang Tung jumped in through the window and nodded. "Thank you." The Wang Tung on the bed nodded. It turned into a ball of black smoke and merged into Wang Tung's body. This was his clone. Wang Tung was well prepared, so he was able to run out without any worry of people checking on him. At this moment, a knock came from the door. Dan Taixian was standing outside. "Get up for breakfast. Everyone is waiting for you." Wang Tung rubbed his face and opened the door. "Let's go. Look at the huge panda eyes. Where did you go last night?" Dan Taixian looked at his face and asked curiously. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and the others heard Dan Taixian's words and looked at Wang Tung involuntarily. Their expressions turned strange. "Oh, I met a beautiful golden-haired lady yesterday." I toured the streets with her for the entire night. Wang Tung yawned. Continue your fantasy. Dan Taixian rolled her eyes. She didn't believe him. Chapter 578, Gathering of the Nations. The hotel had already prepared their breakfast. When they reached the restaurant, the attendants served them their food. The service was considerate and swift. Where are the people from the other countries? Wang Tung looked around him and asked. They are at the other hotels. Every country has its own hotel. This hotel only serves people country xia, Dan Taixian said calmly as she ate her food. She didn't even raise her head. Are there many people who came? Wang Tung nodded and asked again. Any country that has ambition and wants to display their power will not miss this chance. What do you think? Dan Taixian glanced at him and asked him back. It looks like the exchange will be fun. Wang Tung smiled and replied. Fun. Everyone glanced at Wang Tung speechlessly. This fellow was quite daring. How could he treat this important event as a game? Wang Tung, don't be reckless. No one knows what trump cards the other nations have. Ji Xiuming frowned. He hesitated a little, but he still decided to remind Wang Tung in the end. Before Wang Tung could reply to him, another voice was heard from the other side. TSK, some people become conceited just because they feel they are ahead of everyone. Why do you care about him? The atmosphere on the dining table froze. Everyone looked back and forth at Wang Tung and Ren Xingtsong, who had opened his mouth just now. Oomph. Wang Tung turned and glanced at Ren Xingtsong. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He shook his head and remained quiet. He was just joking earlier. He wasn't really treating the exchange as a game. He just felt that the duel between the different countries would be exciting. But some people wanted to reprimand him for such a small matter. If Ji Xiuming was reminding him out of goodwill, Ren Xingtsong was just asking for trouble. He wanted to use this chance to mock Wang Tung. Wang Tung didn't want to argue with him, though. He continued eating. He was too lazy to even bother. The veins on Ren Qingkang's forehead bulged out. His gaze turned sinister, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After everyone finished eating, Parrot came. Hi, did you have a good rest yesterday? He smiled and asked everyone. Not bad, Dan Taixian replied politely. After exchanging some kind greetings, Parrot said, It's almost time. Please follow me. Everyone headed toward a certain place in the small town under Parrot's guidance. Where are we going? Wang Tung asked curiously. Just follow him. Why are you asking so much? Dan Taixian rolled her eyes. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Did you have fun last night? Parrot suddenly leaned over and sniggered, his expression turning ambiguous. Well, it was all right. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows and replied indifferently. Are you sure? Parrot was slightly stunned. This fellow was just acting. Of course. The ladies here are too rough. Their pores and their body frames are too big. They are not gentle enough. Wang Tung found some random excuses to bluff Parrot, leaving the guy stunned. Everyone's expression turned weird. In the morning, Wang Tung told them that he had met a beautiful blonde lady. Now, he was playing down the beauties here in front of Parrot. This fellow said different things to different people. Parrot started arguing with Wang Tung, but he was no match for this wily old fox. In the end, even he started suspecting if the beauties in his country weren't as good as the ones in country Xia. Wang Tung chuckled to himself. He didn't care about the doubt he had injected into Parrot's heart. Let him figure it out himself. Everyone soon arrived at the location. They were in the deepest part of the small town. The passers-by around them got fewer and fewer until there were almost none in sight. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. He had noticed giant statues of immortals in the distance. Against the mountain background, they appeared tall and lofty, seemingly looking down on the humans below. The statues came in all shapes and sizes. There were males and females. The male immortals were mostly half-naked, revealing the muscles on their bodies. They held weapons with their perfect figures. They were the epitome of the golden ratio. The ladies were covered in veils, and their postures were graceful. They were holding bottles and jars with a peaceful expression, as if showering their kindness to the people below. In the middle of these statues, a stone staircase winding straight up was seen. At this moment, Many people had gathered below the statues and were talking in low voices. When Wang Tung and his group arrived, the noises disappeared and everyone looked at them. Country Xia. Many people sized them up sternly. Country Xia had always been a strong country. Their martial warriors were considered one of the best in the world and were a strong competitor for the top 5 positions. Dan Taixian brought everyone closer to the statues and found an empty corner to rest. They didn't greet anyone from the other countries. While the other people were sizing them up, Wang Tung was observing them too. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the crowd curiously. He saw the levels of these talented martial warriors. Without any exception, the strongest martial warrior among the nations was at the low-tier general stage. There weren't many of them, at most one from every country. The others were mostly at the brigadier general stage. Deactivating his spiritual sight, his gaze shimmered slightly. Every nation had its secrets. To be able to reach the low-tier general stage in their 20s made them the cream of the crop. But this was understandable. There were a few billion people in the world. It wasn't strange that a super talented person was born in every nation. However, the only person who was able to reach the brigadier general stage before 20 was Wang Tung. Moreover, his ability wasn't limited to the brigadier general stage. You could say that he was the unique one in the entire world. No one was able to see Wang Tung's cultivation stage, but they knew Ji Xiaoming and the other stages. When they saw the young faces in this group, the talent from the other countries gave a look of disdain, especially after seeing Ji Xiaoming and the students. They hadn't reached the brigadier general stage, so they possessed no threat in the exchange event. However, Mu Jigua, Chu Fei, and the other soldiers caught their attention. They were the main force of Country Xia's team. After Wang Tung and his group arrived, the martial warriors from the other countries gradually arrived too. It's the martial warriors from country Inca. Zhu Yushu's voice sounded beside him. Wang Tung turned and looked ahead. A group of people in red robes were walking over. Their expressions were calm, and they gave off a solemn aura. Wang Tung sized up this bunch of people. He was astounded. They are monk martial warriors from Inca, Dan Taixian whispered into his ear. Monks! Wang Tung was stunned. It's not that strange. In country Inca, monks have a high position. They possess the secret scriptures passed down from ancient times, so they have a natural advantage, Zhu Yuxiao explained. Wow, I didn't know that, Wang Tung replied in surprise. Then, the other martial warriors started arriving. All the large countries in the world had sent their representatives. In a blink of an eye, the empty ground turned extremely lively and noisy. Chapter 579, Who Do You Think You Are? Talents from all nations gathered on the empty ground below the stone staircase. The atmosphere was tense. They were all set for a showdown. Wang Tung's gaze remained composed. He stood beside Dan Taixian and chatted casually with Perik. After getting fooled by Wang Tung, this man with a huge beard started to feel that the beauties in country Xia might be better looking than the ones of his nation. He kept probing Wang Tung for more information. Wang Tung was speechless. He felt that he had dug a hole for himself. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to boast about his country's beauties? No, he couldn't allow this man to harm the ladies in his country. Are the ladies in your country all as beautiful as Dan Taixian? Perik used voice transmission to ask Wang Tung. He didn't have the balls to say it in front of her. Wang Tung's gaze turned strange. This old rascal had his eyes on Dan Taixian. How bold of him! He asked using voice transmission, Do you have feelings for her? No. I don't dare to have any feelings towards her. Perik shook his head furiously, denying it with a frightened expression. Wang Tung's expression turned weirder. What had this man experienced? Why was he so frightened? Dan Taixian saw this scene, and a slight frown appeared on her face. She glanced at them curiously. Somehow, she felt that someone was talking behind her back. Wang Tung and Perik shut up immediately. Even though they were using voice transmission to converse, they still stopped talking. Staring at the ground until Dan Taixian turned her head, they sighed in relief. Perik, I treat you as a friend. Wang Tung didn't use voice transmission this time. He grabbed the man's shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. Since you treat me as your friend, you can be direct, Peric replied blatantly. You might not know, but there's one country where the ladies are better than my country, Wang Tong said. Huh? Where? Peric's eyes lit up. He asked Wang Tong excitedly. It's a small nation called Silo. Wang Tong observed Peric's expression after he finished speaking. When he noticed his puzzled face, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This world was different from the world he had lived in. Due to the presence of star beasts, the obstacles between the different nations were much worse. Although there were interactions between the bigger countries, it wasn't as convenient as his past life. It was already hard for the bigger nations, so contact with the smaller nations would be even harder. Peric might have heard of Silo, but he wouldn't be aware of the situation there. The ladies there are prettier? Peric asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. You can say so. They have a special kind of beauty with stories behind their backs. If you spend the night with them, there will be a surprise for you the next morning, Wang Tong said mysteriously. Really? I love ladies with stories. Peric got even more excited. Yes, you can take a look when you have the time. Wang Ting nodded. Anyway, Silo was indeed a mysterious and magical country. He felt that he wasn't lying to Peric. Of course, whether he liked it or not would depend on himself. He wouldn't promise anything since he had never tried it. He might love that place. All right, if I have the chance, I will visit that country, Peric said firmly. He had made his decision. Nice. Wang Ting felt that Silo should thank him. After all, he contributed his part in elevating the GDP growth of the nation. Dan Taixian and the others were confused. They didn't know why Wang Tong was introducing Silo to Peric. While they were chatting casually, a group of people walked over. Dan Taixian, the brown-haired man leading the group, strode towards them and glanced at everyone. He was tall and muscular, and his steps were energetic. Yo! Dan Taixian's eyes flickered a little as she greeted the man calmly. White Eagle Nation, Wang Ting thought to himself. Are these the martial warriors y'all sent out this time? They don't seem very powerful. Look at how soft these youngsters are. The man called Yoke smiled and said. Dan Taixian scanned the young martial warriors behind Yoke and replied in a composed manner. You will know if they are strong or not after the duel. You never change. You always think so highly of yourself, Yoke said with an ugly expression. He seemed angered by her reply. So, Wang Tong's eyes lit up. There was a grudge between Yoke and Dan Taixian. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you defeated me in the past. You weren't the champion of the exchange event that year. In the end, you still lost to a martial warrior from our nation, Yoke said with a black face. You can ask him to come over now. They'll slap him to death. Dan Taixian exploded in anger. That failure was a humiliation to her. How dare Yoke mention it? Wang Tong felt the killing intent and resentment exuding out of Dan Taixian's body. He hurriedly took a few steps back. An angered woman was extremely frightening. Yoke took a step back uncontrollably too. He looked at Dan Taixian with fear in his eyes. He seemed to have remembered something scary. If you want to fight with him, you can look for him yourself. Yoke snorted. He looked at the students and sneered. This is the clash of the new generation. I hope the talents from your nation won't lose too miserably. Dan Taixian ignored him. A dangerous glow appeared in her eyes as she turned to Wang Tong and the students and said, Look at how arrogant he is. Don't you have anything to say? Everyone was speechless. You are the one who doesn't like him. Why are you dragging us in? However, I didn't like what these people said either. Who knew what would happen when they went into the arena? If you see these idiots from White Eagle Nation in the arena, beat them to death. Do you understand? Dan Taixian scoffed. Yes. Wang Tong sniggered and replied loudly. He wasn't afraid of trouble. The other students were irritated by the other party, so they agreed too. Yoke's face turned darker. These people were looking down on them. Beat them to death? How could they be so confident? The martial warriors behind him were also triggered. They glared at the students coldly. You are like little chickens. I can squish you to death with one hand. A handsome man with golden hair snorted. He was standing behind Yoke. And these little kids who haven't reached the brigadier general stage. Are you here for fun? Another tall man with brown hair smirked. Foster, Kyun, don't say that. Don't be so strict towards little kids. Their abilities are good enough. Be gentler on them. A sexy lady with curly hair chuckled, especially the young and handsome ones. Don't destroy their beautiful faces. She even winked at Wang Tung, Ji Xiaoming, and the other male students. Ji Xiaoming and the others remained indifferent. As talented martial warriors, they had seen all kinds of beauties in their country. They wouldn't be seduced by a foreigner easily. Also, their words had ignited anger in their hearts. They had never been belittled like this, even getting treated like little kids. This was unbearable. Chu Fei, Zhu Yuxiao, and the soldiers placed their hands on the students' shoulders. They were afraid that the students would start fighting in a fit of anger. Young lady, my skin is very thick. You won't be able to destroy it. A voice suddenly sounded. Ji Xiaoming and the students. Zhu Yuxiao and the soldiers. Dan Taixian. Can't be destroyed? Stupid brat. Why are you still joking at a moment like this? The curly-haired lady was stunned. She didn't expect such a reply from Wang Tung. Although other youngsters couldn't stand the provocation, this young man could still maintain the smile on his face. He didn't seem angry at all. Young lady, I'm very handsome. Why don't you go on a date with me? I don't mind someone older. Wang Tung opened his mouth and spoke again. Marcia, despicable. Now, she believed that this young man's skin was indeed very thick, so thick that it couldn't be destroyed. Dan Taixian and the others felt even more speechless. Where did this brat's dignity go? Brat, take back your words. The golden-haired man called Foster squinted coldly at Wang Tung. What if I don't? Wang Tung kept his smile and replied calmly. They'll let you know what regret means when you step onto the arena, Foster said coldly. His expression was icy too. Get lost. Wang Tung widened his eyes, and a sharp glint shot out and pierced into Foster's eyes. He was no longer grinning cheekily. Instead, he gave off a terrifying aura like a frightening, huge beast that had woken up from its slumber. He sneered. Who do you think you are? Foster was scared. Shocked, he took a step back unconsciously. If you continue spouting nonsense, they'll hit you until your parents won't recognize you. Wang Tung looked at the other members from the White Eagle Nation and said, same to all of you. The White Eagle Nation team was flabbergasted. They stared at the young man who had turned brutal out of the blue. They were in disbelief. A moment ago, he was still fooling around cheekily. Why did he suddenly turn into a different person? Was this fellow a lunatic? But this fellow's aura, they were fearful. How arrogant. Yoke glared at Wang Tung and snorted. The youngsters in our country have always been arrogant. Are you unconvinced? Dan Taixian smiled and asked. The atmosphere between them tensed up instantly. The martial warriors from the other countries looked over as if they were watching a good show. The representatives from the top two nations never liked each other. It was predictable that they would have a conflict when they encountered each other during the exchange. They wondered who would win. At this moment, a person wearing a white gown walked down from the stone staircase. High Priest of the Holy Temple, someone exclaimed. Perik turned serious. He lowered his head and stood there respectfully. Dan Taixian turned solemn too as she stared at the person in a white gown walking down the stone stairs. The people from White Eagle Nation became quiet. They all looked at the white figure. Chapter 580, Take her down to bring glory to our nation. Everyone's attention was attracted by the appearance of the high priest. When Wang Tung turned his head, his pupils constricted. 12-star general stage. This high priest was a 12-star general stage, formidable warrior. Silence. The high priest stopped on the stone stairs. His expression was indifferent, as if he were a member of the clergy with no desires. Scanning the crowd below, his calm voice spread throughout the location. The surroundings turned quiet instantly. Everyone looked towards the high priest. Everyone, please follow me up the mountain. The high priest continued speaking after everyone quietened down. He turned around and walked up the stairs. The crowd exchanged glances with one another before following him. Let's go. Yoke scoffed. He led the young martial warriors up the stairs. Foster and Kyun glared at Wang Tung viciously. The duel hadn't started, so they mustn't lose in the aura. Then, they hurried after Yoke. The curly-haired lady, Marcia, turned and looked at Wang Tung. She winked at him lovingly. Wang Tung, your luck with ladies is not bad. Perik patted Wang Tung's shoulder and sniggered. As an experienced man, that lady might be flirtatious, but she's still a virgin. Wang Tung. So, what did that have to do with him? Do you feel good? Dan Taixian looked at him and also took a jab. What are you saying? I have no feelings towards this kind of bad lady. Wang Tung noticed Dan Taixian's dangerous gaze, so he kept a stern face and replied to her in a righteous tone. Do you think I'll believe you? Dan Taixian snorted. She turned and went up the stairs. Let's go. Your luck with ladies is indeed not bad. Zhu Yuxiao patted Wang Tung's shoulder while controlling her laughter. When Ji Xiuming went past him, he suddenly stopped and said with a calm face, Wish you good luck. Take her down and bring glory to our nation. Luo Cheng maintained a serious expression as he spoke. Mu Zhiwa nodded. He seemed to agree with Luo Cheng Wang Tung. To hell with bringing glory to the nation. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. You call this bringing glory to the nation? Where's your dignity? Wang Tung was speechless. He didn't think that these two quiet young men, Luo Cheng and Mu Zhigua, would also tease him. They might seem shy, but they surely weren't. Furious, Wang Tung followed everyone up the stairs and up the mountain. How tall is Mount Saint? Why do we still need to climb? He asked as he walked. No one knows how tall it is, Perik answered. Is it because of the runes? Someone used the power of runes to expand this mountain. Wang Tung asked again. You saw it. Perik was shocked. Was it that difficult? Wang Tung glanced at him. Perik felt that Wang Tung was acting arrogant, but he didn't have the evidence to support his claim. However, he had the feeling that Wang Tung was exceptional. This fellow wasn't frightened when facing the talented martial warriors from White Eagle Nation. He could even suppress them. He also displayed his mastery of runes. This wasn't something a normal martial warrior could do. As they spoke, they came to a platform surrounded by clouds. Wang Tung stepped on the ground and glanced around him. The entire mountain ridge was snow white, but there wasn't any snow accumulated on the ground. There were only light clouds and mist floating in the air. When these clouds dispersed, an ancient building appeared in everyone's vision. The walls were old and broken, and large stones were lying around them. Some broken statues could be seen collapsed or half damaged. Wang Tung was stunned. This place looked extremely dilapidated. There was a huge battle here. So many things were damaged. However, many generations of leaders of Mount Saint kept these structures to serve as a warning to their descendants, Perik explained. A huge battle? Wang Tung looked at him curiously. This happened a long time ago. I'm not sure about it either. Why did he bring us here? Look over there. Perik pointed in front. Wang Tung followed his finger. Amidst the clouds, he saw the faint outline of a large coliseum with broken rocks and pillars. That will be the venue of your duels, Perik said. I didn't think that I would come back to this place. Dan Taixian glanced around her and lamented. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Memories floated into her mind. Wang Tung followed her gaze, and his pupils constricted. Further up the mountain path, he could see many ancient buildings built alongside the stairs. They wended up the mountain like a snake. These buildings were very simple. They were typical vertical column structures. Large white marble pillars with indentations stood erected, supporting the dome. It gave people a solemn and magnificent feeling. Every building was different, and each of them had its uniqueness. Some were square, some were circular. If you counted the buildings, you would discover that there were 12 of them in total. Right at the peak of the mountain behind these structures, there was a huge sculpture of a goddess. There was a battle cloak draped over the sculpture. The goddess wore a crown and held a strange half-moon-shaped weapon in her hand. In her other hand, she was clutching a shield and staring into the horizon. She looked extraordinary. Behind here, there was an exceptionally majestic and large building. It was erected on 3 layers of stone steps. The jade giant pillars, luminous colored columns, artistically chiseled roofs, and carved artwork on the walls formed this grand and spectacular building. Wang Tung was astounded. He didn't think that there would be such an amazing building on Mount Saint. These sculptures, these buildings, Mount Saint lived up to its name. The other people noticed the magical scene ahead, too. Many people gasped in amazement to express their astonishment. Perrick smiled proudly when he saw their reaction. Most people would give a similar expression when they saw the Holy Temple for the first time. He was used to it. "That is the Holy Temple," he said to Wang Tung. "The Holy Temple," Wang Tung mumbled to himself. He asked curiously, "What's inside?" "The greatest secret of Mount Saint is kept inside." At the same time, all the leaders of Mount Saint live there. The high priest, the sage, and the goddess, Perrick said with respect and admiration. Wang Tung was stunned. There was much information in his answer. The high priest was already a 12-star general stage martial warrior. So what about the sage and the goddess? Were they stronger? He wondered how many people there were inside. What about the 12 buildings? Wang Tung asked again. Those are the 12 zodiac palaces and are the 12 temple guardians. 12 powerful holy knights reside in the temples. If anyone wants to enter the holy temple, they must defeat the holy knights first, Perrick explained. Holy knights? How strong are they? Wang Tung asked. They're at least low-tier general stage and above. The higher you go, the stronger they are. Perrick didn't hide the details. This was widely known to everyone. However, only a few people knew the real abilities of these holy knights. Chapter 581 Mutation Form. Wang Tung activated his spiritual sight and looked at the 12 palaces. He realized that there were indeed 12 extremely strong balls of light sitting in the palaces. The weakest is at the 11-star low-tier general stage. The strongest is 13-star high-tier general stage. Wang Tung gasped inside his heart. Mount Saint has a strong foundation. Bang! A dull and strong bell tone from a clock echoed in the mountain. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, but couldn't see the clock. The high priest's voice came from the front. Everyone, the time has come. We will be starting the duels. Please come forward to draw lots. The martial warriors from all the nations entered the large coliseum and scattered in the different corners. Then, the representatives of the various countries went to the high priest to draw lots to decide the sequence of the first round of duels. After some time, Dan Taixian came back. Wang Tung asked, "What's the result?" "We will be the third in line for the first round. Our opponent is Country Raf." The duels were random. The most important aim was to let the nations display their power. Hence, all they had to do was fight. No one cared about fairness. The strongest would last until the end. This was the principle of the duels in this exchange event. Ji Xiaoming and the others looked in Country Raf's direction. The other party was watching them too. Their gaze collided in mid-air before they looked away silently. "Who's the first to go?" Dan Taixian glanced at everyone and asked. They all looked at one another. Ren Xingcong stood up suddenly and said, "I'll go." Dan Taixian turned to Wang Tung. "There's no hurry. Let's see who our opponent sends out first." Wang Tung contemplated before saying. Ren Xingcong frowned, but he didn't say anything in the end. Wang Tung was right. He wasn't being biased, so he couldn't object to his decision. However, the arrogant Ren Xingcong still felt unhappy because Wang Tung was a level higher than him. The first match started in the Colosseum. Both parties entered the arena. This was a competition between the White Eagle Nation and the Large Eagle Nation. This was interesting. The White Eagle Nation and the Large Eagle Nation were related in certain ways. The White Eagle Nation was an immigration nation. Towards the end of the 15th century, the first batch of immigrants headed to the current location of the White Eagle Nation and built a colony there. As time progressed, the immigrants were unhappy with the governance of their original country, so an independence war occurred. To the Large Eagle Nation, the White Eagle Nation wasn't a real country. It wasn't legit. No one expected the White Eagle Nation to be able to ride on the wave of the era and progress at an unexpected speed to become one of the world's most powerful nations. It caught everyone off guard. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. The Large Eagle Nation couldn't do anything to them. However, whenever both sides met, there would always be conflict. A good show was about to start. The White Eagle Nation sent an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior, while the large Eagle Nation sent a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. None of them chose to send their Brigadier General stage martial warriors in the first round. It seemed like everyone had the same thought. They wanted to test the waters first before going all out. Anyway, there was a difference in level between the competing martial warriors. The White Eagle Nation was at a disadvantage. It looks like the White Eagle Nation will lose. Losing the first round will affect the morale of the team greatly, Chu Fei said. The people from White Eagle Nation are still as stupid and ignorant as ever. Perik scoffed. He didn't seem to have a good impression of them. I can sense your strong bitterness. Wang Teng glanced at Perik and continued. It's too early to judge. One's level doesn't represent one's ability. Do you think he will lose? Perik asked. Everyone looked at Wang Teng and frowned. Did he notice something? Wang Teng didn't reply to them and just stared at the arena. The duel started soon after. Both sides didn't waste any time and attacked instantly. The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation was of the fire element, while the one from the Large Eagle Nation was an earth element martial warrior. The forces on their bodies exploded. When they collided in the center, an eruption occurred. Boom! The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation was a level lower, so he suffered defeat after the first round of exchange. He retreated a few steps from the collision. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation laughed. He increased his speed and dashed towards the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. His weapon was a Crusader sword, which was covered by thick earth force. At the same time, earth force sword conscious erupted. Ground-breaking slash. A loud roar escaped the mouth of the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation. The Crusader sword gave off a frightening sword glow as it slashed toward the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation suddenly sneered when he saw this attack. Roar! A beast-like howl came from his mouth abruptly, and flames intertwined around his body. Then an astonishing change occurred to his body. His body suddenly expanded and grew longer. Scales started to appear on his skin, and he even grew a tail. His entire human form had changed. It was disgusting. The ferocious aura of a wild beast spread in the air. At this moment, the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation was a wild beast. Dan Taixian stood up from her seat suddenly. What is this? She wasn't the only one. The people from the other nation stood up too and stared intently at the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. There was bewilderment in their eyes. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation squinted when he saw the change in his opponent. He felt a sense of danger instinctively, but his sword conscious was already released. It was too late to retract it. His gaze turned sharp as he released more force. He slashed his Crusader sword down viciously. Boom! The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation didn't dodge. The flames on his body gathered into a blade glow, which crashed into the Crusader sword. Light exploded. The collision of the force swept throughout the arena. To everyone's surprise, the powerful attack didn't cause much damage to the ground of the Colosseum. Only some rock fragments and dust on the ground were blown into the air. Of course, no one dwelled on the sturdiness of the arena. All their attention was focused on the fight currently taking place. This was just an exploratory duel, but the sudden mutation of the White Eagle Nation's martial warrior had attracted everyone's gaze. The attention on this match was exceptionally high. Both parties separated amidst the fluctuation of forces. Then, they clashed once again. Two rays of lights kept colliding violently in the arena. The red and yellow rays of light set off loud explosions. Suddenly, a figure flew out. It was the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation. The Crusader sword in his hand was destroyed in the collision just now. His body had suffered a serious injury in the onslaught of fire force attacks from his opponent. He was vomiting blood continuously. Gasp! Everyone was dumbstruck. The mutation of the White Eagle Nation's martial warrior had given him so much power. He won against someone who had a higher level than him. 8-star soldier level versus 9-star soldier level. The 8-star soldier level won. Everyone's gaze was flickering. They looked at the mutated form of the martial warrior in deep thought. Wang Teng's eyes were shining as he picked up the attribute bubbles in the arena. Earth Force asterisk 80 Earth Sword Conscious asterisk 35 Fire Force asterisk 65 Origin of Life asterisk 1. Chapter 582 Gene Martial Warrior Origin of Life asterisk 1. Wang Teng was just picking up the bubbles out of habit. He wasn't expecting any good attributes from these two soldier-stage martial warriors. But the truth was, no. The system gave him a tight slap in the face. Yet he loved it. He wished that the system could give him more slaps like this. The origin of life was a new attribute. As for its uses, he could guess from the name, but he wasn't sure. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered. As the origin of life merged into his body, he felt as if his entire body was floating. There was a comfortable sensation coming from the depth of his spirit. He almost couldn't control himself and moaned in delight. Fortunately, he reined himself in with his strong willpower. If not, this would become a dark history he could never erase. Wang Teng felt a little fearful and wiped his cold sweat secretly. Damn it, this attribute is irritating. What's wrong with you? Zhu Yuxiao noticed his weird expression and asked involuntarily. I'm fine. I just think that the strange appearance of the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation is quite funny. Wang Teng came up with a random excuse. Neither human nor beast. Dan Taixian snorted. Wang Teng could sense that Dan Taixian didn't like the mutation. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that no one was suspecting him. At this moment, Wang Teng finally understood what the origin of life was. Similar to his guess, it was an attribute that could replenish one's life. This was heaven-defying. To think that such a powerful attribute was dropped. If he continued collecting origin of life attributes, he could extend his life. Did this mean that he didn't have to be scared of dying? He wasn't scared of death. He just wanted a stable life. Honestly, it was unbelievable that this incredible attribute was dropped during the battle between the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation and the Large Eagle Nation. But what was the reason? Could it be? Wang Teng looked at the White Eagle Nation martial warrior below in contemplation. Because of the sudden mutation, the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation was at a disadvantage. Everyone thought that the battle had ended, but the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation suddenly dashed forward and raised his arm, smashing it down on the head of the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation. I admit, the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation was flabbergasted. He wanted to admit defeat, but it was too late. Boom. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation was violently punched into the ground. Fresh blood spurted everywhere, and he died instantly. The entire arena was silent. Everyone was shocked by the ruthlessness of the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. Who would have thought that he would suddenly launch a killing move? This was just a competition. Wasn't the martial warrior from White Eagle Nation afraid of intensifying the conflict between the two nations? In the past, everyone still maintained harmony on the surface. This would never happen unless the situation was uncontrollable. Was the White Eagle Nation crazy? Atrocious. The martial warrior leading the Large Eagle Nation was infuriated. He dashed into the arena and grabbed the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. Bang! At this moment, the leader of the White Eagle Nation, Yoke, appeared in front of him, and they exchanged a blow. Tap, tap, tap. The two of them retreated multiple steps and glared at each other. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation looked at his companion, who was lying motionless on the ground. His face was grim as he said angrily, "Yoke, this is too much." A hint of frustration flashed past Yoke's eyes. It was barely noticeable, though. He snorted and said, "Arnold, you're not a newbie anymore. Don't you know that there's always risk in a duel? You can't blame anyone." He had already admitted defeat. Arnold glared at Yoke and said, "He hadn't. Why didn't he say it earlier?" Yoke wasn't afraid of making the situation worse. He refused to admit that they were wrong. Arnold trembled in anger. He turned and shouted, "High Priest, what do you say?" The High Priest hesitated for a moment before saying, the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation hadn't admitted defeat, but the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation still killed him even though he was about to do so. He violated the rules of this exchange event. He will be banned from participating in future matches. I accept this sentence, Yoke said immediately. Arnold had to swallow his frustrations. The high priest wasn't helping either side, but rules were rules. He had nothing to say. Leave. Yoke glared at the mutated martial warrior and walked towards the spectator's stand. The martial warrior had regained his human form. His face was pale, and the wild beast aura around him had disappeared. He followed Yoke obediently. Arnold was furious. He glared at the two martial warriors before taking the corpse of his companion and returning to the spectator's stand. The second match was between Country Neon and Country Bat. The duels resumed. In the spectator's stand, Wang Tung glanced in the direction of the White Eagle Nation and said, "Is there something wrong with the mutated martial warrior? He probably killed his opponent because he couldn't control his rage." Ji Xiaoming, Mu Jigua, and many others were shocked by his statement. They hadn't noticed anything earlier. After all, when the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation mutated, he looked clear-minded. He didn't seem to have lost his cool. Yes. Dan Taixian nodded and explained, the White Eagle Nation has always been studying Jin martial warriors. Jin martial warrior. Ji Xiaoming and the others were astounded. This was unexpected. To think that the White Eagle Nation had succeeded in their research. It looks like their study of Jin martial warriors is very in-depth, but there are still some flaws, Wang Tung said thoughtfully. That situation occurs when a martial warrior's consciousness is overtaken by the wild beast's consciousness, Dan Taixian said. Be careful if you meet an opponent from the White Eagle Nation. Yes. Everyone was surprised. They nodded fervently. They had witnessed the battle clearly just now. After the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation mutated, his ability surpassed his stage. This was enough for them to stay vigilant. But after this first case, the high priest will raise his vigilance and not allow accidents to happen to the other martial warriors. If not, the exchange event will lose its purpose, Dan Taixian continued. She glanced at the White Eagle Nation and sneered. Also, I don't think White Eagle Nation dares to be too atrocious. It won't be able to bear the anger of all the nations. Do Jin martial warriors possess a lethal flaw? Wang Tung touched his chin and asked. Oh, why do you say so? Dan Taixian asked without giving a reply. It's just a guess. Look at the mutated martial warrior. He seemed exhausted as though he had fought 300 rounds with a female demon, Wang Tung said. Everyone was speechless. What do you mean by fighting 300 rounds with a female demon? What kind of analogy is this? What was going through his mind? Why couldn't he think of something less strange? Human language, please. Dan Taixian rolled her eyes at him. Cough. I mean, there's a problem with them. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly and replied. Everyone regained their composure and observed the warrior. They realized that Wang Tung was right. The mutated martial warrior seemed exceptionally exhausted. He was a little weak. Gene defect. Dan Taixian suddenly smiled as she glanced at everyone. They all looked towards Dan Taixian involuntarily. Astonishment appeared in Wang Tung's eyes. This seemed to be the reason draining the other party's life. Will the gene defect affect his lifespan? Wang Tung asked. I think so. I only know that the first batch of Jin martial warriors didn't live long, Dan Taixian replied. Wang Tung nodded and stopped asking further questions. This was enough. Without a doubt, the origin of life was an attribute dropped by the Jin martial warrior. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. Were all of the White Eagle Nation's martial warriors Jin martial warriors? If that was true, it would be a blast for him. The martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation suddenly shuddered. They felt an evil aura surging towards them. Yoke glanced around him curiously. At his moment, the battle between Country Bat and Country Neon had reached an intense stage. The winner would emerge very soon. It was Country Neon. This result was surprising. Country Neon wasn't big and had limited resources. Hence, they didn't have many talented martial warriors. It was unexpected that they won their first match. The martial warriors from Country Neon cheered happily as if they had achieved a great feat. Many people shook their heads. Some martial warriors from other countries even looked at them with contempt. They looked down on the martial warriors from Country Neon. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles in the arena. would force asterisk 135 metal force asterisk 110 would force asterisk 85. Next was the third match. Country Xia versus Country Raf. A tall and lofty man from Country Raf walked out and entered the arena. Ren Song stood up too. Wang Tung glanced at the man. He had reached the 9-star soldier level, so Ren Song should be able to handle it. He didn't stop him. Ren Song walked into the arena and stood opposite his opponent. The match started instantly. Boom! Their forces exploded and collided with each other. Although the martial warrior from Country Raf seemed tall and muscular, his speed was astonishing. It was unexpected. However, Ren Song wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. As a lightning element martial warrior, his first move attracted everyone's attention. Lightning force. Everyone was shocked. Country Xia breeds talents. This saying is correct. Yoke said in an eerie tone, his gaze turning sharp. So, he's just at the 9-star soldier level, Fortes said. What do you know? He might not be able to make it this year, but what about the next? His stage is in the future, Yoke replied. A cold glint flashed past Fortes' eyes. Shall we get rid of him? Let's wait and see. This isn't a convenient place to act. Yoke hesitated. The match grew more and more intense. Within a minute, the battle came to an end. Ren Kang's ability was solid. He had mastered his Leitang physique, so his body was extremely strong. Lightning flashed around him and struck Country Raf's martial warrior furiously. The martial warrior from Country Raf flew back. When he was in midair, Ren Song appeared above him and kicked him viciously. Splurt! The martial warrior from Country Raf slammed on the ground with a loud bang. He curled into a ball and spurted blood out from his mouth, losing his consciousness immediately. Country Xia won this match. The martial warriors from the other nations were dumbfounded. They looked at Ren Song with different emotions. No one knew what they were thinking. Ren Song returned to the spectator's stand and glanced at Wang Tung. Then, he sat down on his seat without saying a word. Wang Tung understood that gaze. This fellow was showing off his strength. He didn't care, though. Although Ren Song was targeting him, he didn't take it to heart. Ren Song had lost to him. No matter how much he tried, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Wang Tung was already ahead of him. There was no reason for him to look back. If Ren Song decided to pull some tricks, Wang Tung didn't mind crushing him to death. But this fellow was a lightning attribute power bank. He had dropped many lightning attributes, and this was a good thing for Wang. Tung Lightning Force asterisk 60 Lightning Force asterisk 35 Leitang Physique asterisk 12. The match continued. Martial warriors from all countries stepped out, and the battles were heated. After a round of probing, all the martial warriors below Brigadier General stage had fought a round. There were both loses and wins. Country Xia's path was exceptionally smooth. All the students won their opponent. No one lost. The martial warriors from other countries had grim expressions. The young generation of martial warriors from Country Xia was exceptional. All of them were the cream of the crop. Many people also noticed that Wang Tung hadn't made his move. Wang Tung looked the same age as Ji Xiaoming and the other students. However, he was sitting calmly in the spectator's stand and watching the matches. Could this young man be above the Brigadier General stage? The White Eagle Nation was paying attention to Country Xia all this while. They placed high importance on the martial warriors who hadn't acted. After all, the students in front had already executed great strength. How weak could the other people be? Fortes, Kyun, and the martial warriors who interacted with Wang Tung had a deep impression of him, especially his domineering aura when he talked back to Fortes. They didn't dare to underestimate him. I think you're thinking too highly of him. No matter how strong they are, they won't be stronger than us, Fortes said angrily. They can be arrogant because they haven't met us. We'll show them our moves at that time. Kyun smiled hideously. Be humble. Those martial warriors aren't easy to deal with. Marcia chuckled. Marcia, do you like that little guy? Why are you speaking up for him? Kyun looked at Marcia and scoffed. Kyun. Fortes' face darkened. Everyone keep quiet. Yoke glared at them. Don't underestimate the martial warriors from Country Xia when you meet them. Don't use your gene mutation unless necessary either. Brother Yoke, we spent so much effort to obtain our gene ability. Why can't we use them? Kyun was unwilling to listen. The gene ability isn't perfect yet. You saw what happened before. During a real battle, you might not be able to control the wild beast consciousness. Yoke reminded them gravely. He's too weak. His willpower isn't strong enough. We're different. Our willpower has passed many tests. We're much stronger than him, Fortes said. That's right, we're different. We can control our gene ability. Don't worry about us, Kyun said. Forget it. You can do what you want. Don't blame me for not warning you if something goes south. Yoke snorted and left. The matches for today had ended. They would return to the little town to rest, and the event would continue tomorrow. Fortes and Kyun didn't take Yoke's words seriously. On the other hand, Marcia stared thoughtfully at Yoke's back view. There was a strange glint in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 583, I'm going to act for God and kill him. 7 p.m. in the hotel. Everyone dispersed after having their dinner. Wang Tong stood up, stretched his back, and sighed in satisfaction. He had to admit that the cuisine made by the four chefs here was unique and tasty in its own way. Since they were able to become four chefs, they had their talents. However, the weakest member in Wang Tong's team was at the 9-star soldier level. Hence, the effects of ordinary force dishes were very limited. They would have been greater if a four-chef master personally created dishes for them using high-class ingredients. Mount Saint wouldn't arrange a four-chef master to serve them specifically, though. Although Wang Tong was a four-chef master, this was his first time having Mount Saint cuisine, so he wasn't picky. He stood up and walked out of the hotel. Wang Tong, where are you going? Dan Taixian frowned and asked. Strolling around. Wang Tong waved his hand without turning his back and walked out of the hotel. This fellow, Dan Taixian, was extremely frustrated. During the exchange, no one had any thoughts of playing. Only this heartless fellow didn't take the global exchange event to heart. He continued playing and eating as he should. Others might think that he was using the country's money to go on a holiday. Ren Qingtsong, Ji Xiaoming, and the others felt a little envious when they saw Wang Tong leaving. After a round of battle today, they didn't have any energy left to play. On the other hand, Wang Tong sat on the spectator's stand the entire day and didn't move a single finger. Everyone felt a little exasperated when they thought about this. They started to feel unhappy. Ignore him. Have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's event. Dan Taixian felt helpless. She consoled the other students and chased them back to rest. 4 chef asterisk 24 chef asterisk 15 4 chef asterisk 38 Wang Tong walked along the street and used his spiritual kinesis to pick up the 4 chef attributes scattered around him. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, the methods of cooking Mount Saint dishes floated into his mind. 4 chef 1368/3000 Master. Wang Tong nodded in satisfaction. As an outstanding and all-round youth, he mustn't give up his cooking skills. As the saying went, to secure the heart of a woman, one must secure her appetite first. Wang Tong felt that with his cooking skill, he could probably get the hearts and appetites of many ladies. He touched his chin and suddenly thought of something. Wouldn't it be impressive if he was able to grasp the recipes of all the different cuisines in the world? At that time, which lady would be able to resist his delicious food? Oh my God, oh my God. All right, it's decided. I will be an all-round Epicurean. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Wang Tong had never been so resolute. After leaving the food street, Wang Tong hid his figure and merged into the darkness like a dark spirit. He sneaked into the museum. Hello, I'm back again. Wang Tong repeated the same steps and took the crystal skull out from the display while hiding it from everyone. He carried it as he collected attributes from it. This image was unbearable. Imperial Realm Enlightenment *2 Imperial Realm Spirit *1 Imperial Realm Spirit *3 Imperial Realm Enlightenment *1 As he collected attributes, he seeped his spiritual power into the crystal skull and used it to nourish his spiritual power. 2 effects simultaneously. The results were amazing. This feels good. Other people could use the crystal skull to nourish their spiritual power, but no one had discovered this method. They didn't have the luck. Wang Teng was delighted. He collected attributes the entire night and only left the museum unwillingly when he felt that it was almost time. Enlightenment. 166/3000, Imperial Realm, Spirit. 194/3000, Imperial Realm. His enlightenment rose by 31 points and his spirit by 36 points. The most important thing was both attributes were at the Imperial Realm. During normal times, it was extremely difficult for him to raise his Imperial Realm spirit and enlightenment. The crystal skull was like a portable battery for him. Wang Teng's desire to get the crystal skull got stronger. He must get it. They were wasting it by putting it on display. Why not just give it to him? The next day, everyone gathered in the ancient Colosseum again. It was early in the morning, so there was a faint morning mist hovering in the mountains. It covered the sky, and the sculptures and buildings on the peak appeared more holy in the ambience. Wang Teng stood at the edge of the Colosseum and looked towards the peak. After a while, he retracted his gaze and sat down. The atmosphere between the various nations had gotten tenser. Competitiveness floated lightly in the air above the Colosseum. A figure floated down from a peak. It was the high priest who was dressed in a white gown. He glanced around him and said calmly, "Everyone, we will not be drawing lots today. You are free to challenge any opponent." Never been used before. Everyone was shocked when the high priest suddenly changed the rules. "High priest, why did you suddenly change the method?" Yoke from White Eagle Nation frowned and asked. "This is a decision jointly made by the leaders of the Holy Temple. I didn't make the decision. If you have any questions, you can challenge the 12 Zodiac Palaces and lodge your appeal. Or you can leave this exchange event," the high priest said indifferently. This was a decision made by the Holy Temple. Although everyone was astounded, they didn't say anything. There might be some changes to the duels because of the freedom of choice. For instance, the rules of the past wouldn't work now. However, the decision was finalized, so no one had anything to say. If there are no questions, the duels will start now. The high priest floated to the edge of the Colosseum after he finished speaking and waited for the martial warriors from the various nations to enter the arena. All the nations turned quiet as they stared at one another. No one wanted to be the first one. Wang Teng was bored. He took out a table from his space ring and placed some fruits and snacks on it. Then he sat there and ate his food happily. He was so bored when watching the matches yesterday, so he had a sudden idea while touring the streets last night. He bought some food, and look, they were put to use today. He admired his cleverness. Wang Teng silently gave himself many thumbs up. Dan Taixian and the others were stunned by his actions, staring at him in a daze. They didn't know what to say. The martial warriors from the other countries felt their jaws almost dropping to the ground. They stared at Wang Teng with a weird expression. Was there something wrong with his brain? Didn't he know what occasion this was? A tinge of bewilderment appeared on the high priest's calm face. He felt that his frame of mind, which he had cultivated for many years, was being stepped on by this young man from country Xia. He must be a devil. F***K. Let me act for God and kill him. The high priest took a deep breath before he managed to calm his emotions. He chased away the rashness in his heart and resumed the nobility and indifference of a high priest. At this moment, someone from the White Eagle Nation walked out and came to the center of the Colosseum. He pointed at Wang Teng and shouted angrily, "I, Fortes, want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Chapter 584. Young man, your sword conscious isn't hard enough. Wang Teng was happily chewing on a piece of crispy and juicy fried codfish when he suddenly saw Fortes from the White Eagle Nation challenging him. He was stunned. This person wanted to challenge him. Wang Teng turned and glanced around him. Everyone was looking at him. He pointed at his nose uncontrollably. He was planning to watch a good show and never thought that he would be the first one in the arena. "Director, this script isn't right. Shouldn't the main lead be the last to appear? Also, why did that idiot have to choose him? Did he think that he was too free? Hurry up. Don't embarrass yourself here," Dan Taixian said helplessly. "Why does he have to choose me?" Wang Teng was furious. Did Fortes think that he was a weakling and was easy to bully? Well, you love to create a scene. The hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. Besides you, who can he look for? Zhu Yushao laughed at his plight. What do you mean by making a scene? Isn't it boring to watch the duels without doing anything else? If I don't have some food, how can I pass the time? Wang Teng was unhappy, but he still stood up. Since the other party had offered a challenge, it was useless to say anything else. He couldn't evade the challenge. Look after this food. He'll come back soon. The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared in the arena. Fast. Ren Qingcong and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. Wang Teng had just casually displayed a small portion of his strength, but it was enough to make them feel helpless. It was like a huge gap they could never surpass. In the arena, Forte's pupils constricted slightly when he saw Wang Teng suddenly appearing not far away from him. Dust flew below his feet. He felt that he might have underestimated this young man from country Xia. You interrupted my meal. Wang Teng's gaze was unfriendly. He glared at Fortes and continued. Come on, let's end this quickly. The veins on Fortes' head popped out. Wang Teng's tone made him feel that he was looking down on him. His anger exploded, and he glared at Wang Teng. He squeezed the words out of his mouth. You're looking for death. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like a golden arrow. He dashed towards Wang Teng. A pair of swords had appeared in his hands. They formed a sharp sword glow. He stabbed the sword in his right hand at Wang Teng's chest while sweeping the one in his left hand horizontally to block his path of retreat. Wang Teng's expression was calm. His body twisted in an extremely strange posture and evaded Fortes' attack easily. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. Fortes' expression changed slightly. The swords in his hands danced, launching an attack on Wang Teng one after another. The sword aura filled up the air and inundated him entirely. However, Wang Teng's battle awareness was too powerful. He moved his feet as if he were strolling in the park. His opponent's attacks all failed. In the spectators' stand, the people from the White Eagle Nation were watching the duel grimly. That martial warrior from country Xia is powerful, Kyun said in a low voice. Fortes too impatient. He's being led by his opponent. If he doesn't break free soon, he will be at a disadvantage. Yoke shook his head and said, in AI, Fortes is an arrogant person. In not allowing himself to lose to Wang Teng, he has lost his calm, Marcia said with bright eyes. The martial warriors from the large Eagle Nation were watching the duel too. This Wang Teng is quite interesting. Arnold looked at the young man and said with a smile, Gerald, he might become your opponent. If that's all of his ability, it isn't enough. Gerald was handsome and had golden hair. His gaze was indifferent. That's true. However, the real formidable warriors from the White Eagle Nation haven't appeared yet, Arnold said. Gerald turned serious and nodded. A lofty martial warrior that looked like a bear from Country Boar looked at Wang Teng and Fortes in the arena. He laughed and said, Are they playing a game? Don't mind them, Valeria. Your opponents are not them. A martial warrior of similar size looked at the lady beside him in admiration. That was right. This bulky martial warrior was a lady. Her limbs were thick, and she was taller than 2 meters. Despite the bulging muscles on her body, she had an exquisite face like a Barbie doll. A King Kong Barbie. In Country Neon's direction, a 1.5 meters tall lady was quietly watching the battle below with no expression on her face. Tongji, can you gauge his strength? The man beside her asked. I can't. The man from Country Xia is very mysterious. A strange light glimmered in Tongji's eyes. There were no fluctuations in her voice, though. Even you can't tell anything, the man muttered. In the arena, Fortes was raging because he couldn't hit Wang Teng no matter how hard he tried. His eyes turned red, and he panted heavily. He screamed, Are you a monkey? Do you only know how to dodge? Come and fight with me head-on. Wang Teng suddenly stopped in his tracks and glared at Fortes. Take back your words. Fortes ignored him. Instead, a tinge of delight flashed past his eyes. Contempt appeared in his gaze as he dashed towards Wang Teng. Die! The 2 swords slashed through the air. Fortes didn't hold back at all. Golden Sword conscious exploded and submerged Wang. Tongue stood in the same spot with a cold expression. Suddenly, he raised his arm and grabbed the Golden Sword conscious. Everyone was flabbergasted. Was he looking for death? He grabbed the sword conscious with his bare hands. Was there something wrong with his brain? He's overestimating himself. Dan Taixian stood up immediately. Her expression changed slightly. Fortes smiled hideously. He was mocking Wang Tong for overestimating himself. Even a low-tier general stage martial warrior didn't dare to welcome his golden sword conscious with his hands. Wang Tong was looking for death. Bang! The next instant, Fortes widened his eyes in surprise. Wang Tong had grabbed the golden sword glow successfully. Then, he crumbled it with his hands. He crumbled it. Under everyone's gaze, the golden sword conscious shattered inch by inch. It was destroyed. This scene was too stimulating. It was hard to believe that someone could destroy sword conscious with their physical body. Did Wang Tong train his physique especially? The martial warriors who didn't place much attention on him stood up one after another and stared at Wang Tong with their eyes wide open. Dan Taixian let out a long sigh. Her eyes were glistening. She had underestimated Wang Tong. Even his physical body was so powerful. In the arena, Wang Tong destroyed the golden sword conscious and raised his head. With a gentle smile, he looked at Fortes. Young man, your sword conscious isn't hard enough. Damn it. Fortes retreated instantly. This scene had stimulated him greatly, and he felt a strong sense of danger from Wang Tong. Too naive. Wang Tong shook his head and disappeared. Fortes was dumbfounded. He searched for Wang Tong's figure around him. Behind you. Right then, a calm voice sounded beside his ear. It was inches away from him. Oh shit. Fortes wanted to turn his head, but it was too late. Bang. A dull sound was heard beside him. Fortes felt a huge knock on his head and excruciating pain. His vision went black. Everyone looked into the arena. A golden brick had suddenly appeared in Wang Tong's hand, leaving them stunned. Dan Taixian covered her face. Chapter 585. Hurry up and mutate. Hurry. Embarrassing. He had embarrassed himself in front of the world. This was an international exchange event, and all the talents from the various nations were gathered here. It wasn't just a simple competition. They were fighting for their dignity. Why couldn't Wang Tong be more serious? He could have acted cool or put on a show. Anything was better than this. Is he trying to promote our nation's culture by using a brick as his weapon? What's more, it's a golden brick. Doesn't he find it tacky? Dan Taixian covered her face. She didn't want to look at Wang Tong. She wanted to cut ties with him. Everyone's gaze was so strange. They were looking at Wang Tong as if he was a weirdo. Actually, most of the martial warriors were in a daze. They looked back and forth between Wang Tong and Fortes, especially at the large bump behind the latter's head. They shuddered. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Even the high priest was speechless. His calmness was at the edge of breaking down once again. There seemed to be thunder roaring in his mind. He was dumbstruck because of Wang Tong. Zhu Yuxiao took a deep breath and asked, "That's Wang Tong's weapon?" Chu Fei, Yin Bo, and the others turned to Dan Taixian. They weren't familiar with Wang Tong, so they didn't know that he had this move. They were filled with curiosity. As a renowned talent, was it appropriate to use a brick as his weapon? Didn't he find it humiliating? Even the quiet and dull Mu Zhigua stared at Dan Taixian, hoping to get some information from her mouth. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and the other students had witnessed Wang Tong's antics during the national #1 martial art competition, so they were extremely familiar with the brick. When they saw the expressions of disbelief on other people's faces, they gave them a "you're like frogs in a well" look. They found it normal. Seriously? Everyone regained their senses and was dumbfounded. They felt that they were being led in the wrong direction, so they hurriedly shook their heads to get rid of this frightening thought. But why did it feel refreshing to see Fortes lying on the ground in a miserable state? The people from the White Eagle Nation were eerily silent. The talent from their nation was thrown onto the ground with a brick. This might be the best joke for the year for the White Eagle Nation. Yoke was shaking, with his vision going black. He had a bad feeling. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Although there wasn't any live broadcast for this exchange event, no one could hide the things that happened here. A big piece of news like this wouldn't be forgotten. When the exchange ended, when the day ended, this piece of news would spread to the entire world. The headlines of all media outlets might be this. Oh my God. A contestant of the White Eagle Nation got smashed to the ground by a brick from Country Xia's fighter. Is the White Eagle Nation too weak, or is Country Xia too pervert? Yoke didn't dare to continue thinking. He grabbed the table beside him and yelled, Fortes, get up. Use your gene ability. F***K, you idiot. He couldn't care about his image at this juncture. He even started cursing. He had forgotten how he had warned the martial warriors against using their gene ability. To hell with using it carefully. They had been embarrassed in front of the world. What was the point of using it cautiously? The martial warriors from the other nations felt sorry for Yoke when they saw him jumping in anger. It was tragic. Yoke's shout might have had some effect. Fortes, who was on the ground, suddenly twitched. A fierce aura gradually floated out from his body. Wang Teng wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt elated, and his eyes lit up like bulbs. Good riddance, he was mutating. What did this mean? It meant that there would be origin of life attributes. Wang Teng looked at Fortes excitedly. Hurry up and mutate, hurry. Zhu Yuxiao and the others didn't know what he was thinking. When they saw Fortes climbing up and using his gene ability, their expressions changed. Make your move. What's that fellow waiting for? Zhu Yuxiao turned grave, feeling agitated. Dan Taixian frowned. Looking at the situation in the arena, she was worried. They weren't the only ones. The martial warriors from the other countries didn't understand why Wang Teng didn't attack when he had the chance. This young man is too confident. He's waiting for the other party to finish his mutation, Gerald from the Large Eagle Nation commented. Overconfidence is arrogance. I want to see how he will deal with it. Arnold smiled. The middle-aged man, Shanbin Quan, from Country Neon said, Wang Teng is strange. Yes, he's strange. Tongji, who was beside him, didn't say anything. She looked at the arena below expressionlessly, but one could see the excitement in her gaze. Wang Teng picked up the dropped attributes while watching Fortes mutating. Spiritual Realm Spirit *35 Spiritual Realm Spirit *38 Metal Force *120 That beating was worth it. Look, he had dropped many Spiritual Realm Enlightenment and Spirit attributes. Although this was just an appetizer for him, it was still food. He wasn't picky. Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. It dropped. It dropped. It dropped. Origin of Life *2 Origin of Life *1 As expected, Origin of Life attributes had dropped again. There were 3 points in total, 2 more than the previous martial warrior. Wang Teng almost screamed in joy. This felt amazing. He pulled an emergency brake on his emotions before looking at his attributes panel. Origin of Life. 1354 After picking up the Origin of Life, a new row had appeared on his attributes panel. Originally, he had 1350 points of Origin of Life. With the additional 3 points and the 1 point from before, it became 1354. Wang Teng didn't know what this number meant. But as the Origin of Life increased, the comfortable feeling got stronger. This was a direct benefit that others would die to have. Wang Teng was satisfied. Roar. Suddenly, a furious roar came from ahead of him. Fortes mutation was finished within a few breaths. He raised his head abruptly and glared at Wang Teng with his vertical pupils like that of a wild beast. His appearance had changed entirely. Black scales grew on his body, and his hands transformed into sharp claws. They were giving off a metallic glow. His gaze was ruthless, but when he met Wang Teng's eyes, he was stunned. Why did that guy look like he was chuckling? Why are you laughing? Fortes said angrily. His gaze was dangerous. Am I? Wang Teng kept a straight face and denied it. You must be wrong. I'm not laughing. You're not funny at all. Fortes. Anyway, you look so ugly now. Wang Teng sized up Fortes and commented. The veins on Fortes' head started jumping. Damn it, this fellow had just sprinkled salt on his wound. His mutated form was too ugly. It was destroying his handsome image. Chapter 586. Sorry, I didn't stop in time. Fortes felt that he was very handsome. The only regret he had for his mutated form was that it was too ugly. At first, he had automatically forgotten about it. He decided that he would immediately resume his normal form after this match. He never expected to get exposed by this fellow in front of him. Why do you have to talk about it? Why was this brat so irritating? Humans took many years to evolve from wild beasts to a civilized species. Why are y'all going backward? Is it fun to be wild beasts? Wang Teng shook his head and continued as if he hadn't noticed Fortes' expression. Fortes' face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was furious. Wang Teng was too irritating. They took pride in their gene ability, but Wang Teng treated them as wild beasts. This was unbearable. Why do you have to be animals when you could be a human? Do you like that style more? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered aloud. Fortes, the people from the White Eagle Nation, the martial warriors from around the world, Dan Taixien and the others. Like this style? What did he think the people from the White Eagle Nation were? Perverts? Wang Teng's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly since they were all martial warriors. They were speechless. This fellow was evil. He could anger someone to death with his words alone. Everyone looked at the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation. They felt delighted at their plight. I heard that the White Eagle Nation. Wang Teng still wanted to say something, but Fortes didn't want to hear his nonsense anymore. Shut up. Fortes exploded in anger. With a bellow, his body disappeared on the spot. He turned into lingering shadows as he charged towards Wang Teng. Die! At this moment, Fortes' speed and strength both rose by a huge margin. He was much stronger than before. The force in his body erupted. The swords in his hands gave out a sharp sword aura as he slashed them out. Metal Sword Conscious, 5th level. Fortes' Metal Sword aura seemed to have received a boost, reaching the 5th level. It was extremely sharp, so much so that it seemed to be able to cut the air. Sword marks started to appear on the sturdy grounds of the Colosseum. Dust flew in the air. Wang Teng stood under the powerful sword Conscious like a weak and helpless little grass. Can he block it? The same question appeared in the hearts of all the martial warriors who were watching this scene. See, they placed high importance on the gene ability of the White Eagle Nation's martial warriors. They wanted to see the difference between ordinary martial warriors and the White Eagle Nation's martial warriors under the influence of their gene ability. But unexpectedly, Wang Teng didn't do anything. He allowed the sword glow to crash down. Boom! The sword glow engulfed Wang Teng's entire body while force explosions occurred in the area. The residual force was frightening as it spread out. These defeated. Luo Cheng and the others stared below in disbelief. How could that person, who was so much stronger than them, get defeated so easily? In the sky, Dan Taixien looked up. She wasn't the only one. Many other martial warriors noticed something amiss and looked up. Astonishment appeared in the high priest's eyes. He looked at the sky and said, "This young man is interesting." A black figure soared down from the sky amid a golden light, creating a beautiful arc. Fortes was astounded. He leaned back and wanted to evade the attack. Seeing through the opponent's dodge, a cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He lowered his body and sent the brick to Fortes' head. Boom! The brick smashed onto Fortes directly, throwing him more than 10 meters back. He was slammed on the ground. Fortes' head had gotten harder after his mutation. He shook his head and leaped up, roaring in anger as he dashed towards Wang Teng again. Your head is hard. Wang Teng was a little surprised before he vanished once again. Fortes' heart skipped a beat when he saw Wang Teng disappearing. He had suffered terribly because of this strange footwork just now and got a beating in his head. He could still feel the lingering fear. This fellow was sly. He loved a sneak attack. This time, he had learned his lesson. Since he couldn't find Wang Teng, he waved his swords and blocked his body in all directions. I'm here. Wang Teng's figure suddenly appeared on Fortes' left. He chuckled. Boom! Fortes was prepared as he slashed his long sword to the left. Unfortunately, Wang Teng had disappeared again, leaving only his lingering shadow behind. Where are you hitting? Have you gone blind? I'm here. Wang Tung's voice was heard from behind him. Fortes jumped up in fright. He swung his long sword back without any time to think. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. But he missed again. Wang Tung continued to appear and disappear around Fortes, forming lingering shadows and keeping Fortes' eyes fully occupied. Fortes was getting dizzy. He didn't know where the real Wang Tung was. Fortes is going to lose. Tongji shook her head. Gerald from the Large Eagle Nation and Valeria from Country Boar shook their heads too. They knew that Fortes was losing. This idiot. Yoke's expression was ugly. He cursed in his heart. Kyun and the others wore grim expressions on their faces. They felt furious. This young man was playing with them. The martial warrior from Country Xia was evil. In the arena, Wang Ting noticed that Fortes had completely lost control. His eyeballs were blood red, and he was screaming and tossing around crazily. Wang Ting knew that he had taken all the attributes he could, so he stepped out abruptly and entered the territory of his dancing sword glows. He slammed his brick out. Bang! 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 Wang Tung didn't hold back at all, smashing the brick again and again on Fortes' face. Fortes was stunned by the beating. He spun on the spot with stars in his eyes. A brigadier general stage martial warrior was slapped in the face by a brick until he couldn't make sense of his surroundings. One could tell how ruthless Wang Tung was. After a few seconds, Fortes' face was swollen like a pig's head. There were many bumps on his head. He looked tragic. Anyone who saw him would praise his dignified look now. Enough! A shout suddenly came from the White Eagle Nation's direction. Wang Tung's hand paused in the air, the metal brick stopping less than 10 centimeters away from Fortes' face. He turned and looked at Yoke. We admit defeat. Yoke said coldly. Boom! The moment he finished, Wang Tung's brick suddenly dropped. Fortes was thrown off his feet. He slammed onto the ground heavily and fainted. Yoke was infuriated. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop in time. I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Ting looked at him innocently. Bitch! Yoke was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was a devil. He was inhumane. Gasp! The battle ended, and everyone gasped in shock upon seeing Fortes' appearance. This young man was heartless. Fortes was beaten so badly that one couldn't see his face anymore. His head was swollen to twice its original size. It was miserable. Even a brigadier general stage martial warrior would have a concussion after this beating. They looked at Wang Tung in the arena. He blew his brick as if he was blowing away the dust on it. He seemed to treasure his brick dearly. Weirdo. This fellow was definitely a weirdo. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 587, Poisonous Milk. Silence. The Colosseum had turned eerily silent. No one had ever thought that you could fight in such a manner and have a duel like this. Especially the foreigners. They felt that they had gained some exposure. This was the Global Exchange Conference. Even if you didn't plan to have an exciting and glamorous match, you should take care of your dignity, you bastard. The martial warriors found the edge of their lips twitching as they stared at the unconscious Fortes in the Colosseum. They found the ghastly sight of his swollen head a little funny. But soon after, they started sympathizing with him. What a poor little thing. How could he be so unlucky? Everyone's gaze turned ambiguous as they looked at Wang Tung again. Fear. Even the talents who hadn't started fighting, for instance, Gerald, Valeria, and Tongji, felt fear in their hearts. Their gazes flickered, and their heads were hurting. It would be troublesome if they met this fellow. They were using a unique way to acknowledge Wang Tung's ability. Cough. The high priest finally regained his composure. His expression wasn't good, though. As the culprit who broke his calm mentality, he didn't give Wang Tung any kind expressions. He didn't want to see that irritating face at all. He turned and said to Yoke, Fortes from the White Eagle Nation has lost this duel. Please bring him down. Yoke's face was black. He felt even more humiliated. He rushed into the arena, lifted Fortes up, and glared at Wang Tung. Don't look at me like that. It seems as if I hooked up with your sister. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Yoke! His face turned green instantly. How did this bastard know that he had a sister? Yoke's anger exploded. In the past, he would break the legs of anyone who dared to lay their eyes on his dear little sister. But this fellow in front of him was a little hard to deal with. He wasn't sure if he could break Wang Tung's legs. Wang Tung suddenly realized that the man's expression had turned extremely ugly, and his gaze was vicious. He was stunned. What did he say? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Why did this fellow look as if he wanted to kill him? Wait, did he really have a younger sister? Wang Tung's expression turned weird. He probed. If you have a younger sister and she's pretty, you can introduce her to me. Screech. This was the sound of Yoke gritting his teeth. Yoke glared at Wang Tung like he was dead meat. His eyes had turned red. If he wasn't in the middle of a global event, if his identity didn't allow him to act on impulse, he would have fought with Wang Tung right then and there. You good? He squeezed these two words out of his mouth and left. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he took another look at Wang Tung. Side, brother-in-law, don't leave. We could discuss. Wang Tung shouted when he saw Yoke leaving in a hurry. Yoke stumbled midway. He panted heavily before picking up his pace. He wanted to keep his distance from this bastard. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly when he saw Yoke evading him as if he were a poisonous scorpion. He felt that the other party had some misunderstanding towards him. He sighed and decided that he would explain to him properly when he had the chance. He wanted to change Yoke's perception of him and ask him to introduce his younger sister to him along the way. Wang Tung felt that no one in this world understood him. He lowered his head. Multiple attribute bubbles were floating on the ground. They looked round and cute. Spiritual Realm Spirit * 80 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 125 Origin of Life * 2 Metal Force * 350 Dual Wielding Skill * 60 Wang Tung silently counted the attribute bubbles before turning and walking towards the spectator's stand. He touched his chin. Indeed, the beating wasn't a waste. A sizable number of Spiritual Realm Enlightenment and Spirit were dropped. This was the right way to get benefits from others. Also, he received 2 more points of Origin of Life. His Origin of Life was at 1,356 points now. A milky white glow merged into Wang Tung's body, basking him in invisible white light. Others couldn't see the light, though. Wang Tung moaned in his heart. His entire body felt stretched. It was extremely comfortable. This was poisonous milk. It was amazing, but it was poisonous. Wang Tung shuddered. His gaze changed a few times as he walked towards the spectator stand. Dan Taixian and the others were staring at him strangely. You have offended the people from the White Eagle Nation, Zhu Yuxiao said after much hesitation. They aren't so narrow-minded, right? This was a normal duel, Wang Tung said guiltily as he looked in the White Eagle Nation's direction. A normal duel? Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Wang Tung felt uncomfortable under their gazes. His head turned numb. Look at how heavy you hit him. Do you think it's considered a normal duel? Don't you have some conscience? Zhao Yuanwu mocked. What do you know? I know my boundaries. His appearance might be a little ugly, but he will get better after 2 days. I'm doing my best to maintain the good relationship between our countries, but y'all are framing me. This is so disappointing, Wang Tung said righteously. Everyone was shocked by Wang Tung's shamelessness. They didn't know what to say. You hit him until he turned into a pig's head, but you say that it was just a little ugly? Did you just say you were trying your best to maintain a good relationship between the 2 countries? Do you think our relationship could be good after what happened? If Fortes doesn't charge towards you the next time he sees you, we will use your surname. Zhao Yuanwu smiled coldly. Don't. You can change your surname if you want to. Don't drag us into it, Ren Qingtsong said. But honestly, don't think of having a good relationship with them. It's unrealistic. Ji Xiuming patted Wang Tung's shoulder and said in a meaningful tone, You don't understand. Trust me. He will smile at me when he sees me again, Wang Tung said firmly. They lost their words again. Was there something wrong with his head? He had beaten him up so badly. Why would he smile at him? Well, unless his head was spoiled from the beating. While they were arguing, the matches continued. A martial warrior from Country Boar came down and shouted, "I, Andrew, would like to challenge the large Eagle Nation." Wang Teng glanced to the lofty person below. He sat down and happily watched the match while eating his food. "He'll do it." A martial warrior from the large Eagle Nation walked out and entered the Colosseum. "Please give your name," Andrew said. "William," the martial warrior from the large Eagle Nation said. Wang Teng spurted out his drink. Their names were Andrew and William. These names were extremely common in their country. Many people had the same name. "What's so funny?" Zhu Yuxiao looked at him strangely and asked. "I'm not laughing." "Watch the match. Watch the match." Wang Teng stammered and changed the topic. Zhu Yuxiao shook her head speechlessly. She felt that Wang Teng was a little crazy. Did he knock his head when he was a child? As they spoke, Andrew and William started fighting. Chapter 588. Wang Teng felt enlightened. Boom! The battle below was extremely exciting. The two of them went back and forth, colliding with each other violently in the wide Colosseum and causing force explosions. Everyone felt that the duel had gone back on track. That was it. This was the real competition. Wang Teng and Fortes' match wasn't counted at all. Wang Teng seemed to be watching the match, but he was actually focused on his attributes panel. He had obtained a dual-wielding skill attribute bubble earlier and was going through the relevant information in his mind. Rather than calling a battle technique, it was more appropriate to call it a way of using two swords simultaneously. It was quite useful. At times, using two swords would give him a huge advantage. Through the battle with Fortes, Wang Teng could feel that his dual-wielding was extremely sharp and accurate. If he wasn't fast enough, it would have been hard for him to resist Fortes' onslaught of attacks. Fortes' ability was much weaker than him. He would be able to execute the dual-wielding skill to a higher level. Just imagine if he carried two swords in his hands during a battle and chopped his way through. How beautiful would that scene be? Boom! A loud explosion came from the arena. The contestants' fists collided, and a powerful force was released, sweeping through the entire Colosseum. Andrew from Country Boar has reached 6th level fist conscious. "We can't underestimate any of these talents," Chu Fei said. The water fist conscious of the large Eagle Nation's martial warrior has reached 5th level too. His force cultivation is higher, so they're of equal strength, Yin Bo analyzed. They commented as they watched the competition. Mu Zhigua and the others agreed with their opinions. These two people had a similar ability, but in terms of combat prowess, Andrew, who had reached 6th level fist conscious, was stronger. Boom! As expected, after a few more exchanges, William vomited blood and was thrown into the air. He lost. The match ended, and William from the large Eagle Nation left the arena with regret. The people from Country Boar were elated. They gathered around Andrew and laughed happily. Wang Teng was happy too. He glanced at the attribute bubbles dropped in the arena and swept them over with his spiritual power. Earth Force *380 Earth Fist Conscious *120. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Water Force *420 Water Fist Conscious *90. There were two Fist Conscious attributes. Wang Teng was delighted. One was Earth, and the other was Water. They were both what he needed. The Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious and the Ape King Fist Conscious were both Earth Fist Conscious. Wang Teng wanted to stack this Fist Conscious on the Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious. Among these two Fist Conscious, the Mirage Mountain Fist was stronger. Mirage Mountain Fist, 350 out of 5,000, 5th level. The growth of his Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious came from him picking up attribute bubbles as well as his own cultivation. Then, there was the Water Fist Conscious. He didn't possess this Fist Conscious, so this was another skill for him. As the Water Fist Conscious attribute bubble merged into his body, memories started to appear in Wang Teng's mind. A figure was practicing his fist skills in the water day after day, year after year. Finally, he understood the movement of water and was able to release endless water conscious when he punched out. The intensity of his fist skill increased exponentially. The combination of water fist conscious and earth fist conscious, the coupling of delicacy and power, could create a stronger effect. This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Water fist conscious. 90 of 1,000, first level. He had just collected the water fist conscious, so its level was very low. If he wanted to combine these two fist conscious, they must be at similar levels. If not, they wouldn't be able to merge into a whole. The stronger one would just override the weaker one. The earth force and water force helped him strengthen his foundation so that he could reach the next realm quickly. Even if he didn't participate in the matches, he could have a huge gain. There were so many talents here. Imagine how many bubbles he could pick. The martial warriors from different countries came out one after another, but they were all ordinary. They were strong, but not eye-catching. However, to Wang Tung, there was no difference. They were all tools that dropped attribute bubbles for him. Would force asterisk 450 would fist conscious asterisk 150 spiritual realm spirit asterisk 120 origin of life asterisk 3 fire force asterisk 520 fire fist conscious asterisk 180 water force asterisk 360 water blade conscious asterisk 95. It had to be said that the martial warriors present were indeed the top talents from the various countries. Almost everyone had enlightened a certain conscious. They were all different. Some were weak, while others were stronger. Without any exception, though, they were all above the 4th level. This made things easier for Wang Tung. He picked up attribute bubbles until his hand went weak. Even if he didn't use his hand to pick them up, his spiritual power was getting numb too. Wang Tung's gaze shone brightly. The enlightenment of the different fist conscious flashed through his mind. Gradually, he started frowning. This wasn't right. If he raised the fist conscious individually, it would waste too much time. It wasn't a good deal for him. It would save time and effort if he could gather them together. Why don't I create a 5-element fist and merge the conscious of the 5 different elements together? Wang Tung rubbed his chin. The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. The combination of the 5 elements would definitely give birth to an extraordinary battle technique. Even more, it would have the different conscious nourishing it. Wang Tung felt enlightened. His eyes lit up brightly before he closed them slowly. The different thoughts in his mind gathered into a single one. Dan Taixian and the others immediately noticed his change as they felt a strange aura coming from Wang Tung. What happened to him? Zhu Yuxiao asked curiously. This is enlightenment, Dan Taixian exclaimed in astonishment. Enlightenment? Ji Xiaoming and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they stared at Wang Tung with wide eyes. He could achieve enlightenment while watching a match. Did he get some incredible take-backs from the matches of the martial warriors from the different countries? How lucky was he? Mind you, even his talents with extremely high intelligence, there weren't many chances for them to achieve enlightenment. After all, enlightenment didn't rely solely on intelligence. You needed a tinge of luck to stimulate the reaction. To people like Ji Xiaoming, they were considered lucky enough to be able to have 1 or 2 occurrences of enlightenment at their age. Most people had no chance. They didn't know how amazing the feeling of enlightenment was. Not just Ji Xiaoming, even Dan Taixian was envious of Wang Tung. Enlightenment happened by chance. Yet, Wang Tung was able to get it while eating and watching a match. Who wouldn't be jealous? Honestly, was he the illegitimate child of Lady Luck? I wonder what he's thinking right now. Ji Xiaoming looked at Wang Tung with envy. Wait and see. Move away from him. Don't disturb him. Dan Taixian glanced at everyone before saying. They were all sensible and gave Wang Tung some space. No one would cause trouble at this moment. To a martial warrior, disrupting one's enlightenment was like cutting off their livelihood. They would be archenemies. Even Ren Qingtsong and Zhao Yuanwu, who didn't like Wang Tung, didn't dare to act recklessly. Although they were jealous, if they did something as despicable as this, they would be looked down upon by everyone. Time passed slowly as all kinds of thoughts ran through everyone's mind. Wang Tung suddenly opened his eyes. There was a glamorous glint in them. It seemed divine. Chapter 589. It appeared, Ice Element Tool. The 5 different fist conscious merged with one another, restricting and reinforcing one another. In the end, they turned into an entirely new fist skill. When Wang Ting opened his eyes, he had finished constructing everything in his mind. In this short 10 minutes, a sky-rank fist skill was born. This fist skill had great potential. If he continued improving it and using the 5 different fist conscious to nurture it, it might reach an unimaginable height in the future. The gleam in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to reality. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he jumped in fright. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked Dan Taixian and the other in bewilderment. They looked as though they wanted to eat him alive. When did their taste become so strong? They didn't even let go of a rough young man like him. His mother was right. A man should always protect himself outside. "What do you think?" Dan Taixian glared at him. "You're so lucky. You achieved enlightenment from watching a match," Zhu Yuxiao said enviously. Ji Xiaoming, Mu Zhigua, and the others agreed with her. They were filled with jealousy. "My luck is normal, you know? You don't have to be so jealous. The next one might be you." Wang Tung beat around the bush. "Do you think we'll believe you? Do you think we're stupid? Do you think enlightenment is a dish that can be ordered easily?" Zhao Yuanwu was speechless. "You must have benefited greatly, right?" Zhu Yuxiao asked. "It's all right. I did have some gains." Wang Tung waved his hand and replied. They noticed that he didn't want to continue, so they didn't probe further. This was his secret. It wasn't appropriate for them to get to the bottom of it. But it further confirmed that Wang Tung's gain was huge. TSK. Did he think they couldn't tell? Wang Tung didn't care about their looks of envy or jealousy. He stared at the arena below. While he was deep in the state of enlightenment, many attribute bubbles had piled up in the Colosseum. These attribute bubbles hadn't disappeared yet, so he picked them up quickly. Earth Force *110, Wood Force *65, Metal Force *105, Fire Force *80. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBoxNovel.com. Thanks. Origin of Life *3, Fire Sword Conscious *65. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Tung suddenly gasped softly. The origin of life appeared once again among the bubbles. Wang Tung shuddered, trying his best to stop himself from moaning. 3 seconds later, he glanced at everyone secretly and noticed that they didn't see anything. He silently heaved a sigh of relief. This was so difficult. There was also a fire sword conscious attribute. Wang Tung went through the sword conscious in his mind, allowing his fire sword conscious to rise to another level. At this moment, the match below had ended. Someone else came out. This was a martial warrior from Country Snow. He had long, slightly blue hair. He looked a little non-mainstream. "This fellow is quite handsome. He's just slightly less handsome than me," Wang Ting muttered. Dan Taixian. Everyone. They were used to Wang Tung's shamelessness, but at times, they would still feel speechless by his words. How thick was his skin? The martial warrior from Country Snow scanned the crowd before his gaze finally stopped in Country Xia's direction. He said, "I want to challenge Country Xia." Zhu Yuxiao and the others were stunned. He wanted to challenge them. After witnessing Wang Tung and Fortes' match, the martial warriors from the other countries chose to evade Country Xia. After all, no one knew if they would meet Wang Tung. However, Zhu Yuxiao and the others reacted immediately. This was an exchange. It was impossible to leave Country Xia alone until the end. If they chose not to challenge Country Xia because they were afraid of being targeted by Wang Tung, Country Xia would win this competition effortlessly. This wasn't what the other countries wanted to see. However, when this martial warrior challenged them, his comrades looked flabbergasted. Even the leader of Country Snow's team lost his cool, shouting directly, "Wait, Hilson, don't fool around." It was a little embarrassing for the leader to shout like this, but if his martial warrior was beaten into a pig's head like Fortes, it would be worse. Country Snow was a small country with a population of less than 30 million. Hence, there was a limited number of talents they could produce. He didn't want Hilson to fall against Country Xia. Everyone gave him a meaningful look when they saw this scene. It seemed like it wasn't a team decision and was the martial warrior's personal choice. This fellow was interesting. am not fooling around. Hilson shook his head and continued. I heard that there are many talents in country Xia. My country might be small, but I want to witness the power of a great nation. Thus, please send your contestant. Let me see how the talents in country Xia are. You, the leader of country Snow, was speechless. He wanted to stop the young man, but he couldn't find any valid reason to refute him. He dared to challenge country Xia because he wanted to witness the power of a great nation. If he continued to stop him, he would seem like a cowardly leader. This country Snow's martial warrior is scheming. Power of the great nation? Is he forcing me not to use my brick? Wang Tung sneered. Everyone was speechless. Why are you still thinking of your brick at a time like this? Actually, they weren't stupid. They also saw through the martial warrior's intention. He wanted to make a name for himself by using country Xia. However, he didn't want to fight with Wang Tung, so he used this method. He was quite smart. Who's going? Dan Taixian smiled and asked with interest. This young man was provoking them directly. Who could bear with it? Wang Tung wanted to get up, but Zhu Yuxiao stood up first and said, Let me do it. Wang Tung, don't steal everyone's limelight. Besides, you're the leader. You need to be the last. There are many talents waiting for you. Smiling, Wang Tung sat down again and said, All right, you can go. At the same time, he scanned the person below with his spiritual sight. A hint of astonishment appeared in Wang Tung's eyes. He said, He's an ice element martial warrior. This was the first time he had met a brigadier general stage ice element martial warrior. This martial warrior from country Snow had become a tool to produce ice force attribute bubbles for him. An ice element martial warrior. Zhu Yuxiao exclaimed in surprise. How can you tell? I have my methods, Wang Tung said. Mutated forces are hard to deal with. Be careful. Okay. Zhu Yuxiao nodded grimly before jumping into the arena. Country Snow Hilson, Country Xia Zhu Yuxiao. Both of them introduced themselves and stared intently at each other. Boom. Suddenly, both of them moved. An ice spear appeared in the hands of Country Snow's martial warrior. He stabbed it out, sending numerous ice auras towards Zhu Yuxiao. Chapter 590 Ice Cocoon Physique. Zhu Yuxiu's expression changed slightly, and the force on her body exploded. Fire force. This was the reason why she wasn't afraid of the ice element. Zhu Yuxiao wielded the long sword in her hand. Flames engulfed the sword as it collided with the ice force. Ice and fire force erupted like a volcano, while scorching heat and freezing chill swept through the entire Colosseum. Half of the Colosseum was frozen. The other half was burnt because of the flames. Hilson disappeared on the spot when he noticed that his first attack didn't work. He attacked Zhu Yuxiao from the back. Zhu Yuxiao snorted. Moving her body and evading her opponent's attack, she slashed her sword down violently. Crimson red sword glow cut through the air. Wherever it touched, the ice melted. Hilson's attacks were destroyed by her sword one after another. Zhu Yuxiu's gaze flickered. Her opponent wasn't receiving the attack directly. Instead, he was sprinting around and started circling Zhu Yuxiao. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them clashed and separated again and again. It was difficult to see who had the upper hand. Explosions were heard continuously. The martial warrior from country Snow is quite strong. Zhao Yuanwu said seriously as he looked down. Don't underestimate any of these martial warriors, even those from small counties. They all have some extremely talented martial warriors. Dan Taixian glanced at everyone and said calmly. People like Ji Xiaoming and Rin Qingsong were 9-star, soldier-level martial warriors who hadn't reached the brigadier general stage. But they were still the cream of the crop, so they would have some pride in them. Hence, they looked down on small countries like country Snow. However, after witnessing Hilson's ability, they stopped underestimating them. Can Zhu Yuxiao handle him? Ji Xiaoming said. It's hard to say. Mu Zhigua shook his head. This was a rare moment where he opened his mouth. Ice and fire restrict each other naturally. Their ability is also on par with each other, so it's hard to predict the winner. It will indeed be a little hard. Wang Tung's expression turned grim as he opened his mouth and looked below. Everyone was shocked. Wang Tung had displayed his foresight many times, and he was always right. Hence, when they heard his verdict, they were stunned. Boom! At this moment, the battle situation below changed. A powerful aura suddenly rose from Hilson's body. His ice force surged as if it had received a huge stimulation. Also, his hair had turned ice blue, dancing wildly in the air. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. Even his eyes became ice blue. They gave off a cold aura, but at the same time, they looked magical and strange. The next instant, a large amount of ice force congregated into a layer of ice on the surface of Hilson's body, forming an ice armor. Zhu Yushu's expression changed. Fire force surged out of her body without restraint. However, Hilson wasn't afraid. He passed through the roaring flames. The scorching flames weren't able to melt the ice armor on his body at all. He went straight for Zhu Yuxiao, who was standing within the flames. Zhu Yuxiao was flabbergasted. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Hilson's punch landed on her body. Zhu Yuxiao froze for a split second before she took a few steps back. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stop moving. She was half kneeling on the ground. She vomited a mouthful of blood. "You lost," Hilson said in an indifferent voice. His entire body was covered with ice while his gaze was extremely cold. Zhu Yuxiao was unwilling to admit defeat, but she was at her wit's end. She stumbled as she stood up. She didn't have the ability to continue the battle. The other martial warriors were stunned. They looked at Hilson with a curious gaze, especially when they saw his current appearance. Was this a special kind of physique? To think that such a talent had appeared in this small country. The leader from Country Snow was dumbfounded. He didn't know anything about Hilson's physique. This fellow hit it very well. The martial warriors from Country Xia didn't look good either. At the same time, they were astounded. Wang Tong was right again. Could it be that he had noticed something? Hilson from Country Snow has won the battle. The high priest glanced at Hilson with a meaningful gaze as he announced the result. "Thank you." Hilson smiled calmly, the ice around him disappearing. He bowed elegantly at the high priest and turned to walk towards his country's seats. "Hilson, are you willing to become one of the holy knights?" The high priest suddenly asked. Hilson stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the high priest with a look of disbelief. This match was a specially planned act to make a name for himself. The result was expected. He had displayed his strength and won against a martial warrior from a large country. He became famous through a single match. However, he didn't expect to gain the attention of the high priest, much less receive an invitation from him. A holy knight of the Holy Temple. Did you know what that means? The Holy Temple was the most sacred place on the continent and was widely known in the entire world. It wasn't an easy feat to become a holy knight, yet the high priest was offering him a position. Hilson felt as if he was dreaming. Happiness came too suddenly, catching him off his guard. He wasn't the only one. The other people were flabbergasted too. The entire Colosseum turned eerily silent before a commotion erupted. A holy knight? Hilson is going to prosper. All he did was defeat a martial warrior from Country Xia. Why does the high priest have such high hopes for him? This isn't as simple as defeating a warrior from Country Xia. The most important thing is he showed off his special ice physique. He's so lucky. Opportunities are given to people who are prepared. If Hilson wasn't bold enough to challenge Country Xia, he wouldn't have this chance. Everyone was discussing loudly. Some admired him, while others were jealous. All the martial warriors wished that they would have this opportunity too. The high priest wasn't surprised by the reaction. Based on the status of the Holy Temple, everyone would react in a similar manner when they heard this piece of news. Hilson was still able to maintain his composure, which was commendable. He smiled and continued. "What do you think, Hilson? Have you made your decision?" "Yes, I'm willing." Hilson finally regained his senses. He suppressed the happiness in his heart and nodded fervently. "Very good. However, you will only be a reserve when you enter the Holy Temple. If you want to become a holy knight, you need to undergo challenges and tests," the high priest said. "Yes, I understand." Hilson knocked his fist on his chest and gave a knight's salute. His expression was firm to show his fearless heart. "You can leave. Look for me after the duel." The high priest nodded in satisfaction. Hilson was elated. He walked towards his country's stands, welcoming the envious gazes from his fellow countrymen. On the other hand, Zhu Yushu's situation was a stark contrast. Her defeat made Hilson's victory seem even brighter. "It's all right." Dan Taixian went forward and comforted her. Zhu Yushu's expression was bitter. She shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm just a little unwilling to accept defeat. Hilson is stepping on us to attain his glory," Chu Fei and the others said unhappily with a grim expression. "I will find him during the next match," Yinbo said. "Y'all might not be his match." Mu Jigua shook his head and said, "Let me do it." "I'm interested in ice element martial warriors," Wang Tung said. Dan Taixian was surprised. Others might not be aware, but she knew that Wang Tung had ice force. However, this fellow's ice force wasn't as powerful as Hilson's. Could he do it? She shook her head again and chuckled. She was thinking too much. Wang Tung didn't just possess ice force. Despite having a special physique, Hilson might have to suffer a defeat in front of Wang Tung. "Are you confident?" Mujigwa didn't know anything, so he asked in concern. "Don't worry," Wang Tung replied calmly. While speaking, he had already released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the arena. Fire Force * 225 Fire Sword Conscious * 70 Ice Force * 320 Ice Cocoon Physique * 10 Ice Spear Conscious * 45. A meaningful smile appeared at the edge of Wang Tung's lips. Ice Cocoon Physique. This was a new physique. Moreover, it was of the ice element. After obtaining Hilson's physique, he decided that he should let the guy be happy for a while longer. He would be crying soon. Ice Cocoon Physique. 10/5000 Wang Tung scanned the explanation of the physique that had appeared on his attributes panel. He was elated. He sensed the changes in his body carefully and realized that his sensitivity towards ice force had gotten sharper. Memories of the characteristic changes of ice force appeared in his mind. This change was how Hilson had managed to execute the ice armor skill just now. Now, Wang Tung knew everything Hilson knew. Also, if he filled up the points of his ice cocoon physique, Hilson might not be his match. The feeling of using other people's talent to surpass them was amazing. Besides this, he received an ice spear conscious. Wang Tung didn't have this conscious before. He was extremely satisfied. Although he hadn't fought with Hilson yet, he already had such a huge gain. If he really started the fight, he might be able to get more things out of him. He looked at Hilson in the distance and smiled uncontrollably. Hilson, who was feeling happy, suddenly shuddered. He felt an evil intention engulfing his body. "Hilson, what's wrong?" a martial warrior from Country Snow asked. "It's all right. It might be my illusion." Hilson shook his head and replied, "You possess an ice element physique, but you have never executed it for so many years." "You hit it really well," the leader of Country Snow said. "I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. My instructors were afraid that I will get pressurized, so they asked me not to use it. In the country, there was no need for me to use my physique. However, the situation is different now. All the talented martial warriors in the world are gathered here. There's no point for me to hide it anymore," Hilson explained. The leader from Country Snow nodded. He understood. Country Snow was a small place. If Hilson had displayed his physique too early, he might not have had a chance to grow up. Chapter 591. Oh my, you damaged my head. If anyone wanted to challenge Hilson, they would have to wait for another round. This was a rule of the Global Exchange Conference. After one round of duel, they would rest for a round to prevent people from challenging the same person to wear him down. Of course, if the person was willing to fight, no one would stop him. After Hilson, a martial warrior from Country Neon entered the Colosseum. Everyone's gaze was attracted by him. This was a pretty and cute young lady, but that wasn't the main point. The most important thing was she was only 1.5 meters in height. She looked petite. Although she kept a straight face, it wasn't stern. Instead, it looked a little cute and absent-minded. Along with her face that still had some baby fat, she gave people a cute and naive feeling. This young lady from Country Neon looked very exquisite. Wang Tung's gaze turned strange. The world was huge. There were all kinds of strange people, including women. At this moment, the lady below opened her mouth. Her voice was a little hoarse and cute. It was quite unique. Shinai Tongji will like to challenge a martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. The moment she finished speaking, the martial warriors from the other nations were shocked. They discussed in low voices. This martial warrior from Country Neon wanted to challenge the White Eagle Nation. Country Neon had always been following the White Eagle Nation. Everyone knew about this. But this time, they wanted to challenge the White Eagle Nation during this exchange. Were they crazy? Interesting. A smile appeared at the edge of Gerald's mouth. His interest was ignited. Indeed. There are many unexpected events during this year's exchange. Arnold laughed in a low voice. He was happy to see someone creating trouble for the White Eagle Nation. Yoke's expression turned ugly once again. He stared in the direction of Country Neon, his gaze suddenly turning dangerous. How bold! When did Country Neon have the courage to bare their fangs at them? The leader of Country Neon, Shambin Quan, was dumbfounded. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. Challenging White Eagle Nation was Shinai Tongji's own decision. Tongji, you're making things difficult for me. I thought we agreed to challenge Country Spade. Why did it become the White Eagle Nation? You can't do this. You're killing me. Just like Hilson, Shinai Tongji had made her own decision. The people from the White Eagle Nation didn't care about what he thought. It was a fact that Shinai Tongji wanted to challenge their nation. If they didn't give Country Neon a good lesson, they would lose their reputation. Yoke glanced at the people behind him. Kyun, Marcia, and the others immediately understood what he meant. Kyun stepped out, sniggered, and said, "I'll go. Let me play with the little girl from Country Neon. Be careful. Don't fail this easy task. She might have some trump cards since she has dared to challenge us." Yoke nodded and said, "Don't worry. Do you think a country following us like a dog can stir up any huge trouble?" Kyun replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he walked down the spectator's stand and entered the arena. "Who gave you the courage to challenge us?" Kyun sneered as he looked at Kyun. "Shinai Tongji, please." Shinai Tongji said calmly without any expressions. Kyun suddenly felt as if he was punching a sack of cotton. The veins on his forehead popped out, and he yelled, "Stop the bullshit. I will make you understand the consequences of challenging us." Boom! He stomped his feet on the ground and charged towards Shinai Tongji. A battle mace had appeared in his hand. Laughing hideously, he raised his mace and smashed it towards Shinai Tongji's head. What a ruthless man. Kyun didn't hold back just because she was a young girl. If she was hit with that mace, no matter how beautiful her face was, it would turn into a pile of minced meat. Wang Tung touched his chin and clicked his tongue. This Kyun must be single. Everyone, Dan Taixian and the others, were speechless. They felt that Wang Tung's thinking was extremely strange. Was this a question of whether he was single? He should be wondering if her head would break apart. Although everyone was shocked by Kun's viciousness, the situation in the arena caused them to widen their eyes. Shinai Tongji stood on the spot absent-mindedly. Not caring about the battle, mace above her head, she stared at Kyun calmly. The next moment, bang! Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. A clear sound resounded. Shinai Tongji's small head exploded. She really exploded. Red and white particles splattered everywhere. The scene was too gruesome, causing many people to retch. Kyun, who caused the scene, was shocked. He looked at the battle mace in his hand before looking at the small figure whose head had disappeared. His mind wasn't working. She died? He was in disbelief. It was such a simple win. He hadn't used any strength at all. The martial warriors from the other nations were dumbstruck. This was the first time such a bloody scene had occurred during this event. This situation had never happened in the past. Zhu Yuxiao covered her mouth immediately. She had lost her voice. This, Ji Xiaoming, Chu Fei, and the others jumped up from their seats, their expressions changing tremendously. How's that possible? Did she go up and die? Yin Bo asked. What on earth is happening? If she went up for a duel, why didn't she resist? Is their difference so huge? Zhao Yuanwu asked curiously. Don't worry, the match has just started, Wang Tung said with a chuckle. They turned to Wang Tung. The match had just started? Did Wang Tung hurt his brain? The lady was dead. How could the match continue? What do you mean? Zhu Yuxiao was puzzled. This is just an illusion. You were fooled, Wang Tung said. Illusion? Everyone's expression changed slightly. That's impossible. Even if it's an illusion, how can we not notice it? The spiritual realm of this martial warrior is very high. It's normal that y'all were fooled, Wang Tung said. His gaze turned strange when he looked at Shinai Tongji below. Spiritual power. Shinai Tongji was a divine spirit master too. She had learned some special skills. Other people might not be able to see through it, but it was a piece of cake for Wang Tung. Everyone looked down after hearing this. At this moment, changes started to happen to Shinai Tongji's body. Her crushed head resumed its original form, like a video rewinding itself. The red and white particles splattered everywhere went back to their original position. Then, Shinai Tongji's baby face appeared in front of Kyun once again. Kyun took a step back unconsciously when he saw this. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "What are you?" he screamed in astonishment. Shinai Tongji tilted her head, and her head dropped to the ground with a slap. It rolled a few times and landed beside Kyun's feet. The eyes looked up at Kyun, and the calm voice was heard again. "Hey, you damaged my head. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 592, ferocious when attacking, timid when running away, F****K. Kyun had a breakdown when he saw such a gory scene. He cursed uncontrollably. He lifted his feet and kicked Shinai Tongji's head. Bang! The head turned into a ball of black shadow and disappeared in the distance. No one could find it anymore. Kyun panted heavily. What happened gave him a rude shock. He could still feel the lingering fear. Damn it! How could a match turn into a horror show? No matter how tough a man was, he would still be fearful of such a chilly scene. Why did you kick my head? Right then, the calm voice echoed once again. This time, the voice sounded beside Kyun's ear. Also, when he heard it, he felt a breath landing on his ear. It felt a little cold. Kyun froze. He turned his head slowly and saw a head was on his shoulder with blood dripping down its neck. His eyes met the head's cold gaze. Kyun felt his heart skipping a beat. His head turned numb, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He wanted to curse, but the words were stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything. Dying. He raised his right hand and punched the head on his left shoulder. Bang! Shinai Tongji's head exploded once again. This time, the red and white particles splattered on his face. Kyun was flabbergasted. When did he become so strong? He just wanted to hit the head away. Why did it explode? He knew that if he smashed the head, he would dirty himself. He wasn't stupid. However, the head exploded, and he still had intimate contact with him. Smelling the strong stench of blood, Kyun gulped. He felt that he was going to vomit his food out. Talented martial warriors like them had seen blood before, but this was the first time he had experienced and tasted a headshot right beside him. It didn't feel good. In the spectator's stand, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Then, they gave Kyun a look of pity. How tragic if they were in his place. They wouldn't be able to handle the gore either. At this moment, most of the people noticed the problem. Shinai Tongji didn't die. She was using a special method to fool everyone. Kyun, who was a participant in the match, got affected the most. He couldn't pull himself out of the illusion and was being led by his nose. Yoke and the others frowned. They wanted to remind Kyun, but they couldn't. The event would lose its purpose if they did. The high priest wouldn't allow them to break the rules either. Wang Tung chuckled. Kyun will probably have a psychological trauma after this match. Everyone felt speechless when they heard his happy laughter. This fellow was so narrow-minded. He must have taken it to heart when Kyun mocked him in the past. In the arena, Shinai Tongji's head appeared beside Kyun once again. It floated in midair while dripping blood. It was like a spirit hovering around Kyun, her cold voice resounding around him. Kyun was going crazy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he aimlessly swung his battle mace around him. He smashed Tongji's head again and again. He had mutated. Black fur covered his entire body. Muscles bulged out, and the aura around him was extremely frightening. Come out. I know that everything is fake. Come out. Kyun wasn't an idiot. He knew that he had walked into his opponent's illusion trap. But realizing it and deciphering it were different matters. He couldn't find where the real Shinai Tongji was. Also, he was at the edge of breaking down after suffering all the pestering and stimulations. Once he mutated, his physical ability was strengthened, but his mind became more easily affected. The psychological trauma in him expanded without stopping. You noticed it. All right, I shall fulfill your wish. Shinai Tongji's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Kyun was elated. He grinned hideously and smashed his mace down furiously. Bang! Shinai Tongji's entire body exploded. Fresh red blood splattered on Kyun. Fake again. He was stunned. His pupils constricted, and blood capillaries seemed to have covered his entire eyeball. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. A sadistic smile appeared on his face. He had lost his mind completely. His confidence was destroyed. As a brigadier general stage martial warrior, it was almost impossible for his confidence to collapse. But after he mutated, his mentality was getting impacted by the wild beast consciousness. Hence, he collapsed after Tongji's additional mental stimulation. Roar! Kyun bellowed in anger. He started mutating again. From his gaze, you could tell that he had lost his consciousness. Only the ruthlessness of a wild beast was left. More fur started growing and covered his entire body. Even his face started changing. He was becoming a black bear. Before this, he was 50% mutated. Now he was at 80% and above. This is bad. Yok's expression changed. He sprung up immediately. Kyun is losing control, Marcia said grimly. Damn it, that idiot. How did that young lady from Country Neon force him to this stage? Did his mental training go down the drain? Yok cursed. His face was black. Marcia paid a silent tribute to Kyun. This martial warrior from Country Neon wasn't easy to deal with. If she met her, she might end up like Kyun. Unfortunately, Yok didn't want to listen to reason. Kyun couldn't control himself, so that was his fault. Shall we admit defeat? Marcia asked. Yok's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, let's wait. We can use this chance to kill that martial warrior from Country Neon. We will control Kyun after that. The risk is high. If we act a little too late, Kyun might never come back, Marcia said, her expression changing slightly. We should never hesitate to sacrifice ourselves for our country, Yok said coldly. Marcia's expression changed. She turned completely quiet. At the same time, Kyun's change attracted the attention of all martial warriors. They could tell that his condition wasn't right, but they didn't know how serious it was. The high priest frowned and glanced in the White Eagle Nation's direction. Seeing that they didn't admit defeat, he remained silent. In the arena, Shinai Tongji appeared once again. She was in one piece. Her head was still pretty, and she wasn't dripping blood. She stared at Kyun in a daze. Her eyes were shining slightly. Roar! Although Kyun had lost his consciousness entirely, he still remembered this enemy. He roared and pounced on Shinai Tongji. Shinai Tongji disappeared on the spot. Then, a buzzing sound was heard. A swarm of bees suddenly appeared in the arena and engulfed Kyun. The situation in the arena changed instantly. Kyun covered his head and scurried away. He was ferocious when he attacked, but look at how timid he appeared now. His clumsy act seemed a little funny. Everyone, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 593, Spiritual Illusion. The bear was afraid of bees. It was weird to see such a scene during the exchange event. The martial warriors from all over the world fell into a strange silence as they watched Kyun being chased by bees in the Colosseum. Yok's mouth twitched as he thought about finding a hole and burying himself in it. It was too embarrassing. Why? Why was the White Eagle Nation the laughingstock in this year's exchange event? Had he known, he wouldn't have become the leader of the team to only be ridiculed. Yok was overwhelmed with regret. However, this was something that he had fought for, and it was too late to say anything else. Over at Country Xia spectator stand, everyone was having a good laugh. The White Eagle Nation is suffering a huge setback this time. Yinbo snickered. That was hilarious. Using bees to deal with that bear, Zhao Yuanwu said. Shanai Tongji is quite smart to have thought of that. Chu Fei shook his head and smiled. She looks very difficult to deal with. Zhu Yuxiao commented. That's right. She's not easy to deal with. Everyone nodded in agreement, with a serious expression on their faces. Boom! In the Colosseum, Kyun was powerless and couldn't resist anymore. He was rolling all over the ground, but he couldn't get rid of the bees. He kept howling miserably. Soon the cries stopped. Kyun had passed out. Shanai Tongji appeared, and the bees vanished. However, Kyun's face was covered with bumps as if he had really been stung by bees. It was unreal and puzzling. Everyone saw this scene and became solemn. The high priest immediately announced Country Neon's victory. However, Country Neon's Shanbin Quan couldn't feel happy at all. That was because Yoke was glaring at him fiercely with a dark expression. Shanbin Quan shivered and felt bitterness in his heart. Don't look at me. It really isn't my fault. When Shanai Tongji returned to the spectator's stand, Shanbin Quan gave her a resentful look. He suppressed his anger and asked, Tongji, why did you do that? Do what? Shanai Tongji looked at him innocently. Shanbin Quan felt powerless and said with a sad face, My little princess, the White Eagle Nation is not a country we can afford to provoke. Oh, Shanai Tongji nodded. Shanbin Quan. Oh, and then? Say something. What's with that oh? What do you mean? Shanbin Quan was going crazy, but there was nothing he could do to Shanai Tongji. All he could do was to hide away in a corner and draw circles. Country Xia's spectators stand. Wang Tong's gaze swept downwards, and he collected the attribute bubbles in the Colosseum using his spiritual power. Earth Force * 345 Origin of Life * 12 Emperor Realm Spirit * 50 Spiritual Illusion * 20 Poison Force * 125 Wang Tong's eyes flickered slightly when he saw what he had collected. There were 345 points of Earth Force. Sure enough, a Brigadier General Stage Martial Warrior dropped quite a lot of attribute bubbles. Of course, the 12 points of Origin of Life were the most important. There were more points compared to what the previous White Eagle Nation Martial Warriors had dropped. At this time, he wanted to ask how many years Kyun could live. Unlucky child. At best, when other people fought, they would bleed and get injured. If it was serious, they would die. However, Kyun was different. Mutating meant that he would lose his life. The Jin Martial Warriors were nothing but the same. The drawbacks were too great. Of course, Wang Tung hoped that more Jin Martial Warriors would appear. It would be beneficial to him anyway. Next was 50 points of Emperor Realm Spirit, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. It was incredible for Shanai Tongji to have attained such a level of spirit. Was she cheating too? He didn't know what her age was, but she looked young. If she was the same age as Wang Tung, it would be amazing. The remaining attribute bubbles surprised Wang Tung again. Spiritual Illusion and Poison Force. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Spiritual Illusion was a spiritual ability. It must be the same ability that Shanai Tongji used in the previous match. Wang Tung's eyes flickered as he digested the memories in his mind. He had already mastered the spiritual ability. Spiritual Illusion. 10 out of 100, well-versed. 20 points of spiritual illusion allowed him to break through the foundation state and achieve some proficiency. Now, he had mastered 2 spiritual skills, spirit penetration and spiritual illusion. He had more tricks up his sleeve. Finally, it was the poison force. Till now, Wang Tung had only seen the poison force on Lin Chuxia. Shanai Tongji was the second person to have it. However, Shanai Tongji's poison talent obviously couldn't be compared with Lin Chuxia's. Lin Chuxia had the demon lotus poison body, and with her talent, it would be extremely rare for someone to match up to her. At this time, Wang Tung couldn't help but look in the direction of Country Neon. No matter what, Shanai Tongji should not be underestimated. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. The exchange event was getting more and more interesting. Shanai Tongji seemed to have sensed Wang Tung's gaze and turned to look in his direction. However, Wang Tung had already retracted his gaze and was walking towards the Colosseum. Wang Tung will like to challenge Hilson of Country Snow. Wang Tung looked towards Country Snow's spectator stand. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in Country Snow changed. Hilson's expression was even uglier as he looked at Wang Tung. It was like he had stepped on a pile of dung. This bastard must have done it on purpose. He had defeated a Country Xia martial warrior and attained glory by stepping on them. Now Wang Tung specially came over to challenge him. But there was nothing he could do. Since he had shown his talents in the exchange event, there would be many challengers waiting to test him. He could either stand and walk till the end or be defeated and left behind. There was no other possibility. The high priest looked at Hilson and nodded at him. Hilson knew that it was unavoidable. He had just joined the Holy Temple. If he avoided the battle, he would not only embarrass himself, but also taint the reputation of the Holy Temple. The consequences would be greater than anything else. Hilson scoffed. A challenge it shall be. He might be able to beat Wang Tung. Everyone was reluctant to have a match against Wang Tung. They were worried that he would humiliate them with his brick. However, he didn't believe that Wang Tung would do such a thing to a member of the Holy Temple. Wang Tung, please. Wang Tung giggled as he saw Hilson coming towards him. Hilson looked constipated. What are you laughing at? That smile gave him a creepy feeling. Hilson. He didn't say anything unnecessary. After speaking his name, he grabbed his spear, pointing it at Wang Tung. Come, let's have a good fight. A good fight. Wang Tung laughed. I'm afraid you won't have a chance once I make a move. How dare you? This bastard didn't take him seriously. Hilson's face was filled with rage as he stepped forward. The spear stabbed out and shot across the sky, striking directly at Wang Tung's vital points. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 594, He's an Actor. Spear glow shot into the air, soaring towards him with a cold aura. In response, Wang Tung punched his fist out without a change in expression. It was a simple punch. He didn't employ any battle techniques, just using pure strength. Boom! When the fist and the spear glow collided, the ice formed by the spear cracked with a bang. It turned into ice shavings floating in the air. Hilson felt the violent strength coming from his opponent. His expression changed slightly, and he took half a step back. He was at a disadvantage in the first exchange. Wang Tung's ability was as simple as it looked. Hilson turned serious and activated his ice cocoon physique without any hesitation. Ice force surged out of his body and gathered into an ice armor around him. The leader of Country Snow was stunned. The other martial warriors from other nations were surprised too. They started discussing in low voices. Hilson used his special physique so early in the match. It looks like Wang Tung is giving him a huge pressure. Wang Tung isn't a normal martial warrior. He seems very strong. He was playing when he used the brick as his weapon, right? Is he showing his true strength now? Anyway, have you noticed how young Wang Tung is? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. That was when they realized that Wang Tung seemed much younger than most of the martial warriors present. Almost all of them were around 25 when they entered the Brigadier General stage. Even the younger ones would only be 1 or 2 years younger. However, they didn't know if Wang Tung was even 20 years old yet. Gerald and Valeria's expressions started to change a little. Tongji, this talent from Country Xia, seems younger than you. Shanbin Quan said to Tongji beside him. Yes. Surprisingly, Shanai Tongji didn't refute. She nodded with a grim expression. Country Xia is an interesting place. Unfortunately, Shanbin Quan seemed a little forlorn as he sighed. Although he didn't continue his sentence, Shanai Tongji understood what he meant. Ever since the new era started, Country Neon chose to follow the White Eagle Nation. Hence, their relationship with Country Xia was a little stiff. They weren't on friendly terms. If they had chosen to follow Country Xia at the start, the situation might have been different now. In the Colosseum, Wang Tung was elated when he saw Hilson's change. He could collect more attribute bubbles. Ice Cocoon Physique *10, Ice Cocoon Physique *8, Ice Force *112. Wang Tung sensed the changes in his body. His eyes were filled with motherly love as he looked at Hilson again. Besides having a slightly scheming heart, this man was a good person. Beep, a good man card. Hilson glared at Wang Tung emotionlessly with his ice blue eyes. He didn't know that he was given a good man card by his opponent. You're very strong, but I won't lose. His expression was firm and his gaze resolute. Wang Tung remained composed. Being confident was good, but you needed to know who you were facing. This fellow was still too young. Hilson raised his eyebrows when he saw the calm expression on Wang Tung's face. His opponent wasn't stimulated by his words at all. It seemed as if he was looking down on him. A tinge of anger rose in his heart uncontrollably. Boom! The ice force in his body surged out. He stopped talking nonsense and congregated his ice force on his long spear, forming a thick layer of ice. He stabbed his spear out. Ice spear conscious. Let me see if you can destroy my spear with your fist. Hilson screamed in anger. His body seemed to have crossed through space as he arrived in front of Wang Tung in an instant. Boom! Wang Tung remained calm and raised his head. The spear glow grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. He only raised his fist slowly when the spear was directly in front of him. It was a serious punch. Crimson-red flames enveloped his fist as it collided with the ice on the spear. Once again, Wang Tung used his physical body to take the ice spear attack from Hilson. A real man must be bold. Disbelief flashed past Hilson's eyes. He didn't expect Wang Tung to use his fist to resist his attack. Was this fellow so confident? Boom! Wang Tung's fist aura collided into the spear glow, and a loud explosion occurred. Force swept through the entire arena, blowing dust into the air. Everyone squinted as they looked at the stage. Suddenly, right in the center of the collision, a soft crack was heard. Hilson's expression changed. His pupils constricted, and he was thunderstruck. How is this possible? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Cracks had appeared on the ice around his spear. They grew bigger, and ice blocks started dropping. Bang! During a certain moment, the ice shattered completely. Opposite him, a scorching and powerful fist was roaring towards him. Hilson shook his body and forcefully dispersed the fist aura. This was only the residual force, so it wasn't enough to break the defense of his ice armor. He heaved a sigh of relief uncontrollably. However, his happiness didn't last long. Wang Tung suddenly disappeared on the spot and dashed towards him like a ray of light. Hilson's expression changed. He soared into the sky and evaded Wang Tung's attack. He had experienced Wang Tung's frightening fist force, so he was wary of it. He didn't want to face it head-on, but he could never expect how fast Wang Tung could be. As long as he wanted, his opponent wouldn't be able to escape. The next moment, Wang Tung appeared directly in front of Hilson. An evil smile was pasted on his face. He looked like a gangster teasing a beautiful lady. Don't run. Do you know what's give and take? Have a taste of my fist, too. The second he finished, he threw his fist at his opponent. Hilson's expression changed completely. He couldn't react to the fast punch and was hit in the stomach. Boom! When the punch landed, his body curled up like a prawn. His eyes popped out as the terrifying strength released itself entirely on his body. Swoosh! He was thrown back like a rocket. He only managed to stop after flying out for more than 10 meters. Cough! Hilson was coughing violently, and blood dripped down the edge of his lips. He wiped it away and scoffed. You can't break my ice armor. Oh, really? Wang Tung smiled gently. Crack! A crisp and clear crack sounded in his ears as if it was pre-planned. Hilson's pupils constricted. He lowered his head and took a look, only to notice a crack appearing on the ice armor in front of his chest. Your turtle shell is a little weak. My punch was so gentle, Wang Tung said. Hilson's face turned black. What do you mean by turtle shell? His armor was so handsome, but this fellow said that it was a turtle shell. What kind of eyesight was that? However, it was a fact that he had cracked his ice armor. This fellow's strength was frightening. As for his claim of a gentle punch, Hilson didn't believe him at all. Since he had broken his ice armor, he must have used his full force. This fellow was an actor. Come, let me give you a few more punches. Wang Ting didn't care about Hilson's expression. He disappeared again and hurled himself at his opponent. Again, Hilson's face turned green. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 595 Dawei Tianlong Go. Hilson's heart pounded furiously. A layer of ice congregated on the long spear in his hand once again, turning it into a giant ice spear as he welcomed Wang Tung's attack. He didn't dare to let Wang Tung's fist land on his body again. His organs had almost flown out from the punch just now. Was there a monster hiding in this fellow's body? How could this body, which didn't seem muscular, contain so much strength? Of all of the martial warriors he had met in the past, no one surpassed Wang Tung in terms of strength. Boom! Wang Tung didn't even glance at the ice spear. He punched it without thinking. Anything that blocks my path will be smashed into pieces. This is my ninja path. This is my martial arts path. The ice spear cracked once again, and ice flakes flew everywhere. Wang Tung turned into a ray of light and flashed through the ice flakes in the air. He went straight for Hilson's body. Boom, boom, boom. He lashed his fists out, gifting his opponent's body with his flames. Hilson was like a sandbag as his body swung to and fro in the air. He had no chance of retaliating. Anyone who saw this scene would feel pity for him. How tragic. Gerald from the Large Eagle Nation felt his eyes twitching. He was shocked by Wang Tung's direct and rough attacking methods. First the brick and now his fist. Thinking back on it, this Wang Tung was a violent man. Valeria from Country Boar was elated. Her eyes were shining, and the muscles on her body were dancing. She said to the person beside her, "Darwan, I think I found my true love. This is my charming prince." It's Prince Charming. The leader of Country Boar, called Darwan, felt speechless. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "You have feelings for him? Only a man like him deserves to be my partner, right?" The King Kong Barbie flexed her muscles and said, "The outstanding men in our nation will be sad," Darwan said dejectedly. They can't even win against me. What right do they have to be my man?" "In their dreams," Valeria said with contempt. Then she stared lovingly at Wang Tung. This was how frightening this fierce nation was. In the Colosseum, Wang Tung, who was focused on beating his opponent, suddenly shuddered. He felt an evil intention swimming around him. What happened? He had a bad feeling. Wang Tung's spiritual power was powerful, so he could danger beforehand. He felt that danger had laid its eyes on him. This is a good chance. Hilson grabbed the chance when Wang Tung lost his concentration and retreated in a hurry. A large part of his ice armor had cracked, and several ice plates were hanging on his body. His handsome and glorious appearance was gone while his face was bruised and swollen. He was in a bad state. He ran away. Wang Tung stared at him, his gaze turning dangerous. The prey was already in his hands. How could he let him run away? Hilson panted heavily. His expression was ugly and grim. Wang Tung's ability exceeded his expectation, but it wasn't appropriate for him to admit defeat. He had just joined the Holy Temple and was at the peak of his life. If he admitted defeat so easily, his impression in the high priest's eyes would drop. Hence, he gritted his teeth firmly. His gaze turned resolute as he activated his ice cocoon physique to its maximum. He released all the ice force in his body. Boom! A bone-piercing chill spread in the arena. The air seemed frozen, with layers of frost appearing. Snow started floating down the sky. The force cultivation of a brigadier general stage martial warrior was extremely powerful. In addition, he possessed a special physique, so the commotion he caused was naturally huge. Wang Tung glanced at him in astonishment. He wanted to attack, but he stopped midway. How could he get more attribute bubbles from this guy? Wait for him to release his full strength and squeeze him until he had nothing more. This was the correct method. No one knew what Wang Tung was thinking. They were staring at the sky above the Colosseum with shimmering eyes. Wang Tung seems confident, Gerald said with interest. Hilson is strong. His special physique makes him very powerful. But he couldn't do anything in Wang Tung's hands, Arnold said. Wang Tung is strong, and his speed is unbelievable. Hilson is being suppressed in these areas, Gerald said after some contemplation. Continue watching. Hilson might go all out now. What happens now will affect the result of this battle. If Wang Tung can't withstand the attack, all his efforts will be in vain. Arnold nodded and looked up at the sky. Tongji, who do you think will win? Shanbin Quan always asked Shinai Tongji when he couldn't make a decision. This was no exception. Wang Tung, Shinai Tongji replied. Oh, are you very certain? Shanbin Quan asked in surprise. I can't see through him, but I can see through Hilson, Shinai Tongji replied. That Wang Tung is really mysterious. Shanbin Quan was astounded. In the spectator's stand, Zhu Yuxiao was watching the battle attentively. She said Hilson's ice force has a strange power in it. We mustn't underestimate the attack this time. Can Wang Tung block it? Don't worry, this is just a warm-up. Wang Tung hasn't taken it seriously until now. Dan Taixian shook her head and spoke in a helpless tone. The others were flabbergasted. Hilson had activated his special physique, but Dan Taixian was telling them that Wang Tung was just warming up. Was she serious? Everyone was in disbelief. They felt that Dan Taixian was just exaggerating. Anyway, none of us know which stage Wang Tung is at, right? Chu Fei asked. In terms of cultivation level, he's at the Brigadier General stage. However, I'm not sure about his true battle power. Dan Taixian shook her head and replied. Brigadier General stage. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Brigadier General stage before 20 years old, and his battle power might be higher. They glanced at one another. No words could express their emotions. Did Wang Tung start cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? The ice force in the sky was getting thicker. It gathered above Hilson's head, forming rays of ice glows. They covered the entire sky. Looking at it was enough to turn everyone's head numb. Who could withstand this powerful attack from all directions? Hilson found it a little strenuous when he used this skill. Although his face was pale, his gaze was chilly. He shouted, Ice arrow rain. In an instant, the ice rays dropped and flew towards Wang Tung from all directions. Swoosh, 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 continuous sounds of explosions rang through the Colosseum. The martial warriors inside became serious. This momentum was intense and terrifying. Wang Tung looked at the ice arrows that had arrived in front of him in a split second. His gaze became firm, and a scorching heat escaped from his body. Green flames swarm out, forming a lifelike giant green dragon in the sky. Dawei Tianlong go. 1. Though Wang Tung was shouting like an idiot, his presence was domineering. Green flames blossomed around him like a lotus, making him look like a deity descending on earth, holy and immortal. After he shouted, the green dragon roared towards the sky and flew towards the endless rain of ice. Flames spurted out from the giant dragon's mouth, submerging all the ice glows. Boom! Instantly, the ice glows shattered. This terrifying attack was destroyed by Wang Tung's flames. Roar! The green giant dragon hovered in the air above Hilson. Looking magnificent, it lowered its head and stared at Hilson as... Hilson was dumbfounded. He was in a daze. He stared absent-mindedly at the green dragon above him as he felt the scorching heat. His body was drenched in sweat. The other martial warriors were astounded too. Their eyes flickered violently as they watched this scene. Wang Tung was very strong. For the first time, the high priest turned solemn. He looked at Wang Tung meaningfully. Country Xia. The high priest muttered to himself. What an unbelievable ancient country. But what does Dawei Tianlong mean? Is it the name of the move or an incantation? He felt a little puzzled as he wondered about this. In the spectator's stand, Dan Taixian was feeling speechless. Her head turned numb, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. Dawei Tianlong. Wang Tung, why don't you kill yourself? Dan Taixian felt that she was going to go crazy soon. She had received a huge stimulation and couldn't look at Wang Tong straight in the face anymore. She wished that she could grab him and beat him up furiously until he didn't dare to say such things again. 1. This phrase comes from a Chinese movie where the priest chants this phrase when catching a demon. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 596. We are both geniuses. Can't you show me some respect? Dan Taixian and the others were looking at the green dragon. They felt that it was extremely majestic and was great for putting on a show. But why did he have to shout Dawei Tianlong? No one could stand the childishness. It suffocated everyone. Everyone in Country Xia was utterly defeated by Wang Tong. He was always fooling around and giving people headaches. It's too embarrassing. Zhao Yuan's mouth twitched. I'm embarrassed to be associated with him, Ren Qingtsong said with a look of disgust. Although Ji Xiuming and the rest also felt that Wang Tong had embarrassed everyone, it wasn't nice to say those words directly. Several people glanced at Zhao Yuanwu and Ren Qingtsong. They knew that both of them held some grudges against Wang Tong, but this was going too far. Haven't you seen the expressions of those foreigners? Zhu Yuxiao defended Wang Tong and reminded both of them. What do you mean? Zhao Yuanwu asked. See for yourself. Zhu Yuxiao snapped back. Everyone looked over. All the foreigners had a bewildered expression. They didn't understand, but it looked impressive. With the green dragon in play, Wang Tong's show seemed to have succeeded. Zhao Yuanwu, Ren Qingtsong, everyone else. This works? Wang Tong wasn't being an embarrassment. He was being a show-off. Zhao Yuan's mouth twitched, and he completely shut his trap. Ren Qingtsong snorted softly and stopped talking. The expression on his face was interesting as well. It wasn't just them. Even Mu Zhigua and the others were impressed. Thinking about it carefully, these foreigners didn't understand their language very well. Hence, they wouldn't understand how childish it was. Zhu Yuxiao saw everyone's expression and felt ashamed. However, she did feel that she didn't let Wang Ting down. Since he stood up for her, she was trying to defend his reputation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such words against her will. Although the foreigners didn't understand what he was saying, it was still childish. Remembering that embarrassing scene again, Zhu Yushu's heart shuddered. Her goosebumps made an appearance again. Oh my God, Wang Tong isn't human. In the Colosseum, the green giant dragon was hovering in the sky as it looked down at Hilson. The tension in the atmosphere was at its limits. At this point of the match, there was almost no suspense. So what would Hilson choose? Admit defeat or a fight to the death? All the martial warriors understood his situation very well. He had just been selected by the Holy Temple, and before he could enjoy the spring breeze, he ended up in such a disastrous situation. Who could stand it? At this time, some people pitied him, while others were gloating. Hilson's face was pale, and his lips were squirming. He couldn't utter the word defeat. Wang Tong's eyes flashed, and he suddenly vanished. Hilson's expression changed drastically. F***K. This despicable bastard didn't even give him time to catch his breath. The next moment, Wang Tong appeared in front of Hilson and grinned at him. Then, a golden light flashed in his hand. Hilson was horrified. He finally remembered something. Just as he was about to shout the words "admit defeat" and open his mouth, bang. It was too late. The golden light kissed his face, right on the dead center, and shut his mouth tightly. Gasp! Everyone saw this scene and took a deep breath of cold air. It hurts. You shouldn't hit someone's face in a fight, but Wang Tong specialized in doing just that. It was a bit of a dirty hit. Furthermore, Hilson was just about to admit defeat. Even if he was still hesitating, he should have given him enough time to prepare himself. He had just started climbing his way up, yet Wang Tong stepped on him and walked all over him, not even giving him time to feel depressed. They are both geniuses. Can't he show him some respect? No matter what everyone else thought in their hearts, Wang Tong didn't hold back one bit as he smashed the brick down. Hilson was already dazed. He wanted to admit defeat, but he was stopped every time. Who could understand such despair? If he had known this earlier, he would have given up quickly. Why did he hesitate back then? Now, it was too late to regret. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound echoed all over the Colosseum, and everyone's eyes kept twitching. The high priest wanted to stop it, but he knew he couldn't. Otherwise, it would be unfair. He was complaining to himself, asking why Hilson had to hesitate and invite trouble. Helpless, he shook his head and sighed. When encountering a despicable man like Wang Tung, Hilson deserved to suffer. In the end, Wang Tung still had a trace of kindness in him. After feeling that it was about time, he suddenly increased his strength, getting ready to end the match. Boom! Hilson's body slammed onto the ground with a loud bang and slumped like a tattered sack, throwing up a cloud of dust. It finally ended. Everyone was sweating for Hilson. The calamity has finally concluded. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing Hilson's brutally abused body. He raised his trembling arms and uttered with a hoarse voice, I admit defeat. Everyone, so tenacious. Now they knew. Once the opportunity presented itself, the first thing to do was to admit defeat. At this moment, everyone seemed to be able to truly appreciate Hilson's despair. Super_Esprit. JPG. Wang Tung from Country Xia has won the battle. The high priest announced the results hurriedly. He feared that if he was a step too late, Wang Tung might continue bashing Hilson up. Wang Tung landed from above and pouted. These people made him seem like some kind of violent madman. He was too lazy to continue fighting. Was there a need to be so nervous? Besides, was that his problem? Of course not. Everyone was fighting for their countries, and their positions were different. It was difficult to blame anyone. The world was fair. If you wanted to get something, you had to fork out something in return. When Hilson chose to use Country Xia as a stepping stone, he had to think that Country Xia would come for him to collect the debt. It was just that he encountered a two-faced guy like Wang Tung. If he had met Mu Jigua, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Hilson heard the result given by the high priest and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just then, Wang Tung walked in front of him and squatted down, staring straight at him. What are you doing? I've already admitted defeat. Hilson's face was bruised. When he saw Wang Tung's face, he was startled. Enduring all the pain in his body, he struggled to stay away from him. Wang Tung reflected on his actions. Did he go too far? Frightening this guy like this, would he leave a psychological scar on him? Wang Tung shook his head. He would be gentler next time, so that people wouldn't suffer so badly. Remember, I'm a Country Xia martial warrior. Wang Tung looked deeply into his eyes. When he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the Colosseum. Country Xia martial warrior. Hilson looked at his back, and his eyes welled with tears of regret. Mother, I will never provoke anyone from Country Xia again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 597. Are you interested to be my boyfriend? Shocking news. Why is a martial warrior from Country Snow weeping and tearing up during competition? Is this the distortion of human nature, or is it the decline of morality? To find out what happened, please watch the next match. When Hilson was carried down, he was self-reflecting on two things. First, he shouldn't have challenged Country Xia. What was he thinking when he chose to challenge a martial warrior from Country Xia? He couldn't find an answer to that. Next, why didn't he admit defeat earlier when he knew that he would lose? He had the chance to admit defeat, but he didn't treasure it. He only regretted it after he suffered a brutal beating. If heaven gave him another chance, he would immediately shout the three words, I admit defeat. Wang Tung went back to the spectator's stand, only to realize that everyone was keeping a distance from him and looking at him with disdain. His face turned black. Is this how you welcome a victorious hero? Seriously, Dan Taixian was furious. When you shouted that stupid incantation, our relationship ended. Wang Tung almost vomited blood. You're so heartless. Is it that stupid? I was just cheering for myself. Didn't you see how shocked the foreigners were? How can you do something big if you can't accept this small flaw? Wang Tung reprimanded everyone in a righteous tone, as if they were the ones who were wrong, and he was just the misunderstood hero. Look, he had raised the reputation of their nation in front of these foreigners. He allowed them to experience their culture and power. There was nothing wrong with it. No matter what you say, you can't hide your childish heart, Dan Taixian replied coldly. Wang Tung. He wouldn't accept this injustice. He snorted. An outstanding person like me will never be understood. Everyone looked at his confident expression and got astounded by his shamelessness once again. They were so amazed that no one refuted. The competition continued. The martial warriors from other nations came out and challenged other countries. However, they avoided Country Xiao once again. They couldn't afford to offend them. Chu Fei, Yin Bo, and the others felt helpless. They looked at Wang Tung indignantly. It was this fellow's fault. They didn't have a chance to step into the arena. Wang Tung, his fault? He was so furious that he just ignored them. If you want to fight, go down and challenge someone. Why are you looking at me? Wang Tung rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to care about them. He chose to focus on the match and counted the gains from his last duel. Spiritual Realm Spirit *205 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *180 Ice Cocoon Physique *120 Ice Force *600 Ice Spear Conscious *135 Ice Arrow Rain *30 Wang Tung was overjoyed by this round of great harvest. This ice element sheep had given him bundles of wool. Looking at the 100+ points of Spiritual Realm Spirit and Enlightenment, Wang Tung suddenly felt a sense of achievement. He had worked hard and knocked all these gains out with his brick. He was touched by himself. It wasn't easy to get all these attributes. If Hilson knew what Wang Tung was thinking, he might cry until he fainted. This was inhumane. The 120 points of Ice Cocoon Physique allowed Wang Tung's Ice Element Physique to rise by a certain degree. Ice Cocoon Physique 148/5000. He was still some distance away from the perfected stage, but with this Ice Element Physique, Wang Tung got more sensitive towards the Ice Force. This was good for his cultivation. He didn't need to be afraid of his Ice Force lagging behind others anymore. Wang Tung felt elated. The 600 points of Ice Force were important too. After the experience in the virtual reality world, his Ice Force had reached the 9-star soldier level. He gained more Ice Force attributes during the global exchange, so his Ice Force rose again. Ice Force 5320/9000, 9-star. The rise in cultivation was the most obvious change. Besides that, he gained new battle techniques too. Ice Spear Conscious 180 out of 1000, first level. Ice Arrow Rain, Sky Rank 20 out of 100, well-versed. He didn't just gain the Ice Spear Conscious, but he also reached the first level. This was another battle conscious added to his collection. Along with the Sky Rank Ice Arrow Rain, Wang Tung's gains were huge. Wang Tung didn't have any attacking ice element skills, but he had filled up all the gaps now. He had Ice Element Conscious and Battle Technique. In terms of Ice Force, he was no weaker than an ordinary Brigadier General Stage Martial Warrior. Wang Tung felt emotional. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Hilson was sincerely a good man. He fought so hard, but it was all for his benefit. What good man he was. The next few matches weren't as interesting. The martial warriors from the different countries challenged each other. Some Brigadier General Stage martial warriors acted and winners were created. Wang Tung didn't care if the matches were interesting or not. Either way, he could collect many attributes. It was a gain for him. Fire Force *80 Earth Force *130 Earth Fist Conscious *60 Origin of Life *2 Wood Force *90 Metal Force *205 Time passed. Very soon, an entire day had gone by. The High Priest announced the ending of the matches today. The event would continue tomorrow. Wang Tung and Dan Taixian headed down the mountain. They prepared to go back to their hotel to rest. Wait! A voice suddenly sounded behind them. Everyone turned back and saw a group of people chasing after them. It was Country Boar. What's the matter? Dan Taixian asked curiously. The leader of Country Boar, Darwan, smiled and said, "The talent from Country Xia have yielded brilliant results during the matches today. The young men and ladies from my country kept pestering me to introduce them to you all. Brilliant results? Dan Taichuan's expression turned strange. Was he honestly referring to them? Moreover, during the Brigadier General stage duels, only Zhu Yuxiao and Wang Teng went out. Zhu Yuxiao lost while Wang Teng, there was no point mentioning him. How could country boors say that they had achieved brilliant results? Were they being sarcastic? Darwan and the others didn't know what Dan Taixian was thinking. They smiled and chatted with them as if they were here to make friends. While the leaders were chatting, a tall and muscular young lady with an exquisite face walked out from behind Darwan and raised her hand directly in front of Wang Teng. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Valeria Matusevich." Wang Teng looked at the lady in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of pressure. King Kong Barbie. For some reason, when he saw her gaze, a bad feeling floated into his heart. "Hello, I'm Wang Teng." Wang Teng tried his best to maintain his indifference. He nodded and returned her greeting. "I think that you are very powerful. Are you interested in being my boyfriend?" Valeria was extremely straightforward. Wang Teng almost fainted. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 598. Boss, please let me go. Slurp. Wang Teng swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He raised his head and looked at this beauty from Country Boar. Even though he was taller than 1.8 meters, he needed to raise his head to look at the lattice face. If not, all he could see was her large chest. This lady looked astonishing at first glance. When he took a second look, he felt that she was a ghost. She was beautiful but unbelievably muscular. When he heard her words, Wang Teng finally knew where his bad feeling came from earlier. This King Kong Barbie in front of him was his greatest misfortune. Not only was Wang Teng shocked, but his companions also had their mouths wide open. A few moments later, they started trying their best to suppress their laughter. Zhu Yuxiao, Chu Fei, and the others even turned red in the face. They couldn't control themselves. Wang Teng felt like cursing when he saw their expressions. His expression kept changing. "Is this question difficult to answer?" Valeria stared at Wang Teng and asked seriously. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. "Difficult? It wasn't just difficult. It was the most difficult question of the century. It's not difficult to answer." Wang Teng refused to show any signs of weakness. But when he saw the pure gaze of the young lady, he didn't know what to do. This King Kong Barbie seemed like a naive girl. He swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue and sighed in his heart. In the end, he changed his speech and asked, "Are the people in your country all this straightforward?" "I like to be direct," Valeria replied. "How about this? Before I answer your question, let me ask you one first." Wang Teng pretended to ponder before he spoke. "All right, go ahead." Valeria nodded. The others looked over with interest when they heard their conversation. Dan Taixian glanced at Wang Teng ambiguously. She seemed happy at his plight. "Well, you wanted to show off. This is what you deserve. Do you prefer sweet bean curd or salty bean curd?" A glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. Everyone collapsed in shock. They finally understood what he wanted to do. This fellow was despicable. He was using this method to avoid her. What? Valeria was stunned. She didn't know what bean curd was. She had never heard of it. Wang Teng finally realized how stupid he was. However, he didn't know any food from Country Boar, so he asked again, "What do you like to eat in your country?" "Thin pancakes," Valeria replied without any hesitation. She even swallowed her saliva as she recalled the delicious taste of the food. Wang Teng. This lady was a foodie. Suddenly, Wang Teng had another bad premonition. However, he had already asked his question, so he had to follow through. He continued, "Do you like sweet pancakes or salty pancakes?" Everyone looked at him in contempt. How could he ask this shameless question? He was just making use of her naiveness. Wang Teng ignored them and stared intently at Valeria. "This is a piece of cake. Once you make your decision, our fate will end." Valeria looked at him curiously. She didn't know why he asked this question, but she still replied to him, "Both." "You like both?" Wang Teng was stunned. "Yes, I like both," Valeria nodded and said. "How can you like both?" Wang Tung had a breakdown. The script wasn't right. This was a choice question. Why was she choosing both? Didn't she know that this was ridiculous? Ha! Everyone burst out laughing when they saw Wang Tung's frustrated expression. Have a good chat with Miss Valeria. We can improve the relationship between our countries. Isn't this what you like to do? Dan Taixian patted Wang Tung's shoulder and laughed. Wang Tung got depressed. What's wrong with these people? Can we still be friends? Y'all are pushing me into the fire. Is this how we improve the relationship between our countries? Don't say anything. Our friendship ends here. Wang Tung glared at Dan Taixian before he turned and said to Valeria seriously, "We have no fate if you like to eat thin pancakes." Why? Valeria asked. I don't like pancakes. There's no future for two people with different tastes, Wang Tung replied. You misunderstood me. Valeria laughed uncontrollably. I like to eat everything, so we won't have the problem of having different tastes for food. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Wang Tung squinted. Damn it, he had met his opponent. This naive-looking King Kong Barbie was so hard to handle. This was out of his expectations. Let's not talk about food. Let's talk about different things. If two people want to get together, they must understand each other. Wang Tung winked at Dan Taixian furiously as he walked down the mountain. Let's walk and talk. Dan Taixian pretended she didn't see anything. However, she still walked down the mountain. It was indeed embarrassing to talk about this in the middle of the mountain path. What do you want to understand about me? Valeria caught up with Wang Tung and asked. For instance, your interest in hobbies, Wang Tung said. I like to hit people, Valeria replied. Wang Tung was speechless. Is that a hobby? This King Kong Barbie's hobby was quite special. But for some reason, he felt as if he had met his soulmate. Puffed, to hell with the soulmate. This wasn't the result he wanted. Cough. Hitting people is not good. I don't like to hit them. Look, our interests are different. We have no future, Wang Tung said insincerely. The moment he finished speaking, everyone stared at him with a strange expression. Do you believe yourself when you say that you don't like to hit people? Dan Taixian wasn't afraid of creating a scene, exposing Wang Tung instantly. Our Valeria decided to look for you after seeing your performance during the match. Darwan, who had been keeping quiet, finally opened his mouth. Wanting finally knew where the problem was. F***K. This King Kong Barbie fell for him when he was hitting someone. How could he change? Was this fatal attraction? No, no, no. Frightening images started appearing in his mind. He shuddered, and his head turned numb. He shook his head frantically. I think that you misunderstood me. I don't like to hit people, honestly. I'm a kind person deep down. I was forced to hit him during the match. Normally, I won't hit anyone if I don't have to, Wang Tung said seriously. What a coincidence. I'm a kind person too, Valeria replied shyly. That's right, our Valeria will feel guilty even if she killed an ant. She's a kind and good lady. Darwan nodded and spoke up for Valeria. Wang Tung felt stuffy in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could these people be so shameless? Wang Tung didn't know what to do anymore. Despair, boss. Please let me go. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 599. The surprise appearance of Constellation Force. The people from Country Board didn't leave, especially after Dan Taixian's enthusiasm. She urged them to stay and have dinner with them. They had another friendly round of conversation. The two nations had a good relationship, at least on the surface, so the dinner was harmonious. Nothing unsightly happened. On the dining table, Darwan asked, What do you think of the White Eagle Nation's Gene Martial warriors? Everyone from Country Xia paused. What do you think? Dan Taixian threw the question back at him. Darwan didn't mind, though. If he wanted to know Country Xia's opinion, he needed to show some sincerity. He smiled and replied, Although there are some benefits, the flaws are also apparent. After they mutate, they will get influenced by the beast's consciousness. This will harm themselves and their opponents. After they get affected by the beast's consciousness, they will get stronger, Dan Taixian said. But without their consciousness guiding the mutation, their attacks become aimless, and they are no different from wild beasts. It's not hard to deal with them. Wang Tung interrupted. I forgot that you fought with them. Darwan looked at Wang Tung intently. If it was honestly as simple as what he said, they wouldn't need to be scared of the White Eagle Nation's gene martial warriors. Although Wang Tung could defeat them easily, it didn't mean other martial warriors could. Your country is studying gene mutation too, right? Dan Taixian suddenly asked in a meaningful tone. Darwan's gaze froze. Then, he smiled and said, Why are you talking about us? Aren't you doing it too? The atmosphere on the dining table tensed up. Almost immediately after that, Darwan and Dan Taixian laughed out loud. They dropped the topic as if it had never been brought up. The atmosphere turned harmonious again. I will not give up, Valeria said to Wang Tung earnestly before she left. Wang Tung had a headache. This stubborn person was fixed on getting him. Dan Taixian grabbed his shoulder and sniggered. Not bad, little brother. You are so fortunate. We are only halfway through the event, but you've already gotten a beauty. What honor you have brought to our country. Go away. You call this fortunate? Bringing honor to the country? Wang Tung pushed her hand away furiously. He walked up the stairs and ignored her. Everyone laughed behind him. Zhu Yuxiao teased. Of course you're lucky. Miss Valeria has an angelic face. I've never seen such an exquisite face in my life. An angelic face, but a devilish body. I'm afraid that my small body can't handle her. Wang Tung said in frustration. That's why you need to invest first. Figures can change. As long as she doesn't exercise her muscles in the future, her figure will return to normal. It will be a great investment for you at that time. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain, Zhu Yuxiao analyzed. Haha, I don't have the time to play this cultivation game. Wang Tung scoffed. You don't understand how lucky you are. You will regret it in the future. Dan Taixian nudged him. Go away. Wang Tung was exasperated and indignant. The next day, everyone gathered at the Colosseum again. The moment Country Boar saw the people from Country Xia, Valeria shouted and waved at them as if they had a close relationship. Wang Tung forced himself to nod his head as a reply. When the martial warriors from the other nations saw this, they wondered if Country Boar and Country Xia had joined hands. The high priest came down from the peak and noticed this scene. His eyes shimmered. As the largest martial warrior organization in this continent, the Holy Temple paid close attention to all the big nations in the world. Were Country Boar and Country Xia sending some signals? Both Country Boar and Country Xia would never expect the entire world to think too much about two youngsters' actions. What on earth was going on in their minds? The duels continue. Who's willing to be the first? The high priest asked. The Colosseum turned quiet. Suddenly, in Country Inca's direction, a young monk walked out and entered the arena. He was wearing a red gown, with the top half of his body naked. He wasn't bald. A short layer of hair had grown on his head. His expression was solemn and calm. He turned to Country Xia and placed his palms together. I would like to challenge Country Xia. Please. The Colosseum became silent again. Chu Fei and the others turned serious. They looked at each other. Who wants to go? Dan Taixian asked. This is probably the most powerful martial warrior from Country Inca, Wang Tung said in surprise. He glanced at the martial warrior. The most powerful martial warrior. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's right. He has reached the low-tier general stage, and there's a strange aura around him. Wang Tung frowned. Low-tier general stage. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Chu Fei and Yin Bo immediately gave up the thought of going out. They were only at the Brigadier General stage. Aglyro was the strongest trump card of Country Inca. They had no chance of winning if they went up to accept a challenge. All in all, none of the exceptionally talented martial warriors should be looked down upon. In that case, let me do it. Mu Jigwa stood up and said. Wang Tung and Dan Taixian looked at each other and nodded. Be careful. Mu Jigwa nodded at them and entered the arena. Country Xia, Mu Jigwa. Mu Jigwa bowed at Aglyro. Please. Aglyro returned the bow calmly. The instant they finished speaking, two powerful auras rose abruptly in the arena. Both sides had started their battle. This was a battle between low-tier general stage martial warriors, so all the nations paid high attention to this match. They looked down sternly. Wang Ting turned serious too. Despite chewing a barbecued octopus leg, his gaze was focused on the arena. Boom! The next moment, two forces exploded. Mujigwa was bathed in golden force. With a battle blade in his hand, he slashed out a ray of blade glow, aiming it at the country Inca martial warrior opposite him. Aguilar's weapon was a strange metal rod. His expression was calm as dark red force glows appeared around his body. Scorching heat burned his surroundings. This is... Wang Tung's gaze froze. Waves of astonishment crashed into his heart. Constellation force. There was no mistake. The force this monk was using was constellation force. Although this constellation force felt like a mixture and wasn't as pure as the true constellation force, it was still this force. The leader of martial arts in their country had searched high and low for this force, but he couldn't get it. How could Wang Tung not be flabbergasted? Is it an ancient skill from country Inca? Wang Tung's gaze flickered. He remembered what Dan Taixian once told him. Country Inca had a long history of martial arts. They seemed to have some secret scriptures that outsiders didn't know. Was this related to the appearance of constellation force? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 600. I Can't Lose. Wang Tung suddenly had high expectations for the duel. Constellation force. He wondered if this martial warrior from country Inca was able to drop some different attribute bubbles. Fortunately, he knew that there would definitely be constellation force. While he was wondering about the potential gains, Mujigwa and Aguilaro had started fighting in the arena below. Their bodies collided. They represented their countries and their honor. It was a direct match with no nonsense. Boom! The blade glow by Mujigwa lashed down on Aguilaro's head. Aguilaro's gaze didn't change. With a wave of his hand, a ray of red light flashed in front, shattering the blade glow immediately. At the same time, Mujigwa had already arrived in front of Aguilaro. He punched his fist at him. Bang! When they exchanged punches, red and golden light emitted out from them, bringing along a powerful force with it. It swept through the arena. Then in a split second, they separated. Mujigwa and Aguilaro retreated a few meters back and stared at each other sternly. Mujigwa lowered his eyelids slightly. He could still feel the remnants of the scorching heat on his fists. Even the force in his body seemed to be burning. This fire force was stronger than in normal martial warriors. It looked like Wang Tung was right. Aguilaro was different. It would be hard to deal with him. Boom! Aguilaro didn't give him too much time to think. He tapped his feet on the ground and charged towards Mujigwa like a ray of red light. Crack! At the same time, cracks appeared on the ground where he was standing at. This was the power of a tap of his feet. Mujigwa turned serious. He rose into the air and dived down, slashing his blade at Aguilaro below him. Clang! The clash of metals resounded in the sky. Aguilaro stood on the ground, his knees slightly bent. However, he had managed to block Mujigwa's attack forcefully with his bare hands. Noticing that his attack had failed, Mujigwa soared into the sky again. Aguilaro followed behind him closely. They turned into two balls of light as they crashed into each other intensely in the sky. Force explosions echoed continuously in the Colosseum, while the residual force in the sky swept to the ground. The power was frightening. These two martial warriors are very strong, Gerald from the Large Eagle Nation said slowly. A fighting spirit was burning in his eyes. Both of them have reached the low-tier general stage. They must be the strongest martial warrior from their country. Arnold hesitated for a moment before he continued. However, I'm very curious of Wang Tung's identity. I feel that he's not as simple as he seems. Is it possible that Mujigwa isn't the strongest martial warrior? It might be another person, Gerald said with twinkling eyes. Are you saying it's Wang Tung? Arnold pondered for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. But he's too young. I'm already shocked that he could defeat Hilson. It will be hard to believe that he's on par with people like you. You're not the only one. I don't dare to believe it either, Gerald said. On the White Eagle Nation side, Yoke said to a young man. Shuan, can you defeat them? Marcia and Fortes looked at the young man involuntarily. After a night of rest, Fortes had regained consciousness. They used a large number of expensive healing medicine to treat the injuries on his body. Only his face remained a little swollen. They couldn't erase the wounds completely. Fortes would become furious whenever he remembered how his handsome face was beaten up so badly. When he heard that the talent chosen by the Holy Temple had received the same treatment, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't the only one. It was better to get embarrassed together. However, the other martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation wasn't as lucky. Kyun was still unconscious after the stimulation from Shinai Tanji's illusion. It would be hard for him to resume his human form. Yoke flew him back overnight for emergency treatment. He might be able to save his life. The young man whom Yoke was talking to looked extremely ordinary. His nose bridge was high, and there were 2 white lines on his face. Hearing Yoke's question, he replied coldly, I don't know. Yoke felt helpless. He had nowhere to vent his frustration, so he stopped talking to the young man. Marcia and Fortes were afraid of this young man too. They didn't chat with him when they noticed he didn't want to speak. This young man's status seemed a little special among the team. The martial warriors from the other nations were watching the match attentively as they measured their distance from the 2 contestants on the stage. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the Colosseum, 2 balls of lights collided fervently. However, one of them was at a disadvantage. When Mujigwa crashed into a glyro once again, he flew backward uncontrollably. He swung his blade beside him and stepped in midair, making use of the resistance in the air to force himself to stop. Blood dripped down the corners of his lips. He stared grimly at a glyro, who was a distance away. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Memories flashed through his mind. In his flashback, there was a group of 4 people going on a mission. Mujigwa was one of them. They shuttled through a forest quickly, helping one another along the way as they rushed in a certain direction. The image changed. They arrived at a relic site and got in a fight with other martial warriors. They seemed to be fighting over something. Suddenly, 2 of them landed in danger. Mujigwa gave up the mission target he was fighting for and reinforced them. In the end, he came back with his heavily injured teammates. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood in front of him with a look of disappointment. He sighed and left. The flashback ended with that sigh. These thoughts only occurred for a split second. Mujigwa quickly regained his senses, and his gaze turned resolute. I can't lose. He clutched the battle blade in his hand tightly. His competitiveness was flaming. Golden force shot through the clouds as a sharp bayed conscious spun around him. Rays of golden blade glows danced crazily in the air, intertwining with one another before finally gathering into a large golden blade. Mujigwa widened his eyes and held his battle blade with both hands. He swung it down in extreme anger. The golden ray cut through the sky, pressing the air around it and forming shrill sounds of abrasion and loud explosions. Sharp blade conscious swept the sky. It was glaring to the eye. Slash! 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 Angry howls seemed to echo in the air, followed by the slash of the blade conscious. Aglyro raised his head. With his gaze still calm, he placed his palms together and the flames around him grew bigger. They turned into a divine-looking giant flame beast. The giant beast roared fiercely and charged towards the golden blade glow above its head. Boom! The 2 forces collided, releasing an earth-shattering explosion. Red and golden lights lit up half the sky, concealing the situation with its blinding glow. No one could see who won or lost. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 601. Damn outstanding. Sigh. Wang Tung suddenly sighed. He already knew who would win without watching the match. Aglyro was powerful. With the Constellation Force, he was invincible among his peers. He could even jump stages and defeat someone with a higher cultivation realm than him. Well, unless his battle ability was too weak. But country Inca wouldn't allow such a martial warrior to embarrass their country. Hence, Mujigwa would definitely lose. Dan Taixian and the others felt their hearts dropping when they heard Wang Tung sigh. He wouldn't make this reaction for nothing. Right then, the light and dust in the Colosseum finally dispersed. Everyone looked over hurriedly. Mujigwa was half kneeling in the arena, and he was in a miserable state. His entire body was slightly burnt. Aglyro was floating in mid-air with his palms together. There were no expressions on his face. Mujigwa looked up at Aglyro and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He pulled himself up with difficulty and stumbled. He only managed to stabilize his body by stabbing his blade on the ground. Admit defeat, Wang Tung stood up and said. Mujigwa gritted his teeth, his gaze stubborn. As the leader, my decision is final. We admit defeat. Wang Tung walked into the arena and spoke in a calm tone. The high priest looked at him in astonishment. He nodded and said, Country Inca wins. Unwillingness flashed past Mujigwa's eyes. Don't worry. You only lost one match. Leave the rest to me. Wang Tung looked at Aglyro intently. Then, he lifted Mujigwa up and brought him down the arena. The other martial warriors came forward to console Mujigwa after seeing his expression. Senior, the words got stuck in Luo Cheng's throat. He didn't know what to say. He might be the only one that understood Mujigwa's current emotions. I'm fine. You don't have to do this. Mujigwa shook his head and said, All right, we just lost a match. Do y'all have to be so solemn? You look as if you have lost a teammate. Don't worry, we can win it back next time, Wang Tung said nonchalantly. Everyone knew that he was comforting them, but they still rolled their eyes uncontrollably. His tone was so irritating. Why couldn't he say something positive? What did he mean by losing a teammate? Was he cursing them? TSK, how ungrateful. Wang Tung shook his head and sat down. He took out his snacks and munched on them indifferently. For a moment, the only noise left was the sound of him chewing. Everyone felt their eyebrows jumping. They wished that they could press him on the ground and beat him up. How infuriating. While they were worried about the match, he was eating his food heartlessly. Ignoring them, Wang Tung counted his gains silently. Fire Force *6 80 Constellation Force. Fire. *65 Metal Force *750 Metal Blade Conscious *350 Metal Blade Conscious *290 Wang Tung was overjoyed. As expected, the guy dropped the Constellation Force. Moreover, it belonged to the fire element, which he possessed. Constellation Force. Fire 87 Wang Tung had picked up 22 points of the fire element Constellation Force in the underground laboratory in capital Xia. Adding the 65 points now, he had 87 points in total. He felt that he had more fire element Constellation Force to use. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a scripture to convert his normal force to Constellation Force. If he could convert all his forces into Constellation Forces, his ability would rise exponentially. As for the ancient god's body, it was useless. The scripture was no doubt amazing, but it could only strengthen his physical body. It couldn't help in cultivating his forces. It was hopeless to search for inspiration from the ancient god's body. Besides the Constellation Force, he also gained normal forces. Wang Tung looked at the 680 points of Fire Force in deep thought. Obviously, Aglyro hadn't grasped the usage of the Constellation Force entirely. Only part of the force in his body was the Constellation Force, with the rest being ordinary Fire Force. Next, he glanced at the 750 points of Metal Force. The attribute bubbles dropped by a low-tier General Stage Martial Warrior were higher in value compared to the ones dropped by Brigadier General Stage Martial Warriors. Finally, there was the Metal Blade Conscious. The blade Conscious Mujigwa had executed during the match was impressive. Although he lost to Aglyro, it wasn't because of his stage and ability. He lost due to the difference in the quality of the force. Metal Blade Conscious was still a powerful Conscious. Metal Blade Conscious, 340/5000, 5th level, visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Wang Tung already possessed Metal Blade Conscious and was at the 4th level. With another 640 points, he successfully reached the 5th level. The stronger his blade conscious was, the more advantage it would bring to Wang Tung. The more sword and blade conscious he instilled into his sword blade firestorm, the stronger it would be. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Tung started to admire himself. How could he create such a powerful battle technique so easily and casually? I am damn outstanding. Wang Tung suddenly realized that whether it was blade conscious, sword conscious, or fist conscious, he was merging them unconsciously. Even his force too. Was this his path? Wang Tung touched his chin in deep thought. He felt that he had discovered something remarkable. Anyway, picking up attributes without doing anything felt amazing. After country Inca and country Sia's match, the martial warriors from the other nations got restless. Gerald from the large eagle nation suddenly stood up and stretched his back. He said to Arnold, "My bones are itching from watching the duels. Let me play with the white eagle nation." "Don't be careless," Arnold reminded him. I know. Gerald waved his hand and walked into the Colosseum. Everyone got interested when they saw the large eagle nation participating. Gerald scanned the surroundings and stopped in the white eagle nation's direction. He opened his mouth slowly. "Large eagle nation, Gerald. I would like to challenge." "White eagle nation. Why is everyone challenging us?" Yoke's face turned black. He was exasperated. "But, large eagle nation, how predictable." Yoke sneered. He turned to the young man behind him. "Shun, it's your turn." Shun glanced at Gerald. He stood up and walked straight into the arena. The White Eagle Nation is sending an unfamiliar face. I've never seen him fight before. Is this the trump card they have been hiding? The large Eagle Nation might have sent their most powerful martial warrior too. I can sense that this man's aura is at the low-tier general stage. The martial warriors from the different nations chatted softly. They were highly anticipating this match. Shun. At this moment, Shun had arrived in front of Gerald. He spoke in an indifferent tone. A white knight sword appeared in Gerald's hand. He pointed it at the ground as he looked straight at his opponent. His presence rose immediately. Shun's expression changed slightly as an invisible aura exploded from his body. Boom! These two auras collided in the air. The atmosphere tensed up in an instant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 602. Let surprises rain on me. The battle of Aura between formidable warriors wasn't just about winning. They might seem to be competing with each other, but they were actually looking for a chance to attack. The person who revealed a loophole during this battle would give his opponent an opportunity to welcome him with a round of ferocious attacks. At their stage, every mistake was fatal. The ability of low-tier general stage martial warriors was at the peak of the pyramid on Earth. Every single attack from them was life-threatening. They mustn't be underestimated. The Colosseum was silent. No one attacked first. They were both staring at each other with their daggers drawn. This was the calmness before an imminent storm. The spectators held their breaths and stared at the two people below without blinking. Wang Tung touched his chin and clicked his tongue. Look at the intense gaze they're giving each other. People might wonder how long they are going to continue looking at each other. Everyone, the people around him were watching the match seriously, but when they heard his words, their stern expressions collapsed. Intense gaze. They were having a decent and normal battle. Yet Wang Tung managed to make the atmosphere awkward. What weird things were going through this bastard's mind? However, after Wang Tung said it, they felt that there was honestly something going on between Gerald and Shun. Don't you think so too? Wang Tung's eyes lit up when he saw their expressions. The expressions of other martial warriors immediately changed. The thought had only flashed through their minds for a split second, but Wang Tung still noticed it. Did this fellow have eyes as sharp as an eagle? But it was his fault. If he didn't mention it, they wouldn't think in that direction. They were all pure and naive people. They wouldn't have such indecent thoughts. Hence, it was Wang Tung's fault. Wang Tung took all the blame. Shut up, Dan Taishin shouted. She turned angry from embarrassment. Wang Tung felt a strong sense of contempt in her voice. He pouted and muttered, What is this? Women are so strange. Do you dare to say that again? Dan Taixian had sharp ears. She glared at Wang Teng as she snorted. Zhu Yuxiao, Ji Xiaoming, and the others gloated at him. What a bold young man who dared to say everything. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm, thanks. Didn't he know that women were narrow-minded? Why won't I dare to do it? Who's afraid of you? Wang Teng glared at her and said in a righteous tone, What did I say just now? All right, I said that you are as beautiful as the goddess in the sky, and your beauty is unparalleled in this universe. You are an exceptionally outstanding lady. Rin Qingtsong spat out the mouth of water he had just drunk. This was the most shameless person he had ever seen. Rin Qingtsong suddenly understood why he had lost against him. He also knew why Wang Teng was so powerful and miles ahead of his peers. It was because he was shameless. Their ancestors were right to say that a person with no ego was invincible. Ji Xiaoming and the others were bewildered and stared at Wang Teng with strange gazes. Suddenly, they felt a sense of respect towards him. They would never be able to learn the skill of throwing away their ego whenever they needed to. Luo Cheng even gave him a thumbs-up secretly at the side. Impressive. Dan Taixian gave him an ambiguous smile. She knew that this brat was talking nonsense, but she still felt happy. You're sensible. Dan Taixian glanced at him and sat down lazily. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion occurred in the arena. Gerald and Shun had started fighting. They collided violently with each other in the sky. In an instant, the roar of thunder and the shrill cry of a gale inundated the arena. Lightning force. Wind force. Wang Teng suddenly smiled with his eyes. Happiness filled up his heart. These two martial warriors were lightning element and wind element martial warriors. Good riddance, as expected of the talents of the two big countries. Mutated element martial warriors were rare. Ever since Wang Teng became a martial warrior, he had only met a few mutated element martial warriors. However, in this global exchange event, he saw an ice element martial warrior, a divine spirit master, and now, lightning element and wind element martial warriors. Let surprises rain on me. Wang Teng felt like shouting to the sky. In the sky, Gerald seemed to have turned into a flash of green light. His body was light and agile like a spirit in the wind. It was hard to capture his position, but whenever he attacked, he turned into an extremely sharp green light blade, flying through the sky and splitting it, creating clear marks in the air. Shun from the White Eagle Nation was powerful too. Bathed in bolts of lightning, he shuttled through the sky with a lightning long pike in his hand. They were engaged in an intense fight. Silver lightning sparks flew everywhere whenever they collided, along with the strong gale. With them in the center, the area around them became a battlefield soaked in violent forces. The commotion caused by their duel was astonishing, leaving the other martial warriors flabbergasted. But they continued looking at the sky, unwilling to miss any details. They're so powerful, Zhao Yuan muttered. He was astounded by the scene and couldn't control himself. Luo, Cheng, Ji Xiaoming, and the other martial warriors were shocked too. They realized that there was a huge gap between them and these real top-tier talents. However, they were still young. In the next global exchange event, they might be able to reach that height. They could be even stronger. I didn't expect both talent from the Large Eagle Nation and the White Eagle Nation to be mutated element martial warriors, Mu Zhigua said grimly. They have reached a profound stage in their respective elements. They are very powerful, Dan Taixian said, her gaze flickering. Rin Qingtsong blinked and clenched his fist in frustration. He was also a lightning element martial warrior, but he was far weaker than Shun. The other party might just defeat him with a single hand. If it was Wang Teng, what would happen? He glanced at the young man, only to realize that he was watching the fight between those two martial warriors with excitement and happiness. What the hell? What was with that happy look? Why are you happy when they are so powerful? Even with Rin Qingkang's strong mindset, he couldn't help but lament. Honestly, he couldn't grasp Wang Teng's thoughts. This fellow was unique. He would never imagine that Wang Teng was elated because Gerald and Shun kept dropping attribute bubbles during their fight. Green and purple bubbles fell from the sky one by one and floated on the ground of the Colosseum. Another harvest. Lightning Force * 50 Lightning Force * 30 Wind Force * 45 Wind Force * 25 Wind Soul Conscious * 10. Chapter 603 Latang Battle Conscious. Wind Soul Conscious. Wang Tung was stunned. Then, the happiness in his eyes grew more evident. He thought that gaining the wind and lightning force was good enough since he was an easily satisfied child. He didn't expect his sheeps to give him more surprises. They dropped a wind element conscious attribute. As the wind soul conscious merged into his body, the related memories appeared in Wang Tung's mind. There was a sea with wind that raged the surface of the sea, creating fierce and frightening waves. A figure stood roaming in the violent storm, floating left and right like rootless grass. It seemed as if he would be torn apart by the gale and swallowed by the waves at any moment. Yet every time he fell into the sea, he would fly out again, charging forward amidst the rain and storm and fighting for enlightenment in such an adverse situation. From stumbling and falling at the start to getting used to the storm and welcoming it like a sea swallow, it gradually became light and nimble. Once the image stopped moving, Wang Tung felt enlightened. After fully absorbing the attribute bubble, a green glow appeared in his eyes uncontrollably. A breeze caressed his body, lifting everyone's hair up. Dan Taixian and the others were martial warriors, so they immediately noticed the difference. Following the source of the movement, they turned to look at Wang Tung. They saw the glimmer that was disappearing gradually in his eyes, and it left them stunned. "Did you achieve enlightenment again?" Dan Taixian asked with uncertainty. A little. Wang Tung waved his hands as he tried to push their attention away. Everyone was speechless. A little? If they weren't close to him and felt that strange breeze just now, they would have believed him. However, their attention was on the match, so they didn't probe further. They shifted their gazes back to the sky. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. He would have a tough time explaining it to them if they asked. He had picked up 130 points of lightning force and 115 points of wind force a moment ago. He was now sensing the two forces in his body. He nodded in satisfaction before looking into the arena again. As the duel grew more and more intense, more and more tribute bubbles were dropped. Wang Tung turned into a hard-working farmer, swinging his rack and digging up the fruits of other people's labor. It was nervous and exciting. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. They're too fast. I can't see them clearly, Zhu Yuxiao suddenly said. There was perspiration on her forehead. Chu Fei and Yanbo seemed to find it strenuous too. Unable to keep up with their speed, they felt helpless. Gerald is at the losing end, Wang Tung said calmly. What? Everyone was surprised. Based on their observation, the two people in the arena were equally matched. Why was Gerald at the losing end? Gerald is good at speed. His attacks are not weak, but that depends on his opponent. Shun is a lightning element martial warrior. In front of his lightning attacking skills, Gerald's attacks will be destroyed soon, Wang Tung analyzed. Zhu Yuxiao and the others understood. They thought about it carefully and realized that Gerald didn't gain an upper hand when his attacks collided with Shun's lightning power. They were destroyed every time. Wang Tung was right. Gerald used his exceptional speed to fight with Shun, so it gave people an illusion that he was of equal strength. Of course, Shun wasn't slow either. But compared to Gerald, who had the wind soul conscious, he was a little slower. This fellow. They looked at Wang Tung with respect. When they were still struggling on the surface, Wang Tung had already looked past it and saw the essence. Not everyone had such sharp eyesight. They didn't know that Wang Tung's battle awareness had already reached the 9-star level. Adding in his experience, he could tell many things at a single glance. Boom! Suddenly, changes occurred to the battle in the arena. A figure fell from the sky, its body covered with a thick green glow. A purple lightning bolt struck down on the body without any mercy. The two lights were like two shooting stars moving at extremely high speed. Boom! The purple bolt of lightning caught up with the green ball of light in front. It stabbed right into the ball of light like a lightning spear. Arnold stood up abruptly with a grim expression. He clenched his fists tightly and stared intently at the two lights in the arena. Boom! The ball of light smashed onto the ground, throwing dust into the air. Cracks spread out on the ground. If even the sturdy ground of the Colosseum was not let off, you could tell how powerful that attack was. The martial warriors from the other countries held their breaths as they looked in the arena. They waited for the final result. After some time, the dust dissipated and the arena was cleared. Gerald was lying on the ground with a shallow hole below him. The cracks spread out like spiderwebs. Shun stood in front of him with his battle spear. His face was calm. The sharp tip of the spear was pointed at Gerald's neck, sparks of electricity flashing on it. "I lost, cough." Gerald moved his lips with difficulty. While speaking, he suddenly coughed violently before vomiting a mouthful of blood. Shun kept his long spear after Gerald admitted defeat. He walked towards the spectator's stand. The high priest announced the results. Everyone sighed. To them, Gerald was already very powerful, but he still lost to Shun. Wang Tung glanced at Shun's back intently. Then he picked up the attribute bubbles scattered on ground. Lightning Force *1, 50 Lightning Force *2, Lightning Force *330, Latang Battle Conscious *1, 20 Spiritual Realm Spirit *2, 05 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *1, 80 Wind Force *5, 10 Wind Force *4, 20 Wind Soul Conscious *275 Spiritual Realm Spirit *136 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *170 Divine Wind Scripture *65. Wang Tung was amazed. Oh my God, what a huge number of attribute bubbles. He had received 720 points of Lightning Force and 930 points of Wind Force. This was a huge gain considering he didn't kill these two people. Then, there were 341 points of Spiritual Realm Spirit and 350 points of Spiritual Realm Enlightenment. Unfortunately, most of these talents had Spiritual Realm Spirit and Enlightenment. These were nothing to Wang Tung. Then, there are 275 points of Wind Soul Conscious. Adding it to the 10 points he gained before, he had 285 points now. Wind Soul Conscious, 285 out of 1,000, first level. What surprised him was besides Wind Soul Conscious, he also gained another conscious attribute, Latang Battle Conscious. As these attribute bubbles merged into his body, a figure appeared in Wang Tung's mind. The figure was fighting with the bolts of lightning in the sky, lonely yet powerful. It slowly gathered a frightening battle conscious. The image came to an end as the figure stabbed his spear into the sky, clashing with a bolt of lightning. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the figure stood there without moving. The bolts of lightning around him made him appear magnificent and eye-catching. Latang Battle Conscious. Wang Tung muttered to himself. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Chapter 604. The Weirdo and the Tough Nut. What did you just say? Dan Taixian asked curiously. She didn't hear the words Latang Battle Conscious when Wang Tung was whispering to himself. Nothing. Wang Tung smiled and replied. Dan Taixian shook her head and didn't probe further. She then turned and looked at the Colosseum. Frankly speaking, Gerald was not weak. On the contrary, he was very strong and was considered to be amongst the top ranks of martial warriors from all around the world. But when two forces clash against one another, one would eventually lose. In the battle between him and Shun, Shun was the final victor. His lightning stance had left a deep impression on many people. In the eyes of everyone, the White Eagle Nation was keeping their cards hidden. The ordinary-looking Shun had never made a move before, but when he did, he displayed a strength worthy of an ace talent, defeating Gerald and clinching the victory. It was clear that Shun was the White Eagle Nation's trump card. At this moment, Shun returned to the spectator's stand, and everyone from the White Eagle Nation gathered around him, all with smiles on their faces. Yoke was especially happy. After so many matches, The White Eagle Nation was no longer the defeated side. It was saddening to speak of it. A great world power like them shouldn't have been in such a miserable state in the exchange event, but this year was unfavorable for them. Everyone was targeting them, and the martial warriors that they had sent out all received cruel treatment, throwing their dignity into the mud. It was a bit better now. Now that Shun had displayed his strength, he showed all the other martial warriors that the White Eagle Nation had top talents as well. On the contrary, Arnold was in a bad mood. The large Eagle Nation had high hopes for Gerald, but he was defeated at Shun's hands. It was undoubtedly the biggest upset in this exchange event. However, he still comforted Gerald with a few words. After all, he was a talent of the large Eagle Nation. If his mental state was affected by this defeat, it would definitely be a huge loss. It's a pity. Dan Taishian retracted her gaze and said regretfully, "Are you talking about that, Gerald?" Wang Tung asked. "Yes. No matter where he is, he would be considered a top talent. It's a pity to lose like this." Dan Taishian commented, "It is a pity. It would have been better if he could have a match with me." There was a strange light in his eyes as Wang Tung rubbed his chin. He felt that if Shun was replaced by him, he could have farmed more attribute bubbles out of Gerald. Wang Tung glanced at his attributes panel. Under the scripture section, there was a new addition, Divine Wind Scripture, a sky rank force skill scripture. In addition to Latang Battle Conscious, the most valuable loot this time around was Gerald's Divine Wind Scripture. Wang Tung had obtained many sky rank scriptures. He already had 4 sky rank force skill scriptures: Earth, Fire, Wood, and Water. Now he had gotten his hands on a sky rank Wind force skill scripture, raising the total to 5. If people knew about this, their jaws would drop. It was extremely extravagant for someone to obtain a sky rank scripture, and they would spend all their family fortune on it. Yet, Wang Tung had 5 of them. No one would even dare to think about such a thing. However, Wang Tung was still not satisfied. He set his eyes on Gerald, wanting to obtain more Divine Wind Scripture attributes. "What's with that gaze of yours?" Dan Taishian asked helplessly. Gerald was already miserable enough, but Wang Tung still didn't leave him alone. She knew that he was thinking about weird things when she saw his gaze. If he encountered Wang Tung, he wouldn't be better off than he was now. It might even be worse. Dan Taishian knew Wang Tung too well. This guy would never defeat the opponent in a normal way. Cough. There's no other meaning. "I'm just a little happy to see such an excellent opponent," Wang Tung said with a dry cough. There was nothing wrong. He genuinely wanted to have a match with him because he saw how good he was. After all, the better the opponent was, the more valuable their attributes would be. That was the truth. While the two were chatting, a martial warrior from Country Bat walked into the Colosseum and issued a challenge to Country Xia. "Who's going?" Chu Fei and Yin Bo exchanged glances. They were the only ones in Country Xia that hadn't done anything yet. Wang Tung would not rob them of their opponents either. "You first," Yin Bo said with a smile. Chu Fei nodded and didn't say anything unnecessary. He got up and jumped into the Colosseum. After the two of them made their introductions, they got right down to the business. Their force surged, and they collided in an instant. Chu Fei was extremely strong. His wood force had reached the Brigadier General stage, and he was proficient in the use of wood force. Wang Tung noticed that he was holding a long black rod that didn't seem to be made of metal or wood. When he waved it, images appeared in the air, shrouding the martial warrior from Country Bat. There was a trace of wood force conscious in his rod technique, and it was not just a simple attack. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed like it was crafty and impossible to defend against. The Country Bat martial warrior was holding a sword, and his body was surging with water force as he clashed against the rod images. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud roar, Chu Fei seized the opportunity and slammed the rod against the opponent's chest. It was like a snake springing from its burrow. The martial warrior from Country Bat flew away with blood spurting out his mouth. Holding his long rod, Chu Fei stood proudly in the Colosseum, displaying a perfect stance. Martial warriors from all around the world were surprised. Chu Fei had won the match with ease. Sure enough, the martial warriors from Country Xia were not to be underestimated. "Country Xia has won this match," the High Priest announced. Dan Taixian heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the words. So far, so good. Zhu Yuxiao and Mu Zhigua had already lost. If Chu Fei lost as well, Country Xia would almost be down. She didn't take Wang Teng into account at all. That guy was not a normal martial warrior and shouldn't be considered in her calculations. You were so afraid of them losing. Wang Ting seemed to have noticed her concerns. He glanced at her strangely and said in a funny voice, "You know nothing." Dan Taixian glared at him. In this exchange event, the countries are looking at the comprehensive strength of all their warriors. It's not just about the strength of a single guy. You might be strong, but if the performance of Chu Fei and the others was a mess, it wouldn't change the other country's perception of Country Xia. Zhu Yuxiao and Mu Zhigua might have lost, but their display of strength was not bad. The other countries can also see that. As long as they aren't fools, they wouldn't underestimate them, Wang Teng said. Having said that, a loss is still a loss. No one could deny that, Dan Taixian added. Wang Teng shrugged. He had to admit that what Dan Taixian said was true. The world only looked at the victors, and no one cared about the failures. It was a very normal phenomenon and a normal thing to do. There was nothing else to say. He looked at the Colosseum and concentrated his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles that Chu Fei and the country bat martial warrior had dropped. Would force * 730 snake coil, rod, conscious * 150 spiritual realm spirit * 35 water force * 760 water blade, conscious * 50 spiritual realm spirit * 80 spiritual realm enlightenment * 48 snake coil, rod conscious. Wang Teng started pondering. This must be the rod skill Chu Fei had executed just now. The rod was like an agile snake coiling around its target. Once he got entangled by it, you would have a hard time breaking free. He had to admit that this rod conscious had its uniqueness. The enlightenment process of this rod conscious appeared in Wang Teng's mind. In the forest, a figure was fighting with snake star beasts. He copied their habits and battle techniques and gradually came up with a snake coil conscious. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered. He received many benefits. Rather than saying this was snake coil rod conscious, it was more appropriate to call it snake coil conscious. Snake coil rod conscious was the shallowest form. The real technique was the snake coil conscious. It could be used in sword skill, blade skill, and even fist or palm skill. The same applied to other skills. At this moment, the benefits of having high enlightenment were clearly visible. Wang Teng was able to understand the snake coil conscious without anyone teaching him. The other attribute bubbles were common. Wang Teng scanned through them without giving them much attention. He would count his overall gains after the exchange ended. Next, the martial warriors from the other countries stepped into the arena and gave spectacular matches. Yanbo noticed that everyone had already gone out except for him, so he stood up and chose a country to challenge. In the end, he won. Today, Country Xia had 2 wins and 2 losses. They redeemed themselves from Zhu Yuxiao and Mu Zhiguo's losses. After winning, Yanbo was in a good mood. He went back to the spectators' stand happily. Just when everyone gathered around him to congratulate him, a martial warrior from Country Neon suddenly stood up. This person was Shinai Tongji. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. This lady martial warrior had an eye-catching performance during her last match. She had defeated a martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation and even made him lose his mind. This wasn't something normal martial warriors could do. Hence, all the countries paid special attention to her. Many people knew that Shinai Tongji was a divine spirit master. There was envy and seriousness in their eyes when they focused on her. There were very few divine spirit masters in this world, and they were all really talented martial warriors. Only people with high spiritual power talent could learn spiritual kinesis and become divine spirit masters. Normal people wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Many people admired Country Neon for their good luck. This highly talented divine spirit master came from this small country. What kind of luck was that? Could it be that Shinai Tongji's mother had stepped on a lucky star when she gave birth to her? The martial warriors from other countries were wondering about her next match. Who would Shinai Tongji challenge? This was the thought in everyone's mind. With her top-tier talent, there were only a few possible candidates. The only people that could be her opponent would be Shun, Gerald, Valeria, and a few other talents. But after waiting for half a day, Shinai Tongji still hadn't chosen her opponent. She just stood there in a daze. Her expressionless and cute face seemed a little lost. The high priest couldn't help but ask, Shinai Tongji, which country do you want to challenge? Shinai Tongji was in a daze, so she didn't hear the high priest's words. I'm asking you which country do you want to challenge? The high priest repeated himself helplessly. Oh, Shinai Tongji regained her senses. Her voice was calm as she replied, I'm not challenging anyone. I will fight with anyone who's willing to come out. Everyone. The high priest didn't know what to say. He screamed in his heart. Why are the talents this year all so strange? Why aren't they going by the book? Are they trying to create trouble? He felt that he had so much worry as the host of this exchange event. Is any martial warrior willing to have a duel with Shinai Tongji? In the end, the high priest maintained his composure and asked the crowd. The martial warriors looked at one another. Some were hesitating while others seemed restless. Asking the fish to take the bait. Why is this young lady using this scheme? Yinbo scoffed. But her battle skills are unpredictable. She's hard to deal with. Zhu Yuxiao touched her chin and said. The martial warriors from the other countries were discussing among themselves too. They were in a dilemma. Just when Valeria from Country Boar was about to step out, a figure appeared in the Colosseum. Wang Teng, Chu Fei, Zhu Yuxiao, and the others were flabbergasted. Wang Teng, who was lazily eating his snacks and enjoying the show, voluntarily went out for a match. What was wrong with him? They were puzzled. Although the martial warriors from Country Xia knew Wang Teng's personality, they were still shocked. It was easy to imagine how stunned the other martial warriors were. They recognized Wang Teng's ability. Even though they didn't know how powerful he was, he certainly wasn't weak. Also, he had the bad habit of hitting someone's face. Whenever he entered the arena, a good show was imminent. How can anyone not notice him? The high priest smiled uncontrollably. A weirdo and a tough nut. This should be an interesting match. He gloated in his heart. He had some small resentment towards Wang Teng. He had chosen Hilson to be part of the Holy Temple, but Wang Teng didn't give him any face and beat him into a pig's head. It was an embarrassment for the Holy Temple. How could he not be angry? Wang Teng stood opposite Shinai Tongji and sized up this cute lady from Country Neon with interest. Shinai Tongji studied him carefully. Then, she looked at the high priest. The high priest understood what she meant. He announced immediately, since none of you have any questions, we will start the match. The moment he finished speaking, both martial warriors moved. Shinai Tongji disappeared, and a large ferocious ape suddenly appeared in her place. Roar! The ferocious ape roared into the sky and hammered its chest with its fists. It pounced on Wang Teng. Wang Teng remained calm. He stood at the same spot and hurled his fist out. Boom! The ferocious ape's body disintegrated slowly and disappeared without a trace. Small trick. Wang Teng snorted. He moved, and the next moment, he appeared without any warning at a certain spot in the arena. He grabbed the air in front of him. Swoosh! A figure appeared out of nowhere. Then, it ran away, leaving lingering shadows behind. This person was Shinai Tongji. She had already left the center of the battlefield and was hiding in the outskirts of the arena. She was probably waiting to watch Wang Teng fight with the ferocious ape. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't cooperate. At one glance, he knew that this ferocious ape was just an illusion. A person with low spiritual power would get tricked easily and start a physical fight with a giant ape. It was terrifying just thinking about it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 605. Oxhair Filiform Needle, huh? A soft gasp escaped Shinai Tongji's mouth as she stared at Wang Teng in surprise. Then, she turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot again. Wang Teng was not in a hurry to defeat her. He was very interested in spiritual illusion. He wanted his opponent to execute her skill to the maximum so that he could pick up as many attribute bubbles as possible. The instant Shinai Tongji disappeared, many star beasts started to appear in the arena. They all had powerful presences. There were large apes, giant pythons longer than 10 meters, ferocious tigers, ruthless wolves, and many more. The star beasts filled up the Colosseum and stared at Wang Tong fiercely. Also, they were giving off a bloodthirsty aura, which seemed real, as if they were truly powerful star beasts. A single glance was enough to make people's hair stand up. Even though some people knew that this was an illusion, they were still afraid. This was how powerful spiritual illusion was. Unfortunately, Shinai Tongji's opponent was Wang Tong, a bug. His mastery of spiritual power exceeded her by a level. And this one level wasn't just a simple level of difference. The gap between Imperial Realm and Emperor Realm was so wide that some divine spirit masters never overcame in their lives. Of course, Wang Tong didn't plan to bully her. If not, there was no need to continue this match. He wouldn't be able to collect attribute bubbles either. Roar! The large star beasts in front roared before they charged towards Wang Tong. Their attacks were varied and strange. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, all elements were present. It was a dazzling sight. Some star beasts were spurting flames. In an instant, the entire arena was bathed in fire. Scorching heat spread out. Even martial warriors sitting in the stands felt the heat. They were astounded. Was this really an illusion? Boom! At the same time, lightning struck down from the sky. Some star beasts were drawing the lightning. Sharp spikes, formed by the earth, sprouted on the ground. Plants with veins grew like crazy and flew towards Wang Tong. This scene was astonishing. All the martial warriors were dumbstruck. However, Wang Tong remained composed. His expression was extremely calm. These attacks weren't all fake. Some were real, and some weren't. It was hard to gauge. If it was someone other than Wang Tong, they wouldn't be able to evade them. With his spiritual sight, he could see what the real attacks were. When he looked over, all the illusions disappeared. There were only 2 to 3 real attacks. Shinai Tongji had used her spiritual kinesis to control the forces in the area and turn them into attacks. They were all aimed at Wang Tong. However, she wasn't Wang Tong. These forces were all external help. Since she didn't actually possess them, they weren't that powerful. Wang Tong didn't move. He allowed the seemingly powerful attacks to land on him. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Wang Tong wasn't dodging, but the next instant they realized that the attacks didn't affect Wang Tong at all. It's all fake. Everyone's gaze flickered, feeling shocked. It wasn't just that the attacks were fake, they were astounded that Wang Tong could see through them. Mind you, if they had met this level of illusion, they would be in a flurry. How could Wang Tong do this so easily? This didn't make sense. Was Wang Tong's eyesight so sharp? Could he see through illusions? Wang Tong remained composed. He merely released his fist and destroyed the real attacks. Shinai Tongji was dumbfounded when she saw this scene from her hiding place. This time, she was honestly amazed by Wang Tong. Wang Tong could see through her illusion. This was unbelievable. Shinai Tongji turned serious and stopped hiding. Her figure gradually appeared in the arena. With a wave of her hand, all the star beast illusions disappeared. Why aren't you using your spiritual illusion anymore? Wang Tong was surprised when he saw her deciding to step out on her own. At the same time, he found it a pity. He was happily picking up spiritual illusion attributes when she suddenly stopped playing. What should he do now? Shanbin Quan was shocked. He looked at the battle in the arena with worry. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. This Wang Tong is weird. I wonder how strong he is. Will Tongji be able to handle him? He frowned as he muttered to himself. Sitting beside him was a handsome young man with long hair. He laughed and said, "Senior Shanbin, don't worry too much. Princess Tongji is the most powerful talent in our country. She has many secret skills, so she will be able to defeat Wang Tong. Yitung, don't underestimate any opponent." Shanbin Quan glanced at him and said. Awkwardness appeared on Eating Zenshuo's face. He kept quiet in embarrassment. Shanbin Quan seemed to be reprimanding him. Their country emphasized heavily on seniority, so as his junior, he didn't dare to refute. Besides, in terms of ability, he wasn't Shanbin Quan's match. In the arena, Shanai Tongji remained quiet. All of a sudden, her body rose into the air, and she started floating. An invisible force swept through the arena as her hair danced wildly in the wind. Spiritual power. She looked down at Wang Teng and stretched both her hands out. Dense, sharp glints appeared in the air. There were countless ox-hair filiform needles. This is getting interesting. Wang Teng squinted. Divine Spirit Masters were able to control forces and could also maneuver objects to use as weapons. These ox-hair filiform needles were extremely small and thin. They were light and easy to control too. Hence, controlling a large number of ox-hair filiform needles wouldn't require too much spiritual power. To a Divine Spirit Master who had a limited amount of spiritual power, this was the best weapon to choose. Wang Teng's shooting star spiral had enough attacking and explosive power, but compared with the ox-hair filiform needles, it required more spiritual power. Also, it wasn't as discreet as the opponent's needles. If these two weapons were released at the same time, the shooting star spiral would get discovered first. Of course, Wang Teng had other methods to conceal it. That was why he could succeed every single time. That was another situation. Go! A cold shout escaped Shanai Tongji's mouth. Numerous sharp glints shot forward like bullets and flew towards Wang Teng. All the martial warriors squinted when they saw this scene. Divine Spirit Masters were rare. Watching them in action was even harder. Thus, when they saw Shanai Tongji's attacking skills, they were amazed. This was new to them. Moreover, they also felt their heads going numb. No ordinary martial warriors would be able to resist the large number of ox-hair filiform needles. This skill was stranger and harder to deal with than ordinary martial arts move. Divine Spirit Masters were indeed extremely talented. How envious. Also, Shanai Tongji's ability was on par with general stage martial warriors. Such powerful Divine Spirit Masters were even rarer. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters.